All not eaten yet? Shirian asked back. Did you get full at the banquet? I smiled slightly. A place like a banquet isn't meant for eating. I drank a few mouthfuls of water in total. Shewili also laughed. Based on my past experience, attending a banquet is basically equivalent to not eating, so eating another meal is no problem. She made a guiding gesture. Last time I asked what cuisine you liked, you didn't say. Ruyan guessed you grew up in the southwest, so you should like spicy food. So today is mainly Sichuan cuisine, supplemented by Lu cuisine, and then Jing cuisine. I glanced at the fully laden table and laughed, so every style is here. Looks like I can eat to my heart's content. Shiruyan added, the private chef Auntie hired is very skilled. Almost no shortcomings. From now on, he will be responsible for the 3 daily meals here. If you want to eat anything, tell the butler. Because time was tight, Si Huili couldn't immediately find a butler to her liking, so she simply transferred one from elsewhere first. The butler was surnamed Yang, over 40 years old, looking like someone who worked cleanly and efficiently. While eating, I laughed and said, this isn't just a birthday banquet. It's also a housewarming party. Shihuli said, Ruyan's things have all been moved over. Do you have many things at the Wang house? I shook my head. I haven't been at the Wang house for long. I only took 1 suitcase when I went, and didn't buy anything later. Shehuili secretly cursed the Wang family for being ridiculous, bringing their biological son back but ignoring him. But she smiled on her face. That's perfect. Next weekend, accompany me shopping. We'll max out Ruyan's card together. I glanced at Sheruyan. Then I won't be polite when the time comes. Everyone laughed loudly. Old Master Shi said, swipe all you want. She earns so much. Isn't it meant to be spent? Shiruyan acquiesced with a smile. While I sighed with emotion, sometimes blood ties don't necessarily bring affection. Like me and the Wang family, it's destined in our fates to have no bond. Facts have also proven this is indeed so, but the Shi family and I were originally parallel lines. Even though I saved Shiruyan for various reasons, we were merely acquaintances, just like me and the Mi family. I don't know how the Shi family took this extra step, and this step crossed into a new realm. After the meal, the Shi family talked with me for a while longer and then left. I saw them to the door, returning to see Shiruyan's wheelchair parked in the garden. So I smiled and asked, want to take a turn around the garden? Shiruyan was thinking about something unknown. Hearing this, she was actually stunned for a moment. Okay, it was already the end of October. Clumps of 4-season osmanthus were planted in the yard. The flowers were pale white, the fragrance assailing the nose. Passing by made one feel refreshed and happy. I pushed Shiruyan's wheelchair, strolling leisurely. Neither of us said anything. Yet the atmosphere didn't seem awkward. Shiruyan sat quietly in the wheelchair. While I rarely emptied my mind, if someone familiar with me saw my expression at this moment, they would definitely be surprised. Such a lazy posture, seemingly dropping all defenses, appearing on me was so unfamiliar. And precisely because of this, I who had always been sharp of ear and eye, didn't notice the rustling movements not far away until a shoe sound came from midair. I looked up in surprise. Shoe pop. Streaks of red light cut across the ink-blue firmament, blooming comfortably in the night sky, instantly illuminating this patch of heaven and earth. Pale pink, deep yellow, purplish red, yellowish green, ocean blue, like starlight bursting open, forming all kinds of colorful shapes. I threw my head back, my face, which had caused countless girls to blush and their hearts to race today, at this moment revealed a peerless stunning beauty even more. Under the sky full of overflowing colors and light, was not as stunning as a single glance from me. Shiruyan originally intended to offer words of blessing, but turning her head and colliding with this scene, the words reached the tip of her tongue. Yet she froze. When I lowered my head, I met her upward gaze directly. The reflection of the fireworks was etched in her eyes, and a flower-like smile graced her lips. Thank you. This was the second time I said thank you to her today. The word itself seemed to have become thin from use, but I truly did not know what else to say. I, Zhangheng, am attuned to the celestial signs above, and understand the hearts of men below, on the path of metaphysics and cultivation. I am a bona fide genius, not to say there will be none like me after, but at the very least, there have been none before. Mutual understanding between humans is difficult. The many riddles of the mind that are hard to fathom can all find easy answers through me. When a person stands before me, one look is enough to know their past and future. One calculation reveals their fate and fortune. My relationships with others are mostly built upon this. Like Mi Ping, like Song Junliang, like the Chanshan group, my talent brought me social connections, but it also brought me a more solitary status. Everyone around me finds me mysterious and distant. No one had ever invited me into the warmth of mundane life. Shiruyan had clearly witnessed my abilities, yet she seemed not to think I was so different because of them. She deduced my birthday from someone else's banquet info, and arranged fireworks for me in the most ordinary way of celebration. I smiled slightly, crouching by the armrest of her wheelchair, meeting Shiruyan at eye level. Thank you for being so thoughtful, Ruyan. Behind her, waterfall-like fireworks burst forth, vibrant and brilliant, cascading down in shimmering layers, like the galaxy hanging upside down, painting a natural backdrop just for her. Shi Ruyan's heart beat a little fast. Her voice was low and raspy. I continued in a soft tone, "From now on, I will truly regard you as my sister. And as my family." Suddenly, Shi Ruyan didn't seem very happy anymore. Instantly, the fireworks didn't seem quite so beautiful, and her heart didn't beat quite so fast. She remained silent for a long while, waiting until the fireworks finished before saying, "The night is growing cold. Let's go back inside." I keenly perceived that her mood seemed a bit lower than it was a moment ago. Assuming she was simply tired, I pushed her back toward the house. Both Shi Ruyan's room and mine were on the third floor. As I pushed the wheelchair to her door, the butler greeted us thoughtfully. "Mr. Zhang, let me take over." Butler Yang smiled and handed me a glass of warm water, taking the wheelchair from me. "Please rest early. The third miss arranged for us earlier to prepare a change of clothes and some toiletries for you. They are already in your room." "Good." I looked at Xie Ruyan and joked, "You truly are the Imperial Capital's new model sister." Hearing that word sister again, breath hitched. She didn't take the bait, but simply said, "Birthdays should be spent happily. During dinner earlier, didn't you say you'd go shopping with Auntie this weekend? The card is on your desk." I actually had plenty of money, but I did not decline, accepting with a beaming smile. "I felt like you were right in front of me the whole time. Yet there were fireworks and now a card. I didn't even notice when you managed all this." Shi Ruyan replied, "When you went to see Ni Yu and the others off, and when you came back and told me you wanted to walk in the garden, I thought I had been found out." I remembered now. "Oh, I thought you were just daydreaming then." Shi Ruyan wanted to say how could she be daydreaming. Then she suddenly thought of when the fireworks were on. She had been dazed just by looking at me. So she shifted slightly, but said nothing more. I didn't notice her expression become unnatural for a second. I'm heading to my room. I bid Shi Ruyan good night. Shi Ruyan curved her lips. Good night. The next day, just as the sky was beginning to pale, I rose to begin my cultivation. I had already completed the cleansing of marrow and essence. Currently, I am at the most basic qi refining stage. It seems many people feel that once a task is done once, it becomes exceptionally simple the second time around. But that is not actually the case. Repeating a task might increase speed, but the steps cannot be skipped or shortened. I knew every detail of the techniques by heart, yet I could not rush the growth and become an immortal overnight. I needed to follow the normal cycles of cultivation. I would simply be much faster than an average practitioner. However, I was in no hurry. I intended to build a deeper foundation, so I silently recited the qi refining mantras over and over, allowing the internal energy to circulate repeatedly. After I finished breakfast with Shi Ruyan, I used my familiar methods to draw 7 talismans for Shi Ruyan and channeled them into her body. Shi Ruyan remembered when she first woke up. I had performed a similar action, and then her arm had been able to move. Is this also metaphysics? Shi Ruyan felt a warm glow in her legs, but the metaphysical masters she had seen before seemed to lack this particular skill. I raised an eyebrow. Think of it as a blend of metaphysics and other arts. In reality, it was using cultivation techniques to cast spiritual power into charms, thereby mobilizing her own purple qi to move. But the principles behind this were complex, hard to explain to someone without the relevant knowledge base. Since news of Shi Ruyan's awakening was still being kept secret, she did not venture outside. After bidding her farewell, I had the driver take me to school. As it turned out, I had just finished one class when Leng Qingchu's call came through. On the other end of the line, her voice was hoarse. "Mr. Zhang, you told me last night I could contact you. Can I ask, how did you know?" I sighed and closed the book in my hand. "Where is your home? I need to head over and see the situation for myself first." Leng Qingchu gave me an address. I checked the distance. It wasn't too far nor too close. I couldn't be bothered to call a driver, so I just hailed a taxi to go there. As I was leaving the school gate, Wang Teng and a new friend were nearby, in a car, chatting and waiting for someone. My appearance and temperament were striking. The friend spotted me at a glance. "Brother Teng, look." The man tugged at Wang Teng's sleeve. "Is that Zhang Heng?" Wang Teng turned his head to look. It really was. I had stolen the spotlight at the engagement banquet yesterday, and today he had even vaguely heard people praising me as the #1 handsome guy. His heart was filled with resentment, and his face looked sour. What does he have to do with us? The guy was a bit puzzled. Aren't the freshman courses quite heavy? Does he not have classes? Why is he at the school gate at this hour? Wang Teng's heart stirred. He flipped through his social media apps and found a fellow freshman student. "Do you guys have classes today?" The student replied within seconds. "We do, senior. We have a full schedule today. It's so tiring." Full schedule. A sharp glint flashed in Wang Teng's eyes.
The address Leng Qingqiu gave me was in a high-end residential area. Entry was impossible without prior registration and the owner's consent. I had Leng Qingqiu notify the security personnel in advance. By the time I arrived, I found Leng Qingqiu waiting for me at the gate in person, in the corridor of last night's banquet. When Leng Qingqiu stopped me to strike up a conversation, she still looked like a charming and lovely young girl. Today, however, she looked like a completely different person. There were heavy dark circles under her eyes, and her hair looked like it had been brushed with minimal effort. She appeared haggard, gaunt, and utterly exhausted. Seeing me step out of the car, she approached and forced a faint smile. Mr. Jung. I looked her up and down, my expression darkening slightly. Not even a night has passed, and the murky aura on you has grown even heavier. Who have you met during this time? Lung Qingqiu asked blankly. What murky aura? I have not seen anyone special, just the doctors and nurses at the hospital, and some of my father's friends. It turned out that shortly after our conversation last night, she began to feel an inexplicable sense of unease. After enduring it for a while, she could not help but call her father 7 times. When the call finally went through, it was the police, amid a chaotic background noise, who informed her. Her parents had been in a car accident on a downtown street. They told her to rush to the hospital immediately. When she arrived in a daze, she was met with a death notice for her mother, and an emergency surgery notice for her father. The sudden tragedy struck like a bolt from the blue, shattering her happy family into pieces. My father is still unconscious. Lung Qingqiu choked out. I pulled a tissue from my pocket and silently handed it to her. Lung Qingqiu whispered a thank you, regained her composure slightly and said, I did not think much of it at first, but when I went home to change clothes this morning, the square amulet you gave me fell out. Only then did I remember what you said last night. We had arrived at the entrance of Lung Qingqiu's home. She unlocked the door with her fingerprint and invited me inside. She found me a pair of clean disposable slippers, then asked with a mix of trepidation and doubt, Mr. Jung. When I went to the police later to give my statement, I found that the accident happened at 18:43. But when you finished talking to me, it was 18:46. Why did you tell me to be strong for the funeral, back then? Across such a distance and a mere 3-minute difference. Did you foresee something happening to me? As Lung Qingqiu asked this, even she felt it sounded absurd. In an era where even weather forecasts cannot always be accurate, how could anyone predict the life or death of others? That would not be a human, but a god. Yet she also felt that my behavior last night was truly incomprehensible, something that could hardly be dismissed as a mere coincidence. I was slightly surprised. You even remember the time so clearly. Lung Qingqiu gave a bitter smile. The events right before an accident always leave an exceptionally deep impression. Now she could even vividly recall the tone of my voice, her own reaction at the time, and what she did after I left, because she knew that immediately afterward, she made a phone call that led to a devastating result. I nodded. I understand. Then I said, would it be convenient to show me your parents' bedroom? Lung Qingqiu nodded. Yes, it is, Mr. Jiang, please follow me. She led me not only to her parents' room, but through every room in the house. After the tour, the two of us sat on the sofa. Lung Qingqiu handed me a bottle of water. I took it and thanked her. To be honest, I do possess some knowledge of the metaphysical arts. To a stranger, I am being quite modest about it. Lung Qingqiu took a moment before saying, I had a faint feeling about it. Hearing you say this now, it is unexpected, yet somehow it makes sense. Seeing how well she accepted the idea, I repeated the words I had said to Mi Ping that night, to her once again. Lung Qingqiu was stunned for a moment. Her first reaction was, if I had not said those words back then. I raised an eyebrow. Do not overthink it. Natural disasters and human tragedies are not things you can change just by saying or not saying something. Your words did not influence whether it happened. They were simply useful for my diagnosis. I added, there is a reason I came to see your home today. You are in college, right? Lung Qingqiu did not know why my topic shifted so abruptly. She nodded blankly, named her university, and explained that she usually stays in the dorms, only coming home on weekends. No wonder, said, the murky aura you have been exposed to is not too thick. What exactly is this murky aura? Lung Qingqiu asked curiously. You mentioned it just a moment ago, too. I paused for a moment, thinking about how to explain metaphysics and feng shui to a young person raised on modern education. While thinking, my eyes caught a glimpse of a perfume bottle on the display shelf. A sudden inspiration struck me. For example, if you originally used orchid-scented perfume, but someone wanting to disrupt your scent deliberately sprayed a different fragrance on your clothes and in your room, then your own scent would change. It might even change so much that it starts to attract insects. Lung Qingqiu suddenly understood, but she also caught the key phrase. Someone did it on purpose. I find your parents' accident very suspicious. I explained. As I said before, when I saw you last night, I noticed your sun and moon palaces were sunken. Yet, your features are naturally sharp, with a full, prominent forehead. That shows no deviation. Those are signs of healthy parents and deep family bonds. When two types of physiognomy conflict, there is definitely an underlying problem. My gaze swept over Lung Qingqiu's face. She did not have the slightest intention of hiding anything. Feeling as if she were under an X-ray, with everything exposed, the hair on her back stood on end. She asked nervously, "A problem? What kind of problem?" Generally, problems occur either with a person, in the home, or at the ancestral residence. I analyzed for her methodically. If the issue were solely with your parents, you should not have any murky aura on you. If it were the ancestral residence, such a major tragedy should not have struck your parents, while leaving you relatively unscathed. The most likely scenario is a place where your parents spend a lot of time, but you do not. Therefore, the effect on them is severe. While you were only slightly affected by association, Lung Qingqiu's spine went stiff, thinking of a place where her parents were often, but she was not. As we sat there on the living room sofa, a sudden surge of panic rose in her heart, as if a terrifying atmosphere had enveloped her. She did not even dare to look back. "Mr. Jung, are you saying this house is haunted?" I laughed in surprise. "What are you thinking? Ghosts are extremely rare. If there were truly own in your house, half the Taoists and celestial masters in the country would flock here. Encountering a ghost requires a certain kind of luck, too." Lung Qingqiu thanked the heavens that she did not have that kind of luck. "Then my home is. The house itself does not seem to have any issues." So, the moment I entered, I felt the energy was clean. After our walkthrough, I can confirm it, though the internal airflow is a bit chaotic. It does not look like anyone has planted anything malicious here. Then where could the problem be? You mentioned that besides the hospital staff last night, you also saw some of your father's friends. I recalled our conversation when we met. Which friends? Can you describe their appearance and their family backgrounds in detail? Lung Qingqiu's parents had the accident last night, before she could even make a call. The police had contacted the recent callers on her mother's phone. As a result, two of her father's close friends were alerted. The first was a family friend of many years, a family they had been close with since her grandfather's time. His surname was Lu, and he had grown up with Lung Qingqiu's father. Lung Qingqiu had always called him uncle. The second was a friend her father met in business. They had partnered to start a company years ago, but due to some conflicts, the man had stepped down from management. He and her father had been on bad terms for a while, only reconciling in recent years. This own was surnamed Ma, and was also quite familiar with the Lung family. Lung Qingqiu introduced them. Uncle Lu is quite refined. Because of an accident in his youth, he has a lingering injury in his leg, so he limps slightly when he walks. He has a son a year older than me, who does not have a good relationship with him. They argue often. Because of that, Uncle Lu often praised me, which used to make his son glare at me whenever he saw me. Asked, "Does his family have business dealings with yours?" Lung Qingqiu hesitated a bit, before saying, "I am not entirely sure about the family business. I do not think there is any direct partnership, but my dad has helped him make connections a few times. He has brought gifts to the house to express his gratitude. My parents always said he was being too polite." I nodded. Sounds like someone who is very experienced in social etiquette. He never visits empty-handed. Uncle Ma has some middle-aged weight gain. He is a bit chubby, and very amiable. He and his wife often join those senior tour groups. I often see his posts on social media. He has a son studying philosophy, somewhere abroad. After thinking for a moment, Lung Qingqiu added, "On time previously, I heard Uncle Ma asking my dad to collaborate on a project, but whether they actually did, or what stage the project reached, I'm not really sure." This information left me deep in thought. On was a lifelong friend, with years of good rapport, and a history of being mentored. The other was a later acquaintance, with a past rift that had been mended, and a new collaboration on the horizon. Neither sounded like they held hidden grudges. Lung Qingqiu said gloomily. Both Uncle Lu and Uncle Ma rushed to the hospital as soon as they heard the news. They even comforted me, telling me not to panic, and to take things one step at a time. "It is hard to believe either of them would want to harm my family," I said gently. "It might not necessarily be them. Everything is just speculation for now. If it is neither of them, that would certainly be for the best." I unscrewed the bottle cap. I took a sip of the water, but my expression suddenly flickered with a change. Just after we finished inspecting the rooms, Lung Qingqiu had handed me a bottle of water. Given the current situation of the Lung family, she truly did not have the spirit to brew tea or anything else, So she just grabbed a bottle of their daily drinking water from the kitchen. I recognized the brand of this water. It was considered a luxury brand among bottled waters, with a price tag far beyond what an average family could afford. I had tasted it before, but it definitely did not taste like this. Something occurred to me, and I asked Lung Qingqiu, "You said earlier that Uncle Lu often brought gifts over, and never visited empty-handed." Lung Qingqiu nodded. Sometimes he brought expensive items, like jewelry or decorative pieces. Other times he brought simpler things, like fruit or snacks. But he never showed up without something in hand. I held up the bottle of water. Was this water also sent by him? Lung Qingqiu replied in a daze. I'm not sure about that, but I even drank some of this water this morning. It did not taste any different. So, it was not that she had come into contact with a person, but rather that she had been drinking this water. I spoke up. It did not taste different to you. The murky aura on you is incredibly heavy right now. Does your kitchen have a regular maid or cook? Call and ask them right now. Seeing me get to the bottom of things like this, Lung Qingqiu also sensed that something was wrong. She found the maid's number and dialed it. Hello, Auntie Bao. It is me, Qingqiu. I wanted to ask you, is the brand of water we have been drinking sent by Uncle Lu? She turned on the speakerphone, so I could clearly hear the response from the other side. That is right. It is sent by Boss Lu. Auntie Bao answered readily. Boss Lu used to bring seafood and fruit often, but Mr. Lung said the family could not finish it all, and it was going to waste. So he told him to stop. Then he switched to sending water instead. I heard this water is quite expensive, but it is much better for cooking and making tea than normal water. A cold sneer played on my lips. Seeing my serious expression, Lung Qingqiu ended the call after a few more words. Mr. Zhang, this water. My fingers tightened slightly around the bottle. There is something wrong with this water. I casually picked up a tea bowl from the table, poured the water from the bottle into it, then fished a triangular talisman from my bag, and dropped it into the water, merging my index and middle fingers. I drew a few invisible characters in the air above the bowl. Suddenly, the water in the tea bowl began to churn violently, as if it had instantly reached a boiling point, making a loud bubbling sound. Lung Qingqiu's eyes widened in shock. Just as she was about to ask what was happening, the waves in the bowl rose higher and higher. The once crystal clear water gradually began to change, and in the blink of an eye, it looked as though ink had been dripped into it, turning pitch black. With a look of disgust, I grabbed another tea bowl nearby, and slammed it face down over the first one with a snap. Do you see that? I gestured with my chin toward Lung Qingqiu. This is the root cause of your parents' accident. Lung Qingqiu's face turned pale and ugly. It was actually him, with the evidence right before her eyes. She no longer wished to call him Uncle Lu. Our families have been close for so many years. My parents treated him like a brother. When I was in middle school, his company was losing money, and my family lent him millions without a second thought, never even mentioning an IOU or interest. Even biological brothers would not do more than that. Why would he do this? I remained silent. Lung Qingqiu was not really asking me. She simply could not wrap her head around it. But the human heart has always been this complex. The most precise machinery in the world, or the wisest of sages, cannot truly see through a person's hidden thoughts. The room fell silent for a while. Lung Qingqiu gritted her teeth. How could he dare? If he tampered with the water, was not he afraid of being caught afterward? She really could not understand how he could be so bold as to overtly target their food and drink. If anything happened to the Lung family, and the police came to investigate, would not they be able to trace it back to him very quickly? I shook my head, and flicked the water bottle in my hand with my finger. It can't be traced. I cruelly revealed the cold reality. If I am not mistaken, he used a foul water talisman. This kind of talisman takes effect the moment it touches water. It gathers murky aura, and disrupts a person's natural energy field. But it leaves absolutely no physical trace. Using scientific methods, those food testing tools, will find nothing at all. I explained it in simple terms as I usually do for lay people. It is just like the perfume example I gave you. Your own scent was perfectly normal and healthy. But once he made you drink water tainted by the foul water talisman, you started attracting negative energy into your body, which in turn makes bad things much more likely to happen. This method is far more covert than placing ominous objects in the house, or using your parents' birth charts to cast a curse. It is nearly impossible to detect. Think about your parents' car accident yesterday. Did not the police say their preliminary assessment was an accident? Well, I am telling you, the final result will definitely be an accident. My voice was calm and detached. This is a matter of probability. By consuming this water over a long period, the probability of your parents being unlucky was secretly heightened. Do you understand what that means? Leng Qingqiu's entire body shuddered, her expression turning to one of utter defeat. In other words, he spent so much effort to destroy our family, and we have no evidence at all. I placed the water bottle back on the table. Unless you take this as evidence to the police, do you think he would be sentenced? Leng Qingqiu clenched her fists with restrained fury, the veins on the back of her hands pulsing slightly. Does that mean we just have to let it go? I said nothing. Suddenly, Leng Qingqiu stood up from the sofa and moved to kneel before me. I raised a hand to stop her. Do not. Leng Qingqiu felt as if her knees, which were about to touch the floor, were blocked by a gentle force that felt like wind, yet also like water. Her legs refused to obey her, and she was forced to stand straight. She froze for a second, looking at me in disbelief. Is this Qigong? I had no intention of explaining it to her, simply waving my hand. Leng Qingqiu regained control of her limbs. I do not easily accept such grand gestures of gratitude. Please, sit down properly. Sit. Leng Qingqiu gritted her teeth, but she remained persistent. But I want to beg Mr. Zhang for help. Asked her, do you want to give him a taste of his own medicine? I shook my head slightly. I won't do that. Such things damage On's karmic merit. I'm already being watched by the heavens, and my lifespan is short as it is. Now that I am practicing cultivation, I do not know how many more years I can live. I will never touch something that involves actively harming others. Leng Qingqiu said hatefully. He could attack my family. Why can't I do the same to him? To be harmed by a villain, and not be allowed to retaliate. What kind of logic is that? I replied calmly. As you said, he did it to your family. That is your family's karma, not mine. Leng Qingqiu said dejectedly. You are right, Mr. Jiang offered to help, but he did not say he would help me harm someone. From her perspective, this was seeking revenge for her family. But from my perspective, it was an unprovoked attack on a stranger. Leng Qingqiu tried to argue. Convey. He must have paid someone to do this to us. I can pay as well. Is that not okay? I looked at her reddened eyes. She was almost on the verge of tears. Said, the person who took his money to harm others is an idiot, and I cannot be like that. Sometimes, villains are far less restricted by rules than ordinary people. Leng Qingqiu asked in despair. Then is there no way at all? Must I just watch him escape the law and live his life in freedom? My brow furrowed slightly as I tapped on the tabletop. There's own way, but it requires luck. Hearing that there was a way, Leng Qingqiu leaned forward impatiently. Mr. Zhang, as long as there is a way, I am willing to try anything. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She felt that if that man named Lu were standing before her right now, she could beat him half to death. Betrayal by an acquaintance is far harder to accept than an attack by a stranger, and it breeds far deeper hatred. Between strangers, one can say there is no connection, but between acquaintances, there was supposed to be friendship. So, I have a talisman of my own creation. Usually, it acts only as a defense when worn. However, if the wearer encounters danger caused by sorcery, it will launch a backlash attack based on that sorcery, and it will trace back along the lines of karma. I tilted my head, looking at Leng Qingqiu's expression, and summarized it concisely. You can think of it as reflecting the damage. Leng Qingqiu asked in surprise. Does such a thing as reflecting really exist in this world? She wanted to say that those were just words of comfort, but the words died on her lips. When she remembered she was sitting before a master of the metaphysical, she swallowed her doubt. When she was a child and argued with others, if she ran out of insults, she would just scream. I reflected back, but she knew that was just a psychological tactic for comfort, not something that actually worked. Of course it exists. I heard the unspoken words in her hesitation, and my face clouded with slight displeasure. You young people are truly strange. You believe in fate. You believe that sharing a picture of a koi fish brings good luck. You believe you have to hit yourself 3 times if you step on a manhole cover. Yet you do not believe in reflection. Leng Qingqiu, as a typical internet youth who fit all 3 of those criteria, was left speechless. Buddhism emphasizes the cycle of cause and effect. All things arise from causes and conditions, and all things cease when those conditions dissolve. This means nothing in the world exists in isolation. Everything has a relative connection and dependence. Taoism, on the other hand, emphasizes karmic retribution. The treatise on response and retribution, the greatest book on virtue, starts with the very first line. Misfortune and fortune have no gates. They are summoned only by oneself. The rewards of good and evil follow like a shadow. To explain it more simply, you reap what you sow. Plant a melon, get a melon. Plant a bean, get a bean. If you can't understand either of those, then in terms you might understand, it is like quantitative change leading to qualitative change. I pointed to the water on the table. Just like the method he used to harm your family. It was not a sudden, on-time blow, but a gradual accumulation over time, until his sinister goal was finally achieved. The function of this talisman of mine is to use reflection combined with karmic calculation, ensuring that the evil he has done can be swiftly settled. Lung Qingqiu began to understand the gist of it. Every bad thing he had done to her family would replay on him. It would not necessarily be the exact same event, but it would lead to a similar consequence. That is perfect, Lung Qingqiu said with great joy. So, how do we prepare the talisman now? I held up one finger. Take me to the antique street right now. We need to buy a specific type of yellow paper. I need to draw this talisman from scratch. Then I held up a second finger. Second, you must find a way to make that Mr. Lu strike again. Lung Qingqiu's heated brain finally snapped back to clarity. She had forgotten I mentioned this method required luck. Precisely because it relied on the opponent taking the initiative to cause harm. Now that he had just succeeded in his scheme, would he really act again so soon? Besides, Lung Qingqiu had no idea why Uncle Lu wanted to destroy her family in the first place. How could she guarantee he would make another move? She paced around the room in an anxious frenzy. What should I do? How am I supposed to make him target me? What kind of plan can I come up with to force his hand? Watching her spin made me dizzy. I rubbed my temples, thought, quit pacing. Otherwise, before he can get to you, you will have finished me off first. Let us head to the antique street first. We can discuss this on the way, alright? Lung Qingqiu composed herself and said, I will go get the car then. I was a regular at the antique street, but this was Lung Qingqiu's first visit. She had imagined that an antique street would be filled with mysterious, primitive-looking shops, enigmatic old masters, and ancient relics whose authenticity was hard to discern. But when we reached the entrance, she parked the car and looked out. It looked more like an alternative vegetable market. Stalls were spread out along both sides of the street, displaying a chaotic assortment of handicrafts. Owners sat on small folding stools, haggling loudly with buyers. Lung Qingqiu even checked her phone map in disbelief, tapping the GPS icon. Are we in the wrong place? Is not this supposed to be the antique street? I walked forward calmly. We are not lost. This is it. Lung Qingqiu followed behind me, glancing left and right. Is that so? It feels quite different from what I imagined. Seeing her look like a curious toddler, I stopped and pointed out a few shops for her. These few are relatively reliable. If you want to look around, go ahead. I am going to the shop at the very end to buy yellow paper. I will come find you once I am done. Lung Qingqiu felt a bit embarrassed. Do not you need me to come with you? I pointed out the obvious. There is not much you could do there anyway. Fair enough. Lung Qingqiu replied, her mood dipping slightly. I thought letting her wander around might help clear her mind. But I never expected that when I finished my errand and found her, she would be in the middle of a heated argument. The shop was named Kylan Pavilion. The decor was quite sophisticated, with a money tree plant placed right by the entrance. As I pushed the door open, I heard the woman standing opposite Lung Qingqiu sneering. College students should just stay in school and study. Do not come out here and make a fool of yourself. What do you even know about authentic antiques? Lung Qingqiu's face was flushed with anger. Just because I do not know, does not mean I can't ask, right? The woman opposite her laughed, clinging to a man's arm. You ask, but are you going to buy? Is the allowance your dad gives you even enough for antiques? She clearly did not know about the accident, or that Lung Qingqiu's father was currently in a hospital bed. The question poked right at Lung Qingqiu's wound. She snapped back furiously. Yang Li, do not push people too far. I raised an eyebrow. From the sound of it, these two were old acquaintances. Yang Li looked at her with disdain, preparing to throw a few more insults, when a clear male voice came from the doorway. What is the argument about? What exactly here is unaffordable? The group froze, all turning to look at once. Yang Li's eyes lit up, subtly pushing away the arm of the man she was holding. The man shot me a glaring look. Lung Qingqiu looked rather awkward when she saw me. She had said she would just look around, only for me to catch her fighting with someone. Mr. Zhang, I'm so sorry, let us just leave. Wait a minute. Yang Li was not about to let it go. She stepped in my way. Are not you going to introduce us? Which family does this handsome guy belong to? You should bring him out for dinner sometime. She saw my refined aura, and guessed I must be a young master from a prominent family. My gaze was cold and unfriendly. None of your business. How is it not my business? Yang Li picked up an object from the counter flirtatiously, blowing off some dust. Tell you what, introduce this guy to me, and I will let you have a good look at these 5 emperor coins. Leng Qingqiu huffed. I do not care about those coins. I suddenly asked. The ones in your hand. Yang Li was taken aback for a moment. Oh, Handsome is interested too. Well, that is great. I actually reserved these from the boss. These are... I interrupted her words nonchalantly. Inside Kylan Pavilion, it was like a movie hitting the pause button. The scene froze instantly. Leng Qingqiu was just about to speak, but her words got stuck. Yang Li's endless stream of boasting came to a screeching halt. The shop owner, who had been wiping items behind the counter and staying out of the fray, frowned and looked up at me. The boy next to Yang Li burst out laughing maliciously. Do you even know the rules? Calling something fake in an antique shop without even looking. What? Do you have X-ray vision? Own glance from across the room and you know it is a fraud. Yang Li was not happy either. No Own likes being told they just bought the counterfeit item. However, she was generally more tolerant of handsome men. So she did not start cursing. She just said with a darkened face, young man, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you want. If you claim it is fake, can you actually explain why? Asked, have you paid yet? The owner looked at me. Yang has already purchased them. Antique shops usually have rules. The boss won't tell you if an item is real or fake. Buyers must judge for themselves and make their own offers. If the price is right, the deal is done. Once the transaction is over, the deal is final. As for whether the item is genuine, the buyer bears the cost. Yang Li had her eye on them 2 days ago, but she was short on cash then. Today, she had begged her companion to buy them. The items were officially hers now. Leng Qingqiu had only glanced at them a few times upon entering, which was enough for Yang Li to start her sarcastic remarks. I walked up to the counter, picked up the 5 emperor coins and examined them. The reason I could tell they were fake without a close look was naturally because I could perceive the energy field surrounding the objects, but others could not see that, so I could not use that as an explanation. After a few glances, I knew exactly what I was dealing with. The is well made, but fake is fake. It won't become real. I did not want to pick a fight with you, but you just won't stop, will you? Yang Li straightened up, glaring at me. I have probably seen more 5 emperor sets than you have had hot meals. You think you know more than me? Exactly. The boy beside her chimed in. Sister Yang is an expert in the antique circle. Some people should stop lying through their teeth. Pretending to be an expert is just embarrassing. Leng Qingqiu really did not understand. She asked me a bit sheepishly, what does patina mean? She heard people use the term often, but did not know the specific definition. I gave her the scientific explanation. It is an oxidation film. Leng Qingqiu suddenly understood. I continued, strictly speaking, 5 emperor coins are actually divided into the Great 5 and the Small 5. The Great 5 refers to the Ban Liang of the Qin dynasty, the Wu Zhu of the Han dynasty, the Kaiyuan Tongbao of the Tang dynasty, the Songyuan Tongbao of the Song, and the Yongle Tongbao of the Ming. You should have learned this in high school history, right? Qin Shi Huang unified the 6 kingdoms, standardizing weights, measures, and currency. The round outside, square inside design was established then. Needless to say, Qin Shi Huang was the emperor of the ages, with monumental achievements. The other 4, Emperor Wu of Han, Lu Che, Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimin, Emperor Taizu of Song, Zhao Kuangyin, and Emperor Qingzu of Ming, Zhu Di, were all legendary monarchs whose names live on through history. Leng Qingqiu listened intently. And the Small 5? They refer to 5 emperors from the more recent Qing dynasty, Shunji Tongbao, Kanshidongba, Qianlong Tongbao, and Jiaqing Tongbao. These 5 emperors reigned for a total of 180 years, during which the nation was powerful and prosperous, often referred to as the prosperous age of Kangqian. Nowadays, when people say 5 emperor coins, they usually mean these. Furthermore, these 5 emperors correspond exactly to the 5 elements, water, metal, and fire, embodying the essence of yin and yang. The coins absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the dragon energy of monarchs, and the vibrant energy of a prosperous human world. So they are very common dharma tools among the people, used to attract wealth, bring fortune, and ward off evil spirits. As Yang Li heard me recount the history so fluently, a bad feeling started to sink in. How does this kid sound like such a seasoned pro? He said these coins are fake. He could not be serious, could he? Yang Li could not help but glance at the shop owner, then remembered the rules of the trade. She could not back out now. The boy beside her could not sit still. Even if you know all that, you still can't just call them fake. You need evidence when you speak. Huh, where's your evidence? Evidence. I glanced at him. Distinguishing real 5 emperor coins involves checking the luster, measuring the thickness, and listening to the sound. I assume that is how you checked them. The boy was only there to accompany Yang Li. What did he know? He quickly nudged her. Yang Li's sense of unease grew stronger. That is right. Is there a problem with checking them that way? There is nothing wrong with checking them like that, I said slowly. But did you look closely at the characters? The characters? Which characters? Yang Li held the coins up to her eyes, half doubting, squinting so hard she almost went cross-eyed. The script on these coins looks perfectly fine, but give her a magnifying glass. I offered a kind reminder. Otherwise, she will never be able to see which stroke of the character is crooked. Yang Li nearly jumped. Which stroke is crooked? Impossible. The script on the 5 emperor coins is perfectly straight. It is very neatly written. As you said, the characters on the 5 emperor coins should be bold and powerful, but the ones you have are not genuine. Without waiting for Yang Li to argue back, I had already pressed my fingertip onto one of the coins, pointing to the character Yong in Yongjing Tongbao. I heard Emperor Yongjing chose the name Yongjing precisely because people claimed his accession was unjust. Therefore, he wanted to declare to posterity that his position was rightfully earned, and that he ruled with integrity. If he saw his own title written so crookedly, he would probably crawl out of the Western Qing tombs tonight to find you. The boss handed the magnifying glass to Yang Li. She peered closely at the spot I indicated, and sure enough, she found a single stroke that was slightly off. She was utterly devastated. How is this possible? The 5 emperor set I carefully selected, costing hundreds of thousands. How could the problem be right here? And who exactly was this young man? Something an ordinary person needed a magnifying glass to see. He had identified as a fake from across the room the moment he walked in. Adding fuel to the fire, I said to Leng Qingqiu, see that? This imitation is clever, but it is only worth about 80 to 100 bucks. You can definitely afford that. This was a direct jab at Yang Li's earlier comment about Leng Qingqiu not being able to afford anything. Leng Qingqiu let out a short laugh. Yang Li was speechless this time. Her face flushed red, then turned green, then blue, and finally pale. Eventually, she snatched up the coins, shot a venomous glare at Leng Qingqiu, and dragged her companion away. Now that they were gone, there was no reason for Leng Qingqiu and me to stay. Just as we were about to leave, the owner of Kailan Pavilion called out tentatively. I asked, "Are you Master Jean? Master Jean?" Hearing this, Leng Qingqiu moved to deny it for me. His surname is, but I stopped in my tracks and turned back to answer. In the circle, they call me Master Jean. I did not expect you to know that name, boss. Forgive the intrusion. The boss had only asked on a whim, not holding much hope. When I actually admitted it, he was instantly struck with amazement. He, who had remained calm and detached throughout the drama, immediately rushed to grab a tea set. It is the honor of a lifetime to actually cross paths with you, Master Jean. Please have a seat. I wondered why I heard magpies chirping when I stepped out this morning. It turns out it was an omen of your arrival. Senior figures in the antique world all knew there was a Master Jean with an incredibly sharp eye. His appraisals were never wrong, and he was said to possess supernatural abilities. Objects that required others to use various tools for inspection could be identified the moment they touched his hand. This Master Jean was notoriously busy, rarely performing appraisals for others, and never participating in circle events. Only a few highly respected masters had ever met him. Regarding Master Jin's appearance, the rumors were all over the place. Some said he was a white-haired old man. Others said he was a refined and scholarly professor. Still others claimed he was a middle-aged man who went shirtless while waving a cattail fan. The least believable rumor was that Master Jean was an exceptionally young and handsome man. That last rumor was the least circulated, and very few people believed it. However, the owner of Kailan Pavilion had his connections. He had heard someone mention that the most unbelievable rumor was actually the truth. While I was talking to Yang Li earlier, he noticed my aura was unlike that of an ordinary person, and since I matched the young and handsome description, while seeing through a fake at a glance, he immediately thought of the legendary Master Jean. To have Master Jean grace my humble shop truly brings light to this place. The boss hurried to boil water for tea. Please sit down. I never thought I would be lucky enough to meet you. I do not have much prepared, but this is a new tea from this year. Please, give it a try. Wait. I reached out to stop him, and looked at Leng Qingqiu. I am accompanying someone to buy things today. She has urgent matters at home, so I won't trouble you any further. The boss did not want to miss this chance to befriend Master Jean. He asked hastily, is the urgent matter a search for a Dharma tool? What kind do you need? Perhaps I have something suitable in my shop. I smiled slightly. I appreciate the kindness, boss, but we did not come here today for a Dharma tool. We just visited Pinyin Pavilion. Pinyin Pavilion was at the end of the street, selling yellow paper and incense. The boss understood immediately. It was either something related to feng shui. He had not expected me to be knowledgeable in that as well. He said hesitantly, you are an expert in that too. Would you mind taking a look at my place another day? I scanned the shop, with a half smile. But with a shop name as auspicious as this, there is no need for me to look, is there? The boss froze, his voice dropping low. You even saw through that? Standing beside us, Leng Qingqiu listened to our exchange, feeling like we were speaking in riddles. She was completely confused. Look at what did you see through? Terrified that I would speak out loud. The boss quickly laughed it off. It is nothing at all. He gave me a pleading look. This is my livelihood. Master Jean, please show some mercy. Do not tell anyone. Otherwise, if a competitor breaks the formation, I will be ruined. LF. The work of a famous master is not that easy to break. But do not worry. I won't explain the details to anyone else. The boss let out a long sigh of relief. Seeing that Leng Qingqiu was clearly an outsider who understood nothing, he did not want to say too much. He said politely, Master Jean, since you are busy, I won't keep you. Please stop by the shop whenever you are free. Let me treat you to some fine tea. He personally escorted us to the door, waiting until we were far away before returning to his shop. Leng Qingqiu had not understood a single word. However, what she was most curious about was, why did he call you Master Jean? Is not your surname Jiang? Walking ahead of her, I smiled. Do not you use a nickname when you play games or go online? Leng Qingqiu found that reasonable. Which young person nowadays did not have an alias? One of her roommates even had a social media handle called Mere 3 Strands. But he seemed incredibly respectful toward you. I am just slightly famous in that circle, that is all. I stood by the car and signaled for Leng Qingqiu to open the door. It is like a game leaderboard. The people at the top always seem to have a halo around them. If those top players rarely show their faces, it adds another layer of mystery. Leng Qingqiu knew nothing of the antique world, nor did she know what slightly famous actually meant in my case. She took my word for it and believed me, so that is how it is. She spoke while opening the passenger door, inviting me to get in, but she found that I had already opened the back door and was stepping inside. Leng Qingqiu said tactfully, Mr. Zhang, I am the one driving. If she was driving, and I was in the back seat, would not that make her look like my chauffeur? I realized my mistake and pulled my leg back, moving to the front. Sorry about that. I am just used to sitting in the back when my driver is at the wheel. Leng Qingqiu closed the door for me, then returned to the driver's seat. After starting the car, she asked, are we going back to my house? Or somewhere else? To Bitao Garden. I replied. Ah, is not that the famous 10,000 gold district? Leng Qingqiu asked in surprise. I do not think I have heard of that. What district? The 10,000 gold district. That is right. Leng Qingqiu set the navigation. The housing prices in that villa area are 10,000 times more expensive than gold. So everyone jokes that it is the 10,000 gold district. Are we going there to handle some business? To consecrate the talisman. Leng Qingqiu scratched her head. Are there any temples in Bitao Garden? I have not heard of any. By the way, what was the antique shop owner talking about earlier? The part about seeing through something, Leng Qingqiu continued. Leng Qingqiu continued to ask. I explained. Pinyin Pavilion is quite famous. When he heard I went there to buy things, he guessed I was knowledgeable about feng shui, so he asked if I could take a look at his place. After a pause, I continued. He had someone set up a feng shui formation in his shop. I just told him he did not need a consultation. He was afraid I would expose the setup, so he asked me not to tell anyone. As I reached this point, I stopped there. I did not mention exactly what kind of formation was in the shop. Leng Qingqiu was tactful enough not to pry further. If the Kylin Pavilion owner said that, he definitely did not want outsiders to know. Even though I did not think it was a big deal, I was willing to keep the secret for him. That owner had just stumbled into luck. He had no idea how much I actually knew. Asking me for help was really just an attempt to get closer to me. He never expected that I truly knew my stuff, and had seen through it at a single glance. The feng shui formation in his shop was a true treasure. He had paid a fortune to have it installed. It absolutely could not be sabotaged. Fortunately, Master Jean had a solid reputation and was very reliable. Since I said I would not tell anyone, I would certainly keep my word. Before we left, Lung Qingqiu and I had not decided how to make Uncle Lu act against her family again. Now on the way back, Lung Qingqiu remembered this and became anxious once more. How can we get him to make a move? Said, "You're just a young girl. What kind of grudge could he have against you to target you? That seems a bit difficult, but what if he targets your father instead?" That Mr. Lu, the family friend, only had a standard relationship with Lung Qingqiu as an elder. His attacks were primarily aimed at the head of the Lung family. He likely did not have a personal grudge against Lung Qingqiu herself. So why would he target her? If we wanted Uncle Lu to go after Lung Qingqiu, the chances were too low. We had to find a way to draw out his original target and provoke him to strike again. Who did he hate? Was it Lung Qingqiu's father or her mother? Could be both. But the only one currently surviving was Lung Qingqiu's father. My dad. Lung Qingqiu instinctively rejected the idea. My dad is already in a coma at the hospital because of him. I continued. If he knows your family is already miserable enough, he probably won't act again. We need to make him feel it is not miserable enough. Only then can we lure him out. Lung Qingqiu hesitated, but he visited the hospital last night. He knows the injuries are severe. Then call him today. Tell him your father has regained consciousness, and that the injuries are not as severe as they thought. Will he believe it? Whether he believes it or not, you have to try. I countered, unless you have a better idea. Lung Qingqiu fell silent. She truly did not. I softened my voice. Once we are ready, we will know for sure. You do not need to worry about him actually harming your father again. I will be on site to monitor the situation at all times. Lung Qingqiu gritted her teeth. I will do as you say, Mr. Zhang. The car drove to the entrance of Bitao Garden. The license plate was unfamiliar. I rolled down the window. The guard had a deep impression of my face and quickly cleared us to pass. Lung Qingqiu asked in surprise, "Are you an owner here?" I thought for a moment and replied indifferently, "Technically this." Lung Qingqiu marveled. "I can't believe the Wang family bought a house here. Is not it said that you can't buy a villa in this area even with money?" I said flatly, "It has nothing to do with the Wang family. I was only staying with them temporarily." Lung Qingqiu wanted to ask, "Are not you the eldest young master of the Wang family?" But seeing my lukewarm attitude when mentioning them, she kept the question to herself. She recalled the grand scene of my brilliant appearance at Wang Ting's engagement banquet yesterday, and wanting to cheer me up. Speaking of the Wang family, there is something quite amusing. At the banquet yesterday, before you arrived, a bunch of reckless people were making a scene, but after you showed up, they were all dumbstruck. Their reactions were hilarious, but I simply asked, what were they making a scene about? Lung Qingqiu chuckled nervously and said vaguely, just saying that since you came from a mountain village, you would not be good looking or know anything about etiquette, fearing it would be embarrassing for me to hear. Lung Qingqiu intentionally omitted the harsher words. She summarized the situation briefly, focusing only on how stunned they were by my appearance, and how satisfying it was to see them proven wrong. There were not many of them, but afterward, they were all green with regret. It was truly vindicating. I let out a short laugh after listening. Fortunately, there were not many. Otherwise, I would think the second-generation circles in the capital were doomed. Lung Qingqiu froze. I continued, yesterday because it was me, the things they said vanished into thin air, like a harmless joke, leaving no trace. But what if it were someone else? What if it was not me, but someone else, who was switched at birth, grew up in a mountain village, was not particularly attractive, and did not know their so-called noble etiquette? Would they deserve to be ridiculed? Because an ordinary person is not good-looking, because they do not understand pretentious formalities, because their lifestyle is not refined enough, or because they have not had a smooth life like those people, they should be despised. In my view, they are far inferior to those born in mountain villages. At least those villagers witness the realities of the world from a young age. They have empathy, and they understand compassion. Standing there, they are upright and true human beings. But these so-called elite upper-class types, just because they were born into the right families, consider themselves superior. If this is the common habit of the second generation, then I would say their family's downfall is not far off. My tone was not aggressive. In fact, I spoke rather slowly, but every word was like a sharp dagger, stabbing into that arrogant and narrow-minded world. Lung Qingqiu suddenly found herself speechless. She had not joined in on the mockery, but she had not seen much wrong with their behavior either. Born and raised in this circle, she had always been a part of it, a beneficiary of these interests. Certain perceptions had long been ingrained in her. But look at me. I had not actually suffered any loss. In fact, I had every right to be smug, since I was the victor of that silent battle yesterday. Yet why was not I arrogant because of my rising status? And why was not I intimidated by crossing social classes? I did not feel inferior because I once grew up in the countryside, nor was I lightheaded because I had suddenly become a wealthy young master. I was so clear-headed and calm, pointing directly at the rot of this circle. Lung Qingqiu gripped the steering wheel tighter. A complex mix of emotions rose deep within her. Perhaps it was shame, or perhaps it was confusion. She could not quite tell. She just felt that her life over the years had been a muddle. Even though she was older than Jiang Heng, she lacked any real self-awareness or independent thought. She lived in the lap of luxury, arrogant and naive, like a frog at the bottom of a well, seeing only that tiny patch of sky above. Whatever the people around her said, she believed. However, now her mother was dead. Her father was lying in a hospital bed. The culprit was still at large, and she was at her wit's end. If she had not met me, she might have remained oblivious until death. We're here. My voice broke her train of thought. Wait for me in the car. I will be out in a moment. Lung Qingqiu gave an affirmative nod. As she looked toward the courtyard, she took a closer look and discovered that this was actually the central prime spot of Bitao Garden. Is not Bitao Garden a property developed by the Xie family? What exactly is Jiang Heng's background? Not only did he get a house here, but he lives in the C position. On the other side, after getting out of the car, I carried my bag straight toward the main courtyard. In the garden, I ran into Butler Yang. I greeted him. Uncle Yang, is Rian in? Butler Yang smiled. She is reading in the parlor. So I turned toward the parlor. As I pushed the door open, Xie Rian heard the noise and glanced back. Did you skip class? I nodded and told Xie Rian about the Lung family situation. After listening, Xie Rian asked, for you to come back midway, there must be something specific. Is there anything I can help with? I smiled. I love how straightforward you are. I took out the yellow paper, made a talisman on the spot, folded it and handed it to her. Nothing major. I just need you to hold this for 5 minutes. Xie Rian was absent-minded and accidentally grasped my fingers. Feeling her grip, I immediately withdrew my hand. Holding the talisman in place, she said embarrassedly, I was daydreaming just now. It is rare to see you in a daze. What were you thinking about? Xie Rian thought to herself. Ever since she met me, she was always in a daze. Earlier when she heard me say, I love how straightforward you are. For some reason, because of the first part, I love you, her head had spun for a few seconds. She could not help herself. Her hand had reached for the wrong spot. Xie Rian made up a random excuse. I was thinking about that Uncle Lu you mentioned. I wonder where he found such a sinister method. Could it be related to the Xie family situation? You suspect the person your uncle hired to harm you is related to the Lung family's incident. Xie Rian shook her head. The techniques seem different. It does not look like the same person. I smiled. That is good. You have not encountered anything strange lately, have you? She smiled back. Do not worry. Nothing. Even if someone did target me, it would be their bad luck. The situation with my uncle involves a lot of factors, so it needs to be handled slowly. We have not dug out exactly who he is working with yet. I will let you know when we find them. I nodded. Seeing that enough time had passed, I took the talisman back. I looked at it and saw a faint, mist-like purple glow imprinted on the yellow paper. Satisfied, I put it in my bag. Once the Lung family's issue is resolved, I will have Lung Qingqiu pay me, and I will give you half. Xie Rian laughed. Then I will just wait to collect the money. Should not you say you do not need it, and tell me to keep it all? She said in a low voice. If you give it, want it. I did not catch anything unusual in her tone, and continued joking with her. Are you always this generous, or have you just never taken money from anyone before? She simply smiled. As I stepped out of the room, took 2 steps back, I turned and added, by the way, I am coming back for dinner tonight. Remember to save some food for me. Without waiting for her response, I walked away, leaving her sitting silently with her book. Her gaze was fixed on the doorway, as if she could stare a hole through the threshold. After a long while, she finally broke into a faint smile. I returned to the car, to find Lung Qingqiu with bloodshot eyes, filled with visible veins, and a terrible complexion. I frowned and asked, what is wrong? Lung Qingqiu said through gritted teeth, that man Lu just called me. Pretending to care, he asked about the situation, and said he wanted to visit the hospital in person. I refused him. I said, He was not pretending to care. He was uneasy. It seems he truly hates your father, even after all this. He still needs to see it with his own eyes. Lung Qingqiu finally realized this, making her tremble with even more rage. She slammed her fist onto the steering wheel. D***it. I really do not understand. My dad treated him so well. I said calmly, you can ask him that yourself when the time comes. She fastened her seatbelt and composed her emotions. We are going to the hospital now. Once we arrive, you call him. The two of us had been running around all day. By the time we reached the hospital, it was already afternoon. Just as we entered her father's ward, my phone rang. I glanced at it. It was actually a call from Xie. Xie low voice came through the receiver. I forgot to ask you just now. Did you skip lunch? Feeling as if I would been caught red-handed, I said softly, I'm not hungry yet. I will eat later. Xie thought for a moment. You have already reached the hospital, right? Then it would not be very convenient. I will eat when I get back tonight. I thought she had tacitly agreed, so I put the matter out of my mind and began taking out the talismans. Take this and dissolve it in water. Find a way to feed it to your father. Lung Qingqiu's father lay on the bed, his entire aura looking murky and ominous. After Lung Qingqiu followed my instructions, she saw his complexion visibly improve. I handed her another talisman. Place this over his heart. The heart is on the left. Where are you putting it? Lung Qingqiu quickly moved her hand from right to left, awkward and a bit nervous. I comforted her. Do not be nervous. Nothing will go wrong. Lung Qingqiu watched me, unsure what gestures I was making in midair. Then I lit a stick of incense and placed it by her father's head. The incense stood burning on its own, without any support. She was deeply shocked. How did you do that? I brushed it off casually. Anti-gravity manipulation. Lung Qingqiu was stunned for a moment. It can actually be explained by science. I said calmly, call that Uncle Lu now. Tell him your father has woken up. If he wants to visit, tell him your father still needs 2 days of quiet rest. Tell him to come back in 2 days. Lung Qingqiu suppressed her hatred, trying her best to sound calm on the phone. The doctor said it was just a shock. It is actually not that serious. It is a good chance for him to recover. Let us forget about today. Uncle Lu, you visited last night. It must have been exhausting. Besides, my dad needs 2 days of peace. Please come the day after tomorrow if you are free. Thank you, Uncle Lu. After hanging up, Lung Qingqiu's face turned ashen. She let out a long breath. What a scumbag. I pulled up a chair and sat down. But all we need to do now is wait. I pointed to the incense by her father's head. When the smoke becomes chaotic, it proves the opponent has made their move. Recalling my earlier phone call about dinner, Lung Qingqiu said apologetically, you have been with me all day, on an empty stomach. I'm truly sorry. What would you like to eat? I will order takeout, or send someone to pick it up. Before I could finish, a knock sounded at the door. Lung Qingqiu went to open it. The person at the door asked, does Mr. Zhang here? I have 2 orders of soup for delivery. At the same time, my phone buzzed. Xie had sent a message. If it is inconvenient to have a full meal, drink some hot soup to warm your stomach. I ordered 2. Do not feel bad about eating in front of her. I froze for a moment, then shook my head with a smile. Bring it in. It is dinner for both of us. Lung Qingqiu brought in 2 carefully packed thermal flasks, asking curiously, which friend prepared this? So thoughtful, I said with a smile. It is my sister. A question mark flashed through Lung Qingqiu's mind. Are not you an only son? Where did a sister come from? I had no intention of explaining. I just handed own flask to Lung Qingqiu, and took the other for myself, slowly sipping the soup. By the time we finished the soup, less than 1/5 of the incense had burned. Though Lung Qingqiu had never burned incense before, she knew the speed was not quite right. How long can this incense last? I glanced at it, estimating, probably about 4 more hours. What if the incense burns out, and Lu has not made a move yet? I looked at her strangely. What kind of question is that? But based on what you said, he seems to harbor quite a grudge against your father. I doubt we will have to wait long. Lung Qingqiu's heart was in turmoil. She did not know if she wanted the incense to burn faster or slower. After a frantic day and night, she finally grew quiet, only then feeling a sense of helplessness. She slumped her head, running her hands through her hair, sinking into silence. Since I revealed the truth about the water earlier that morning, or since she heard about the accident last night, her mind understood the facts, but her heart had not caught up. Her thoughts were still stuck on the previous weekend. Her mother had suggested a family trip for winter break. Uncle Lu had given her a skincare set this year. Her father had said, when you get married and have kids, We can be neighbors with Uncle Lu's grandson. But in the blink of an eye, Uncle Lu was a villain. Uncle Lu wanted to kill her whole family. She had not truly processed it yet. It felt as if a thick fog had risen over her life. She was walking through it, love and hate separated by a layer of confusion. Suddenly, I whispered, "It is starting." Lung Qingqiu looked up blankly, following my gaze. She saw the incense before the bed. The single, thin wisp of smoke had been drifting lazily, but now it was shaking violently, as if something were wrestling with it. Lung Qingqiu watched with trepidation, fearing it would snap, but her fear did not materialize. After the shaking stopped, a flash of red light appeared. A spark erupted from the tip, and then it went out with a poof. I looked up and said, "Sweep away the paper on Mr. Lung's heart." Lung Qingqiu wondered why I used the word sweep. She pulled back the blanket and found that the talisman paper had turned into a pile of ash. She froze for a moment, carefully gathered the ash in her palm, and poured it into the trash can. Said, "Call that Uncle Lu. Tell him your father's condition is critical again. Tell him to get to the hospital immediately. Do not you want to know why he wants to kill your family? Better to ask him to his face." Lung Qingqiu picked up her phone and made the call. He indeed promised to arrive right away. I sat with one leg crossed over the other, propping my chin on my hand. This somewhat casual posture somehow looked leisure and elegant on me. I looked at Lung Qingqiu and asked, "Why do you look so dazed?" Lung Qingqiu said hesitantly, "I feel like my life has suddenly become surreal." I glanced at her, thinking her reaction was not quite right, but I had not felt the opponent using any strange talismans just now. Had I missed something? I pulled the remaining yellow paper from my bag, wrote a cleansing talisman, and handed it to her. "If you feel unwell later, come find me again." Lung Qingqiu took it solemnly and put it away. She truly felt her mind clear up instantly. When Uncle Lu arrived, I was the one who opened the door. Seeing me, he was taken aback. I stepped aside, making a gesture for him to enter. "Please come in, Uncle Lu." He felt a surge of unease. As soon as he entered, he saw Lung Qingqiu's father, who was supposed to be in emergency care, lying on the bed, while the anxious Lung Qingqiu stood there, staring at him coldly. The thud came from behind. He looked back to see that I had closed and locked the door. He forced a smile and said, "Chacho, what is all this? And who is this gentleman?" Lung Qingqiu sneered. "What are we doing? Do not you know?" He kept up the facade and said, "Chacho, I do not understand what you mean. Did not you say old Lung was in emergency surgery? How can you joke about such things?" I was worried. Lung Qingqiu approached him step by step. "What were you worried about?" "Worried that our family was not dead enough." His face changed drastically. He backed away. "I have no idea what you are talking about," I said lazily. "If you back up any further, you will run into me." He instinctively looked back. In that split second, Lung Qingqiu was already in front of him, grabbing him by the collar, still acting. The veins on her forehead pulsed. Her teeth were chattering with rage. "Let me ask you, who sent the water we use at home? Was it you?" "I know everything. Do not even try to lie. My grandfather was neighbors with your father. My dad grew up with you, brothers for decades. My dad always said you were his best friend for life. And this is how you treat him. How did my family ever wrong you? When your wife was sick 2 years ago, my dad spent every day with her, neglecting even my mom and me. Your business could not grow for years, and my dad looked after you at every turn, promoting you, never forgetting you. When your legs were bad, whenever my family found a remedy, they kept an eye out for you." Lung Qingqiu interrogated him repeatedly, consuming by fury. Her voice grew louder, finally becoming hoarse and shrill. "You heartless beast. Look me in the eye and tell me today, where did the Lung family fail you, to make you plot so meticulously to destroy us?" He was initially timid, but as her accusations became more intense, his expression gradually hardened. He seemed to finally lose his patience. He violently pushed Lung Qingqiu away, and said coldly, "Have you screamed enough?" His whole body was tense, as if he were suppressing a deep-seated rage. "Lung Qingqiu, you call me heartless. Is your father not heartless too? You do not know *T. He squinted at her father on the bed, saying with malicious delight, "Karmic justice truly exists. Now it is his turn to lie in a hospital bed. The suffering I have endured for decades, I have finally paid it back to him." "You are talking nonsense," Lung Qingqiu shouted. He sneered, patting his crippled right leg. "Your dad never told you how I got this injury, did he?" "Of course he did not dare tell you." Lung Qingqiu froze in place. Her father had indeed never mentioned how Uncle Lu's leg injury had occurred. He only said that some accident had happened when they were children. Could there really be another story behind it? Uncle Lu said coldly. When I was 7 years old, I was playing on the street with your father. A neighbor's kid suggested playing hide and seek. After a few rounds, it was supposed to be your father's turn to be, but he cheated and refused to do it. Since I was his best friend, I offered to take his place. Uncle Lu recounted the old memory with a hollow expression. They covered my eyes with a black cloth, and then they all went into hiding. I felt my way along the path, unaware that I had wandered onto the main road. The car drove by and crushed my lower leg. From that day on, I became a cripple, and this tragedy was never meant to be mine. I suffered in someone else's stead. This was a burden the Lung family should have carried. Uncle Lu stared intensely at Lung Qingqiu, sneering with malice. What did I do? I merely allowed what should have happened decades ago to finally take place. Years ago, your father should have died under those wheels. Now he has lived for decades, and his daughter is all grown up. What reason does he have left to live? Your family owes me this. You are full of sh*t. Lung Qingqiu trembled with pure rage. I am full of sh*t. Uncle Lu gave a cold laugh. You're right, that was my fate. But let me tell you, your whole family dying out, that is the fate of the Lung family. He began to clap and cheer with pure venom. I have truly had enough of your family's patronizing act all these years. Your father called me a brother, yet he never partnered with my company. Treating me well was just a constant reminder that I was inferior to him in every way. Every time he did me a small favor, I had to act like a servant, buying this and that, running to your house to show my gratitude. Your family just loved seeing me bow and scrape, did not you? Stop pretending to be saints. He spoke with utter disdain. All these years claiming to be my brother, but in your hearts, I was nothing but a beggar. Thinking of what he had done before coming to the hospital, he laughed with savage satisfaction. It is all fate. From this moment on, my destiny has changed, while the Lung family's luck has run dry. He turned, intending to continue his tirade at Lung Qingqiu, but his peripheral vision caught a pair of eyes watching him silently. His entire body locked up, frozen in shock right where he stood. Father Lung lay there peacefully on the hospital bed, silently observing the farce unfolding in the room. Own was his biological daughter, the other was his lifelong friend. Every word these two had just spoken had fallen directly into his ears. Lung Qingqiu finally noticed her father was awake. With reddened eyes, she rushed toward him. Father Lung spoke with grandfatherly affection. How old are you now? Why are you still crying? You will make a fool of yourself. Quickly now. None of that. Lung Qingqiu replied with a sob. I won't cry. Father Lung wanted to pat her shoulder, but his body still lacked the strength. He could only shift his gaze toward his childhood friend, who stood frozen as if paralyzed. Uljan. Uncle Lu's entire body jolted. Father Lung sighed. I heard everything you just said. I never imagined you harbored so many thoughts all these years. It seems I did not know you well enough. Uncle Lu's lips trembled slightly, as if he wanted to speak, but no sound came out. Father Lung continued. Regarding what happened when we were kids, I truly failed you back then. It is only natural that you resent me, but I thought you had let it go by now. If you wanted some form of compensation, you could have told me sooner. Like you said, my daughter is already grown. There is nothing I can't let go of. If you want me to suffer the same injuries you did, so be it. If you want me to go to hell with you, that is fine too. I have nothing to lose. Lung Qingqiu could not help but shout. What are you saying? What on earth are you saying? Father Lung ignored her, keeping his eyes fixed on Uncle Lu. I have had many friends in my life, but only own soul brother, my best friend, was always you. To put it sentimentally, at my age, aside from my wife and child, all I have left are my brothers. Uncle Lu roared back. I do not believe you. His chest heaved violently. If you really thought that, why did you do business with this person, and that person for all these years, yet never directly partnered with me? Were not you just afraid I would cling to your success? I listened, my brow furrowing. Father Lung spoke wearily. So, that is what you thought. He then explained. Because those I can do business with directly are just ordinary friends, a true soul brother. I could not bear to taint that with personal gain. You have drifted through the business world for so many years. Have you ever seen a pair of brothers who partnered for long, whose relationship stayed intact? The deals I brokered for you over the years, did they not earn you more than a direct partnership would have? Father Lung closed his eyes and sighed. Forget it. Man proposes, God disposes. I foolishly thought we would never let material interests drive us to this point. I never expected That profit would ultimately lead us to this end. Uncle Lou looked as if he had been struck by a heavy blow. He stumbled back a few steps, suddenly unable to even stand, and collapsed to the floor. I watched coldly from the sidelines. I found this Uncle Lou quite interesting. Before Father Lung woke up, he acted invincible, as if the whole world owed him something. But the moment Father Lung woke, his momentum crumbled instantly. It was as if his heart knew he had wronged Father Lung, and he did not even dare to make an excuse. He was merciless when he plotted against others, clearly aiming for a life. Yet now, facing a confrontation, he could only retreat, his guilt impossible to hide. It was truly quite peculiar. How can human emotions be so complex? Father Leng no longer wished to face Uncle Lu. He said to Lung Qingqiu, "Let him go. From now on, pretend he does not exist." Lung Qingqiu was unwilling. She desperately wanted to give Uncle Lu a beating, but she did not dare defy her father's wishes. She could only glare at Uncle Lu and snap viciously, "Get lost already." I smiled faintly and said, "I see Mr. Lu is not feeling well. Why do not I see him out?" Lung Qingqiu looked at me in surprise, unsure of what I intended to do. I opened the hospital room door. "After you, Mr. Lu." Uncle Lu scrambled up from the ground. He seemed to want to look back at Father Lung on the bed, but he hesitated, ultimately did not turn around, and walked straight out. I followed behind him, closing the hospital door firmly. With a flick of my arm, I traced an arc in the air. "Now we can talk." Uncle Lu looked at me with suspicion and uncertainty, intuiting that there was something strange about me. "For you, I have nothing to say to you." He turned to leave, but abruptly slammed into an invisible barrier. It felt as if a rubber sheet had appeared in the air, though there was clearly nothing in front of him. He clutched his forehead in shock. Once he realized what was happening, the hair on his arms stood on end. He stared at me warily. "You're a practitioner of the mystic arts." I let out a soft laugh. "Quick reaction. It seems you have met other mystics before." Uncle Lu denied it hastily. "I have not." "Then where did your polluted water talisman come from?" "One. I just picked it up by chance. I was just trying it out for fun." Uncle Lu argued desperately. I shook my head. "You are quite stubborn. Every time you are questioned, you refuse to admit anything. Admitting nothing at all. Just like when you first entered the ward. When you first entered the ward, and Lung Qingqiu asked about your plotting, you played dumb at first too. Only after being provoked did you admit it so brazenly. It is a pity my cultivation is not high enough yet. Otherwise, extracting your memories via soul search would be much more convenient. I have nothing to confess." Every muscle in Uncle Lu's body tensed. He was backed into a corner, staring at me intently, not daring to make a move. He had heard before that in the mystic arts, age and experience usually go hand in hand. Teenage geniuses are incredibly rare. The trick I just showed was extraordinary, but he could not cave easily. What if I just happened to have a magical artifact in my hand? I said calmly, "No need to be so nervous. I do not actually intend to do much. I just want to ask you, what did you do to Lung Qingqiu today? After all, you are about to suffer a severe magical backlash." Uncle Lu's heart skipped a beat. The way I spoke made it sound like I knew the secrets behind it. But how could that be? I watched his expression and gave a light scoff. "Mr. Lu, I advise you to stop making up excuses. Shake the water out of your brain and think. Why did not your plan succeed today? Why is Lung Qingqiu still standing safely in that room? And as for me," I smiled slightly. "Guess what role I played in all of this?" Uncle Lu's thoughts were a chaotic mess from the day's events. Hearing this was like a bucket of cold water being poured over him. He suddenly cried out, "It was you broke the polluted water talisman." I remained silent, smiling. Immediately after asking, Uncle Lu denied it himself. "Impossible. I do not believe it. How could you possibly break something like that?" He had been through too much today, and was becoming somewhat hysterical. I studied him, lost in thought. After a few seconds of silence, something occurred to me, and I said flatly, "Forget it. This is a waste of effort." Having said that, I bit my fingertip, using my blood as the ink, and my chi as the thread, drawing a talisman in mid-air. Sensing danger, Uncle Lu turned to run, but slammed into the invisible barrier once again. His back burned with heat, and he felt his body spin back around against his will. I winced and blew on my fingertip, saying lazily, "Now you should be telling the truth. Who gave you the polluted water talisman?" Uncle Lu tried to clamp his mouth shut, but as if possessed, his mouth opened and he said, "It was Master Ding." "What is Master Ding's full name?" "Ding Yilin." "How do you know each other?" "He mainly works with people in the entertainment industry. My wife's nephew is a talent manager." He made the introduction. The entertainment industry. I paused for a moment. Why is it the entertainment industry again? How strange. I continued my questioning. What did you do to Lung Qingqiu today? Uncle Lu seemed to glitch for a moment, speaking haltingly. Talisman? What kind of talisman? What does it do? I narrowed my eyes. Uncle Lu's expression became strained, as if he were enduring a violent internal struggle. Like a dream, like a mist. It can cloud a person's mind, and make them follow orders. Like a dream, like a mist. I recalled Lung Qingqiu's state this afternoon, and thought the name was quite fitting, but I had never heard of such a talisman. It seemed like someone's original creation. Who made it? Was it also that Ding Yilin? After Uncle Lu forced out that single word, but no sound would come out. My voice dropped low, infused with spiritual power, as I pressed him. Who's he? Uncle Lu's entire body shook violently. Finally, he managed to speak. He is called Yu Hui. After speaking, Uncle Lu could no longer hold on. His eyes snapped shut. His body toppled backward, and he fainted. I let out a cold snort, thinking to myself, he had a restriction placed upon him. Even if I woke him up, he would not be able to say anything more. Yu Hui, as in the phrase, the proud dragon has cause for repentance. It seems I am dealing with a real expert. I had not expected that the Lung family situation would involve two different mystics. With a simple wave of my hand, I dispelled the surrounding barrier. Then I called out to a passing nurse. Excuse me, nurse. Someone has fainted here. Could you please take care of him? The nurse froze for a second, asking in confusion, was someone standing here just now? By the time I returned to the ward, Father Leng had already drifted back to sleep. I said to Lung Qingqiu, your family's trouble has been resolved. I did not tell her that she had been under a charm. If you feel unwell later, or have any other problems, you can contact me. Lung Qingqiu gave me a bow that came from the bottom of her heart. Mr. Zhang, thank you. If it were not for you, I really would not have known what to do. My whole family might have been ruined without even knowing why. From now on, Mr. Jiang, you are my savior, my second parent. I chuckled softly. Please do not. I'm not even 20 yet. I have no desire to be a parent to a child your age. I sent Lung Qingqiu a bank account number. Once you are finished with your business, remember to wire the payment. Lung Qingqiu nodded vigorously. Do not worry, Mr. Jiang. I will wire it immediately. She originally wanted to drive me home, but I told her I had other matters to attend to. She settled for seeing me off at the hospital entrance. I did not head back to Bitao Villa. Instead, I hailed a taxi and went back to the Wang residence first. There were still a few of my things there that needed to be moved. Upon arriving at the Wang house, I found both Mr. and Mrs. Wang at home. They were in the middle of a discussion, their expressions appearing quite strange. Seeing me return, Mr. Wang asked abruptly, Jiang Heng, the engagement with the Xie family I mentioned. You still remember it, right? I replied indifferently. Before the engagement banquet, you both told me that I was to move into the Xie residence after the party. The Xies have already contacted me. I'm moving out today. The Xies contacted you directly, Mrs. Wang turned her head in shock. When did this happen? Today, Mrs. Wang whispered to Mr. What is going on? Why did the Xies bypass us to find Jiang Heng? Are they suspicious of us? Mr. Wang shook his head slowly. Unlikely. I heard third Mrs. condition worsened again. They should not have the energy to worry about us. Mrs. Wang pondered for a moment and said, perhaps we should let Jiang Heng move there as planned. But regarding the Feng family side, Mr. Wang thought for a while before saying, let us arrange for the youngsters to have dinner first. The two exchanged a few more words, quickly settling on their plan. I keenly caught fragments of their conversation, a slight coldness flickering in my eyes. Mrs. Wang said with a practiced smile, Jiang Heng, an uncle saw you at the banquet last night, and took quite a liking to you. How about our two families have a meal together? My smile grew more brilliant, my expression even more handsome, yet my aloof temperament faded slightly. I said nonchalantly, is it an uncle, or a young lady? Mrs. Wang was stunned. She instinctively glanced at Mr. Wang's face darkened instantly, and he asked coldly, what do you mean by that? I arched an eyebrow. Whatever you are thinking, that is exactly what I mean, Mr. Wang's tone turned forceful. We are not thinking anything. You grew up in a backwater village. Do you have any idea how important these connections are? Do you even understand the scale of the capital circles? The Wang family is only at the bottom, barely touching the fringe. is introducing you to people, supposed to be harming you. It is all for your own good. For my own good. I lazily repeated the phrase. For my own good. Or for the good of the Wang family. Knowing full well I have an engagement with the Xies. You still want me to dine with a miss from the Feng family. Mrs. Wang had not expected me to know the inside story. She stammered back. How did you find out? I countered with a cold question. Mr. Wang. Mrs. Wang. Are you raising a son? Or are you raising a tool? These words were exceptionally biting. Mr. Wang roared in anger. What nonsense are you talking? How can a child say such ugly things? I sneered. Ugly words are still better than ugly actions. Seeing the conversation spiral out of control, Mrs. Wang hurried to smooth things over. Jiang Heng, we did not mean it like that. Your engagement with the Xies cannot be broken. But third Mrs. Health is precarious. We are considering your future. In case something happens, we want to ensure you have a fallback. My brow furrowed slightly. My patience with the Wang family had reached its limit. I could not suppress a cold laugh. Idiots. What did the Wangs take other people for? They collaborated with Xie Deong to use the Xie family as a safety net, while simultaneously trying to climb onto the Feng family. Did they truly think these great wealthy clans were fools? I found it hard to understand where they got such immense confidence to believe the tiny Wang family could play these powerful families like puppets in their hands. Mr. Wang bellowed. Jiang Heng, is this how you speak to your parents? I responded calmly. Mr. Wang, you must be joking. My parents passed away a long time ago. I was referring to the foster parents who died in the original body's accident. Mr. Wang's face turned ashen. He pointed at me and shouted at his wife. Look at this. Look at this ungrateful, white-eyed wolf. He glared at me and said, do not forget, who brought you from a mountain village to the city, who turned you from a nobody into a wealthy young master, who gave you the life you have now. The school you are attending was all arranged by me. Otherwise, a high school grad who never went to college would never have a chance to enter Imperial Capital University. You would end up working in a factory. I found the whole situation absurdly funny. I said to the couple, wait a moment, you two. I went upstairs to my room, packed my things, and brought my suitcase back down to the living room. I placed a card on the table in front of them, smiling faintly. I did not think you would be so eager for repayment. Luckily, I was prepared. Do not worry. I never intended to be a freeloader from the start. Every meal during this period, lodging, travel, and transportation, has been calculated at the highest premium rate. There is more than enough in this card. As for the title of wealthy young master, I do not like it, nor do I think it is worth a cent. Do with it as you please. Assign it to whomever you want. I said leisurely. Right, Mr. Wang. You do not actually think Imperial Capital University is a place you can enter just by donating a building, do you? I wonder who made that promise to you. I did not say anything before, because I could not be bothered. But if you insist on taking the credit, I suggest you give that person a call and ask them exactly how I got into that school. Having said my piece, I gave a dismissive wave and walked out with my suitcase without looking back. Since we are even, do not contact me again for any reason. I find it a nuisance, Mr. and Mrs. Wang were stunned by my words. It took a long while after I had left for them to react. The two looked at each other in bewilderment. Mrs. What did he mean by that? Recalling the last thing I mentioned, Mr. Wang pulled out his phone and dialed a number. It was a mid-level leader in a relevant department that someone had introduced to him at a banquet once. The man had promised he could help make arrangements, grandly claiming it could be solved by donating a building. Mr. Wang had wired the money on the spot. Later, I successfully enrolled, and he never followed up. When the call connected, the man laughed heartily. It is President Wang. I drank too much last time, and I have been so busy lately, I almost forgot the matter. Did not President Wang say he wanted to arrange his kid into a vocational college? Why have not you contacted me, Mr. Wang's face fell. Vocational college. Was it a vocational college we spoke about last time? The voice on the other end sounded puzzled. Was it not? Did I drink too much and remember incorrectly? If I said anything else, President Wang, do not take it seriously. My authority only goes so far. I can only manage something mediocre. I certainly can't meddle with Imperial Capital University, right? He thought he was making a joke, but Mr. Wang gave no response on the other end. Mr. Wang looked at his wife in a daze. Both of them felt simultaneously that some things from the very beginning had never been under their control. By the time I returned to Bitao Villa with my suitcase, it was already late. Xierian heard the butler address me as Mr. Jump, and looked up from the sofa. Her gaze lingered for a moment on the suitcase I handed over. You went back to the Wangs. Did it not go well? My perception of the Wang family was very neutral. I could not possibly like people who were stupid and selfish. But I did not exactly hate them either. To me, stupidity and selfishness are just common human traits. As I had said before, in my eyes, the Wangs and I were just strangers meeting by chance in a brief life. Love and hate are both luxury emotions. It would be a bit strange to waste them on bypassers. Xierian asked me what had happened, so I recounted the events at the Wang house, as if telling her a funny joke. When I finished, I went upstairs to put my things away. Xierian lowered her eyes, tapping her fingers on her knee. Then she sent a message to someone. Investigate the Feng family and the Wang family. The other party replied quickly. Understood. After dinner, I pushed Xierian into the garden for a stroll, taking the opportunity to absorb some of her purple aura. Xierian asked, is the Lung family's matter resolved? I replied calmly, on the surface, yes. I recounted the cause and effect of the situation, and said with a touch of contemplation, that Uncle Lu, do not you find him quite strange? Xierian pondered for a moment. Not necessarily strange. Humans are not made of wood or stone. Who can truly be devoid of emotion? He spent so many years by Mr. Lung's side. There must have been some genuine affection there, but he harbored a deep-seated grudge over his leg injury. From your description, he attributed every misfortune of his youth to Mr. This shows he is a man of narrow-minded malice. Had the Lung family lived in misery, his hatred might not have been so consuming, but the Lungs have stood a head above him for decades. Naturally, his resentment only festered. Best. Do you think he feels any regret? He does. Xierian answered without a second thought. But for a man like him, even if you gave him a second chance, he would make the exact same choices. That is the nature of a common villain. They possess human emotions and desires. They feel annoyance and even remorse, but it never stops them from committing evil. I nodded. Thought as much. Those two mystics backing him. Do you need me to look into them for you? I smiled and shook my head. You need quiet rest right now. Do not worry yourself with these matters. I will have my own people handle the investigation. She let out a soft laugh. It seems I can't be of much help then. In that case, I will just have to share more of my purple aura with you. Once again, Xierian generously offered her aura to me. As usual, I was hit full force by her overwhelming generosity. After walking for over half an hour, we each retired to our rooms to rest. Xierian entered her study, and pulled several sheets of paper from a drawer. They were files regarding me, sent by someone who had learned that we were living together. The documents detailed my experiences over the years, from being taken to the southwest by Jiang Hongren, to my education, and finally, being brought back to the Wang family. It was a veritable chronicle of my life's major events. On the surface, it looked flawless. The simple history of a low-profile, top-tier student. Xierian's gaze fell on the last few lines of the final page. It noted that after high school, I took a gap year to find my family. During that time, I was in the Northern Territories, but my specific whereabouts were unknown. She pressed her finger thoughtfully on the words whereabouts unknown. When she offered to help me investigate earlier, I had naturally replied that I would arrange my own people to do it. I had been so casual that she did not realize anything was wrong at first. But a person's daily speech and mannerisms can never be fully masked. Xierian suddenly realized that my tone and aura, that of someone long accustomed to power, was clearly a habit formed over a long period. Looking at the file again, she was struck by how suspiciously detailed it was. It was too clean, as if it had been prepared long ago, just waiting for someone to come looking. After taking a shower, I pulled a book from the shelf and deftly swapped a hidden SIM card into my phone. Then, I settled into the rocking chair on the balcony. The moment I turned it on, messages and calls flooded in like an explosion. I opened a communication app called Wolves. First, I sent a message to a contact labeled Q, asking him to check for any unusual figures in the capital recently, along with Uncle Lu's name. Then, I skimmed through the rest of my notifications. Over the past 6 months, someone had spammed me with countless job orders, asking if I was interested in any of them. I glanced through them, and replied with a simple no. Immediately, a video call request popped up in the corner. Perhaps accept. A handsome blonde man appeared on the screen, radiating exuberant energy. Hi, long time no see. How did you get even more handsome? That is really not fair to the rest of us. I greeted him lazily. Long time no see. How have you been lately? The man brushed back his bangs. Not bad, I've had 12 flings. And dumped 16 people. One of them was exceptionally good looking. If you are interested, I can introduce you. I laughed and shook my head. Oh thanks. I am not interested. Is your situation resolved? The man replied with a grin. The old friends in WL really miss you. I said that since you have been gone, he has already lost 10 pounds from worry. I gave a soft laugh. My business is still being sorted out. My business is still being sorted out. My business is still being sorted out. So, unless there is an absolute emergency, I won't be leaving the imperial capital for a while. I won't be leaving the imperial capital for a while. The man let out an exaggerated wow. So you really are in the imperial capital. I have to tell it. He will definitely go looking for you. I felt a bit of a headache coming on. If you let him come here, the entire city will be put under martial law. The man blinked his emerald green eyes. Just making things lively for you. Left with no choice. I could only lean back into my chair. Once the video call ended, Q sent me a voice request to ask for specific details. I gave him a brief summary. Q quickly grasped the involvement of the mystic arts. I will look into it. I had total confidence in Q's intelligence gathering abilities. Before ending the call, Q said meaningfully, I hear the imperial capital won't be very peaceful this year. If there is any action, remember to call us. I gave a wry smile. Why is everyone so eager to join the chaos? At this moment, if anyone with worldly knowledge were present, they would be utterly shell-shocked. Wolves the Wolfpack is currently the largest underground organization in the world. True to their name, they are wolves prowling the shadows of the dark world, and possessing an unbreakable collective consciousness. They refer to the current boss of wolves as head, not just because he is the leader, but because he is the alpha of the pack. To the outside world, however, he is known as the king. The next morning, before I even reached the school, I received a call from the student union. Hello, Jiangheng, right? A cold, indifferent voice came through the receiver. Are you aware that since your enrollment, you have already skipped class more than 10 times? I raised an eyebrow in surprise. More than 10 times? The person on the other end snorted coldly, then abruptly hung up the phone. I casually added the number to my blacklist. The driver, overhearing the exchange, glanced at me through the rearview mirror. Mr. Zhang, is it something regarding the school? Would you like me to handle it for you? He was the driver Sierrian specifically assigned to me, named Sierra 11. I shook my head. It is fine. I can handle it myself. I went to class as usual, and took my seat next to an in the US. Where were you yesterday? Someone from the student union came to check attendance, and they marked your name down. I pulled a book out of my bag, replying indifferently. I was out taking care of some business. I did not elaborate on the details, and NAU did not press further. You warned me. Getting flagged by the student union is a hassle. They deduct credits. Once you hit a certain limit, you risk being expelled. Something crossed my mind, and I actually let out a small smile. That would not be such a bad thing. Miao Zhuzhu walked over, propped one hand on the desk, and hopped onto the desk in front of me to sit down, crossing her legs nonchalantly. Ever since Wang Teng's friends tried to cause trouble for me, and Miao Zhuzhu happened to walk in on it, the two of us had become quite acquainted. I sat in the classroom, with NIEU and Miao Zhuzhu by my side. Miao Zhuzhu had a sweet baby face, and a melodic voice, but her temper was explosive, and her style was fierce. NIEU had long since grown accustomed to it. NIEU looked at me, asking casually, looking at that group yesterday. It seemed like they came specifically for you. Did you offend someone? Miao Zhuzhu curled her lip, cutting in. Who else could it be? It is definitely Wang Teng. He is in the sophomore student union. I heard he sucks up to the juniors quite well. A real brown noser. I wonder if his flattering skills were practiced on his girlfriend. NIEU said awkwardly, what are you talking about? Why do you always go from 0 to 60 like that? Miao Zhuzhu rolled her eyes. I'm just telling the truth. Okay. She leaned in closer to me, curious. Hey Jiangheng, I heard you stole the show at Wang Teng's engagement. I saw photos someone took of you on my feed. Is that why he hates you? I thought about it for a moment, then said calmly, I do not think so. Miao Zhuzhu and NIEU thought it was simple, but I continued. He probably does not hate me because of that. He has looked like he hated me from the very start. Miao Zhuzhu clicked her tongue, giving me a thumbs up. Knowing someone hates you and remaining this calm, you truly have the poise of a big shot. I can't just call you Jiangheng anymore. I have to call you Brother Heng. She grumbled. I do not know what skincare Wang Ting uses, but his skin is so thick it must be impenetrable. He actually has the nerve to hate you. He is the one who took your place. For over a decade, for God's sake. I thought about what the Wang family was currently fighting for, and let out a sigh. Perhaps people just want to keep the best things for themselves. Perhaps people just want to keep the best things for themselves. Just as we were talking, there was a knock on the classroom door. Someone poked their head in. Is Jiang Heng here? The academic affairs office in the West building is looking for him. Miao Zhuzhu rubbed her chin, remarking, they sure came knocking again quickly. Want me to go with you? I was wearing a shirt and jeans today, with a trench coat layered over them. The cinched waist of the coat accentuated my lean, lithe build. I straightened my cuffs, saying nonchalantly, I will go myself. As expected, Wang Teng was sitting in the West building's office, discussing something with Lin Yi, the head of the finance union. Lin Yi sat behind the desk, chatting with Wang Teng. You have no idea how arrogant he was when I called. He actually had the nerve to ask me 10 times. These freshmen are truly lawless. The core members of the student union were not always top-tier second-generation heirs as people imagined. On the contrary, most of them were mid to low level in the social hierarchy. The truly powerful would not stay cooped up in a school. They would already be out gaining experience in much larger arenas. Lin Yi's family had a status similar to the Wang's. Both were on the fringes of the imperial capital's elite circles. Lin Yi had not been close to Wang Teng before, only building a rapport through the student union. At Wang Teng's engagement banquet the other day, Lin Yi had been in attendance. He was incredibly envious that Wang Teng could marry into the Xie family, so his attitude had become much more enthusiastic lately. This was the perfect chance to teach the newcomer a lesson, Lin Yi suggested. He stole your spotlight at the banquet. I have been sick of him for a long time. Who does he think he is? Wang Teng's smile stiffened slightly. At the mention of the engagement banquet, he said calmly, it is nothing. He is my brother after all. Even if he intends to make things difficult for me, we are still family. You still consider him family. Lin leaned in, whispering, let me tell you, he is exactly the kind of person you need to watch out for. Look at how he fights for everything. You and Xie Yanran are only engaged, not married yet. What if he tries something with her? Wang Teng seemed to hesitate. Surely not. I do not think my brother is that kind of person, Lin Yi said sourly. Just look at his face. He looks like nothing but trouble. Wang Teng lowered his eyes, replying placidly, looks do not prove anything. Our circle does not rely on looks to get things done. That is true. He will never break into the socialite circles anyway. No group would ever invite him in, Lin Yi suggested. Let us go shopping this weekend. We can invite a few others for afternoon tea. Wang Teng smiled gently. There were others in the office, listening to the exchange between these two famous campus heartthrobs. Director. Who are you two talking about? Junior Wang has a brother, Wang Teng said reservedly. He was only recently brought back. He grew up in a mountain village in the southwest. A southwest mountain village. A junior listening in cut in. Then what are you and the director worried about? How could a person like that ever compare to Junior Wang? The others chimed in one after another. Exactly. Who does he think he is? Daring to make things hard for Junior Wang. Someone patted Wang Teng on the shoulder, admiringly. Junior Wang, is this shirt from the new V brand autumn collection? I saw it online. It is incredibly expensive. What is that guy's name? Next time the student union does a check, we will make sure to give him a real hard time. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open. Someone stood at the entrance, backlit by the sun. He was tall and lean, with perfectly struck proportions. I spoke up flatly, give who a hard time. I took 2 steps forward, stepping out of the glare of the light. Everyone finally saw my face clearly. A minimalist trench coat, snow-white skin, glistening black short hair, and sharply defined features. Despite the striking intensity of my looks, as I scanned the room, my gaze was cold and sharp. The office fell into a momentary silence. A second later, someone realized who it was, and gasped, Jiang Heng. I tilted my head toward her, asking softly, you know me? The moment the words left my lips, the atmosphere in the office froze. Everyone fell silent. In the school today, who among those who spent any time online, did not know Jiang Heng? From the day I stepped onto campus, I had become a regular fixture on the school forums. My college, my class, my seat, my schedule, even the cafeterias and places I frequented, had long been exposed by the masses. I had long grown used to such scrutiny. As long as there was no malice, I generally did not pay it much mind. I had not noticed that every time I attended a public lecture, the room was packed with extra students auditing. Even the professors had heard that this year's freshman class had a student with God-tier visuals. However, my relationship with the Wang family had not been widely spread. After all, that gossip only circulated within certain elite circles. The average person was not aware. So, those listening to Lin Yi and Wang Ting earlier truly had not guessed that the person from the southwest mountain village was me. Under my gaze, the girl who first called out my name blushed. She answered awkwardly, I have heard your name. I nodded. I did not ask where she had heard it. Instead, I pulled out a chair and sat down, leaning back slightly, in a posture that was casual yet elegant. I said indifferently, what a coincidence. I happened to hear you talking about targeting someone as I came in. Tell me, who is this protagonist you are planning to target? Do I have the honor of knowing? One of the more impulsive students quickly explained. We were not talking about you. We were talking about Junior Wang's brother. I said flatly, well, as a matter of fact, Wang Tang and I share no blood relation, so we are not exactly real brothers. But in name, he does call me brother quite often. The crowd was left reeling from this sudden revelation. You and Junior Wang. Is not your surname Jiang? How could? Enough. Lin Yi could not stand the chattering anymore. He slammed his hand on the desk, glaring at me. Being switched at birth was not Wang Teng's fault. He is a victim. Just like you. The fact that he calls you his brother, is not that his way of accepting you? What is with the sarcastic tone? I let out a cold laugh, retorting mockingly, accepting me, a victim who lived in luxury for 19 years, and even after his identity was exposed, remained in a wealthy family. To play the role of a young master, that kind of victim, I said flatly, as someone from a mountain village in the southwest, I think I will pass on acknowledging a brother like that. Wang Teng's entire body stiffened. Lin Yi was left speechless. The surrounding crowd of onlookers was utterly stunned. I let out a soft laugh, and continued, do you know what it means to be sarcastic? Now this is what you call being sarcastic. Enough. Stop wasting my time. Who is looking for me? Speak up and make it quick. This was clearly the student union's home turf. But within 10 minutes of walking into the room, I had become the one in control. Lin Yi felt as though his face had been swept away, as if his dignity were being trampled under my feet. His expression was hideous. I was the one looking for you. Lin Yi snapped. I glanced at him and asked, and who might you be? The head of the disciplinary department of the finance union. Junior student? He said, picking up 2 sheets of paper from the desk, with a stern, wooden face. I chuckled, mocking him lightly. With that tone of yours, I thought you were the head of the United Nations. The others in the office watched our exchange, the atmosphere becoming so tense it was like drawn bows, as if a fight could break out at any second. They could not help but look at one another in disbelief. Lin Yi was used to acting like a high-ranking official in the union, except for those with powerful family backgrounds. He had always looked down on everyone else with arrogance, yet I appeared cold and indifferent, while my every word and gesture carried a blatant streak of defiance, clearly showing that I did not think much of him at all. A student close to Lin Yi tried to advise him in a low voice. Let us just talk things out calmly. There is no need. Is it your place to speak here? Lin Yi whipped his head around and glared at the person, barking, who do you think you are, to butt in like this? The student's face flushed red from the scolding, and they immediately shut their mouth. I frowned slightly, feeling a hint of dissatisfaction with his attitude. Lin Yi shook the papers in his hand, the sheets rustling loudly, with a sharp paper-on-paper sound. He spoke irritably. Do you think you are clever? Do not you know exactly what you have done? You think you can just play dumb, living off campus in violation of regulations? Added to your absences, it is enough to get you several demerits. Is that enough for you to understand your situation? I countered lazily. Who said I was skipping class or violating regulations? So you are denying it? Lin Yi thought I was trying to quibble, so he slammed the papers onto the desk, stood up and pointed toward the door. He said aggressively, I can go find the professors of those courses right now, and survey the students who were in class with you. I can even apply to check the security footage. All of that will prove you have been cutting class. Do you believe me? As for living off campus illegally, there is someone right here who can prove it. Having said that, he turned his head toward Wang Teng. Wang Teng, you return to the Wang house every day. Have you seen him there? Everyone turned their eyes toward Wang Teng. He gritted his teeth, hesitated for a brief moment, and said in a low voice, Senior, my brother only went home because he could not adapt to dorm life. I am sure it was not intentional. Senior, please do not be angry. I will apologize on my brother's behalf. Lin Yi patted him on the shoulder, saying displeasurably, "Why are you apologizing? This is his own mistake." He turned back to me, speaking with his head held high. "Do not you know the school regulations? Freshmen are not allowed to live off campus. I do not know how you slipped past the dorm inspections, but I am telling you, this is a major violation." I looked at Wang Teng and sneered in my heart. This timid, gentle, and considerate act of Wang Teng's was a world away from the way he had thrown a tantrum and mocked me just the other day. To anyone listening, they would surely think this junior Wang was incredibly magnanimous, gentle, and kind-hearted. Indeed, while there are 1,000 green tea tricks, the strategy of playing weak never changes. I lifted my eyelids slightly, saying flatly, "I indeed do not live in the dorms, but I have not broken any rules. I followed the proper procedures. Go ask for yourself." Lin Yi immediately retorted, "You left class several times unexpectedly. How could you have followed proper procedures? Did you even attend class yesterday? Your counselor was out on a business trip yesterday. They were not even on campus. How exactly did you follow procedures?" I smiled faintly. "Who said I went through the counselor?" Lin Yi pressed on relentlessly. "Then tell me, whose authority did you go through?" "The principal's." I chuckled and replied. As a matter of fact, it was the principal's. Lin Yi was instantly dumbfounded. His first reaction was that it was impossible. A university principal is nothing like a primary or middle school principal. The current principal of Imperial Capital University is especially extraordinary. Not only is he a renowned professor nationwide, but he holds multiple high-level positions. His status is entirely different from a regular principal. Most principals hold sub-ministerial rank, but this specific principal is a full ministerial level figure. For a boy like me, who had just been brought back by the Wangs, and had been at the university for less than a month, how could I possibly know the principal? "You can't even lie convincingly," he sneered. "Do you have any idea what kind of man our principal is? You dare use him as a shield?" I unhurriedly took out my phone, smiling calmly. "I really do not. Why do not you do me a favor, director? Call him yourself and ask." Under the gaze of everyone, I held my phone in my hand. Wang Teng suddenly noticed that my phone was not any recognizable brand on the market. It was entirely jet black, appearing somewhat heavy compared to the trendy slim models, with a faint, jade-like luster. It looked like some sort of custom-made piece. The room fell into a deathly silence. Lin Yi stared at the screen of my phone. Unable to react for a moment, I said with good-natured amusement, "Are you afraid to call?" Lin Yi, emboldened by his internal spite, said, "I am just afraid that after I expose your lie, you won't have the face to stay here anymore." I let out a soft laugh. "That would be my problem then. No need for you to worry about it." Having said that, I tapped the screen lightly, touching the contact on my phone. "Principal Sure." The phone only rang once, before the other side picked up immediately. "Oh, Jiang Heng, not busy today. How do you have the time to call me?" A deep, steady voice came from the other end. I pressed the speakerphone button. "Hello, Principal Sure. I am currently in the Finance Union office. There are a few issues I need your help to clarify." "What happened?" Principal Sher's tone immediately became serious. "It is like this," I said unhurriedly. "Regarding the times I took leave during classes, I have always sent you the information via text. I did not go through the counselor or anyone else. Now, the academic affairs side suspects me of skipping class, and they are demanding proof. There is also the matter of accommodation. We communicated before I enrolled that I would not be living on campus. The dorm supervisor knows about this too, but the student union here does not seem to be aware." "Oh, that is the issue. Are you on speakerphone?" Principal Sure asked. "Yes, I am." "Go ahead." Principal Sure asked. "Is the head of academic affairs there?" Though he knew the person could not see him, Lin Yi instinctively straightened his posture. He replied, "Principal, the head of academic affairs is not here." "Oh, student. This is Principal Shi Zhenlian. Student Jiang Heng's situation is quite unique. His enrollment procedures and his on-campus arrangements were all processed directly through me, including his leaves of absence and housing. I am fully aware of everything. There is no need for the student union to worry. I have been too busy with work and forgot to inform the department-level student offices. I have caused you trouble. My apologies." Principal Shi did not put on any airs at all. His tone was kind and gentle, and he took all the responsibility upon himself. Lin Yi was left completely speechless. Instead, he was overwhelmed by the principal's polite attitude. He hurriedly said, "No, it was my mistake. I did not inquire clearly enough, and I have wasted your time. I am very sorry." Principal Shi comforted him with a few more words. and finally said to me, "Once I am done with this busy period." The other ordinary members did not even dare to breathe loudly. After all, they rarely ever got to see the principal's face. Some had only seen him once at the opening ceremony. They never expected to hear the principal's voice personally today. Wang Teng sat there with his head down, his eyes lowered, his bangs half covering his face. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking, but judging by his tightened jawing, his mood was clearly very strained. The other regular staff members did not even dare to breathe. After all, they rarely even got to see the principal in person. Some of them had only ever seen the principal once, at the opening ceremony. To think that today, I would actually get to hear the principal on a call with my own ears. What shocked them even more was the principal's warm attitude toward me, even going so far as to invite me to dinner. Just what kind of background did someone have to be treated like that by the principal? Everyone had different thoughts, sizing me up either openly or covertly. I stood up from the chair, casually pushing it back into place. I said softly, "I can leave now, right, Mr. Department Head? Are there any other questions?" Linny leaned against the desk, his fingers gripping the edge. He forced out the word. As I reached the door with my phone, Lin Yi suddenly called out to me. I glanced back. Lin Yi held it in again and again, but in the end he could not help himself. How do you know Principal Sher? Principal Sher moved in his father's social circles. He was far too distant for second-generation heirs like them. Even the scions of top-tier families could not necessarily do what I did. How did Jiang Heng manage it? Lin Yi was utterly bewildered. I thought for a moment, and said softly, "That is a story from a long time ago. I can't explain it to you clearly, but perhaps you will find out in the future." Lin Yi opened his mouth. He found himself unable to say another word. Wang Teng tugged at his sleeve, and tried to soothe him. "Brother, it is nothing. Do not be angry. Even if it looks bad on the surface, there is no real harm done." He knew Lin Yi was a man who valued his pride above all else. Having been publicly humiliated by me this time, Lin Yi would certainly harbor a deep grudge from now on. As expected, Lin Yi said in a chilling voice, "I know, we still have plenty of time." At this moment, the people present had no idea that the school would soon issue a sweeping notice regarding the conduct of the student union and its officers, aiming to purge the atmosphere of toxic bureaucracy. As one of the school's key departments, the finance department would be the first to bear the brunt of it. The head and deputy head of the disciplinary department would both be sacked due to misconduct, leading to a new election. Though there was indeed plenty of time, it would no longer have anything to do with Lin Yi. By the time I returned to the classroom, the major subject lecture had already begun. I knocked on the door and said politely, "Professor, I apologize. I am late." I had to stop by the student affairs office. The professor picked up the attendance list from the desk and replied simply, "Go back to your seat. What is your name?" "Jiang Heng." The professor's brow twitched slightly. He instinctively looked up at me and committed my face to memory. Once the class came to an end, Miao Zhuzhu and Niu crowded around me, asking, "How did it go with the student union? Is it resolved?" I gave them a brief summary of what had happened. Miao Zhuzhu roared with laughter as she listened, slamming her hand on the table. "That is freaking hilarious. Wang Teng and Lin Yi are always so full of themselves, but this time, they really kicked a steel plate." She and Niu both showed a tacit understanding. By not asking how I happened to know the principal, Niu actually had some inklings in his heart. He figured it likely had to do with my mystic abilities. Miao Zhuzhu, however, simply saw it as a friend's private matter. If a friend did not volunteer the information, she felt no need to pry. Miao Zhuzhu asked with a gloating grin, "Did you get a good look at Wang Teng's face? Did he look like he was about to vomit blood?" I replied. I did not pay much attention to him afterward. Niu looked at Miao Zhuzhu, asking with some curiosity, "Why are you so biased against Wang Teng? What if he was not actually behind it?" Miao Zhuzhu crossed her arms, rolling her eyes at him. "You guys really are not cut out for this. You can't see through a person like that at all. His green descent is so strong it is drifting from here all the way to the Sahara Desert." Miao Zhuzhu turned to me and said, "Just you wait, Jiang Heng. This was definitely his doing. I won't stop until I dig up the evidence for you." I had been sick of his White Lotus act for a long time. I was not sure if it was because of my performance, calling the principal right there in the student union office, but it seemed to have thoroughly intimidated Lin Yi and the others. Over the next few days, the disciplinary department never bothered me again. During a break between classes, Mi Ping came to see me twice. Once was to bring me milk tea, and the other was to thank me on behalf of her brother. At Wang Teng's engagement banquet, Did not I ask you, when the contract my brother was negotiating would be finalized? You told me it would be in 2 days. You were exactly right, Mi Ping said excitedly. My brother kept asking where I got the info. I told him you just mentioned it casually. Now he says he wants to treat you to dinner. Are you free this weekend? I replied. No need for such formalities. I just had a bit of foresight. I did not really do much to help. I already have plans this week. Alright, Mi Ping said somewhat regretfully. Then I will tell my brother to wire you some cash. LF. Do not worry about the money. Just bring me milk tea a few more times. The ones you pick are always delicious. Mi Ping immediately looked triumphant. Of course, whether it is mango pomelo sago or succulent grape, I have compared every shop to select only the best flavors. A girl's happiness is sometimes just that simple. If someone validates her taste and aesthetic sense, she can stay happy for a long time. Since I praised her milk tea selection, Mi Ping immediately started listing her favorites, showing off the things she usually buys. As I watched her, I suddenly remembered how much heart Xie Rian put into my birthday, and felt I should buy something as a return gift. With Mi Ping right here, and knowing she had a good relationship with her brother, I figured I could use her as a reference. What kind of gifts do you usually buy for your brother? Asked. Mi Ping was taken aback, pointing a finger at herself. Jiang Heng, are you asking me? I nodded. Mi Ping said in shock. Why on earth would I buy my brother a gift, when it is his birthday or a holiday? Do not you send him something. He is the one who should be giving things to me. Mi Ping said as a matter of course. He is just some stinky guy. What is there to give him? On his birthday, if I spend $100 online to buy him a belt, that is already plenty. On holidays he is the one who should be gifting me. Though he is incredibly stingy, I always have to pester him before he gives me anything. I listened, feeling a bit dazed. This was quite different from the loving siblings image I had imagined. Mi Ping sighed. Jiang Heng, do not be fooled by those stories online. In reality, siblings just bicker and fight. If he goes a day without insulting me, it is a miracle. She began to bluntly vent about Mi Yan's supposed atrocities, and listed 100 ways he bullied his little sister. I listened in a slight trance. So, not all older brothers and sisters were like Xie Rian. I had never had siblings before, so I did not know how these relationships were supposed to work. I wondered, was it because everyone's personality is different, leading to such vastly different behaviors? I found it hard to imagine Xie Rian insulting anyone. Xie Rian seemed like a truly reliable and considerate older sister. Perhaps I should ask Niu, as Xie Rian's direct cousin. He surely understood her much better. After class the next day, I called out to Niu. I want to buy a gift for Rian. Do you know what your cousin likes? Niu froze for a moment. I have never given her anything. I have no idea. You have never given your cousin a gift? Never. She seems to have everything she needs. Countless people send her gifts every year. If I gave her something, she probably would not even look at it. He scratched his head and said, if I had to say something, my mom mentioned that back in kindergarten. I cried and screamed until I gave her a crayon drawing. Does that count? I had not expected such an answer. After a pause, I said, it counts. For a brief moment, I actually felt that Xie Rian and I were subtly similar. She seemed to lack nothing, with endless people vying to give her gifts. She seemed to know everything, with endless people flattering and following her. In the eyes of outsiders, we both stood very high, and because of that, everyone felt very distant from us. Even our own family was no exception. Just then, Miao Zhuzhu tossed a stack of papers onto the desk. Look, she said boastfully. I told you I would catch that White Lotus Wang Teng. Is this a success or what? I opened the folder and flipped through it. It contained the reports received by the disciplinary department. Inside were screenshots, the whistleblower's IP address, the phone model used, and various other data points. The evidence was irrefutable, and it all pointed directly to Wang Teng. Yu leaned over to take a look, thoroughly impressed by what he saw. He pointed to one of the pages. You even got the surveillance footage of Wang Teng going to buy a burner SIM card. Miao Zhuzhu, you are way too good at this. Miao Zhuzhu laughed triumphantly. Oh please. Is there anywhere without cameras these days? Everywhere he went left an image behind. It just took a little effort to secure it. And Yu asked again. But since he used a burner card, how did you track down his information? Wang Teng was too naive. Miao Zhuzhu said with a smug smile. He thought a burner card could hide him, not knowing the network he connected to exposed him easily. His disguise was far too fragile. It was defenseless before a real technical expert. Besides, my idol once said, anything that has been done will inevitably leave a trace. He can't escape. When Niu heard those words, He felt a jolt run through him. He looked at Miao Zhuzhu with intense focus. Your idol? Miao Zhuzhu glanced at him, her expression shifting with realization. After the two stared at each other for a few seconds, they said in unison, King. I suddenly broke into a violent fit of coughing. Miao Zhuzhu and Dani, you both turned to look at me. Miao Zhuzhu asked with concern. Jiangheng, what is wrong? Do you know him too? I shook my head and denied it, but then I immediately changed my mind. Well, I can't say no exactly. It is just, I wore a truly indescribable expression. I had always been aloof and detached, whether in joy or anger. My emotions were strictly controlled. I rarely showed such a vivid expression. Hey, you felt that? If he had to describe my look at that moment, it was like that mental breakdown emoji online. I said slowly, that quote you just mentioned from your idol, where did you hear it? Miao Zhuzhu replied as if it were obvious. All of my idol's fans know it. I said flatly, I suspect King himself has no idea. Miao Zhuzhu was too excited to notice that my reaction was a bit off. She snapped her fingers enthusiastically. Let me tell you, my idol is incredibly powerful. You know about that major case 9 years ago, right? The one with the famous messaging app, depicted, where the info of 300 million users was leaked. The hackers attacking depicted were incredibly arrogant. They left a message on the official website saying, "Sio, you are nothing but a clown." They provoked depicted's entire technical department. But then my idol counter-tracked them. He did not just strike back. He worked with the feds to track down the hackers. She looked ecstatic. Back then, everyone thought he was some passionate young guy. But it was not like that. He only typed that sentence back then because the person who paid him requested it. That was all. In truth, that was a very long time ago. Just as Miao Zhuzhu said, 9 years ago, I had just joined the Wolves. Back then, I was not the leader. The alpha back then was a European man, whom everyone in the organization called Rolf. The global social messaging app, Prat, had suffered a massive user data leak, and the hackers had arrogantly left behind insults. It sparked an unimaginable storm of public opinion. The group's chairman was frantic with rage. When official help failed, he finally turned to the underground organization, Wolves. He placed a high-stakes order, demanding the culprits be tracked down within 2 days. At the time, Rolf had been shot in the arm and his right hand was injured. Combined with the difficulty of the job, logically he should not have taken the order. But Rolf had to take it. Countless eyes were fixed on the Wolves. Everyone called them the Underground Kings. If they did not even dare take a hacker tracking job, how could they keep other organizations in line? With no other choice, Rolf reluctantly took the job. Then he came to me and told me to give it a try. Rolf was a top-tier hacker, and I was essentially his semi-disciple. Though Rolf always thought I was exceptionally gifted, and repeatedly called me a universal genius. The reality was, I had never handled such a major order on my own before. That was the first time I received $100 million order. I battled with the hackers for 16 hours, before finally emerging victorious. The feds followed the case every step of the way, solving the case and arresting the criminals within 24 hours. When the hackers were caught, multiple TV stations broadcasted the scene live, facing the camera. Own hacker asked unwillingly, "For you?" The audience was still laughing at him. "You will never know. Go to prison. Once you are inside, someone will tell you." I had not expected it, but 10 seconds later, the media and reporters on the scene shouted in unison, "Oh my God." The hacker followed their gaze and looked back. The cameras panned behind him. On the massive electronic screen embedded in the skyscraper, displayed clearly across the giant LED screen, was a single word, King. For a moment, there was an uproar both inside and outside the television program. The name King spread like wildfire across the 5 continents and 4 seas. I became famous in a single battle. During the struggle with the hacker, the chairman of the Trad group called Rolf. He said that because the hacker left that clown insult, they had to retaliate. Since I was taking their money, I did their bidding. And so, the counter-insult from King, telling the hacker to get lost, became a viral event. The outside world discussed this with great relish, assuming King must be a wild and arrogant person. The truth, instead, remained hidden. I could not explain it, so I just let Miao Zhuzhu happily talk on. Miao Zhuzhu and Dani Yu had been classmates for so long, yet this was the first time they realized they shared the same idol. The two were discussing it with feverish excitement, swapping information, and praising him together, their flow of compliments never ending. I leaned to the side, bored, playing a game, when I suddenly heard Miao Zhuzhu say to Niu, Did you know? I heard my idol is actually Chinese. Do you think it is possible he is right here in the capital? My hand faltered. My character in the game was nearly hit. And EU responded, that is impossible. Security in the capital is so strict. A hacker would not have any freedom here. Besides, the idea that King is Chinese is not confirmed. It is just a rumor. Miao Zhuzhu retorted unhappily. How is it not confirmed? Was not it obvious enough when he saved those overseas Chinese? 6 years ago, there was a major hijacking in Country F. 53 passengers and 12 crew members, including 34 overseas Chinese, were all taken to an unknown location. The terrorists even started a live stream on the dark web, claiming they would start killing people after dinner. King acted once again. He located them within 15 minutes, helping international police bring all the criminals to justice. Afterward, someone asked King why he intervened. King replied that it was because over half of the hostages were Chinese. That conversation leaked shortly after, leading many to speculate that King is Chinese. Miao Zhuzhu clearly believed this theory without a doubt. An AU asked weakly, what if King was just being kind? Miao Zhuzhu glared at him. It has nothing to do with being kind or not. My idol is definitely Chinese. Just know it. Seeing her slight anger, Li felt awkward about arguing further. He rubbed his nose and said non-committally, maybe. He felt the credibility of this rumor was not high. Miao Zhuzhu saw through his perfunctory tone, crackled her fingers indignantly, and whispered, I have insider information. I have insider information, she whispered. I have insider information, she whispered. I looked up from my game and glanced at her, a hint of curiosity in my eyes. I remembered the few high-level members of our organization. None of them had any deep roots in the capital. Where did Miao Zhuzhu get insider info? He said in surprise. You even have insider info about King. Tell us. Do not go spreading this around. Miao Zhuzhu hesitated before speaking. Who is my mother's younger sister? She is a member of the Hackers Union. Yu asked in shock. The Hackers Union? Your aunt is that powerful? Exactly. My aunt has an incredibly high IQ. Miao Zhuzhu added. The head of her team has great connections, and confirmed that this claim is true. King is indeed Chinese. Information from a big shot in the field. This clearly shifted NIEU's stance. His eyes lit up, and he pulled his chair closer to Miao Zhuzhu. Is there more? Any other news about King? Miao Zhuzhu shook her head regretfully. That is all. King is very careful about protecting his privacy. Anything regarding him is always well guarded. If someone had not provoked King a few years ago, and he spoke with his real voice during the process, the world would not even know he was a man. The world's knowledge of him basically stopped there. And EU suddenly remembered something, and looked at Miao Zhuzhu. Is not your family in the jewelry business? How is someone in your family a hacker? I also raised an eyebrow. Your family is in the jewelry trade, Miao Zhuzhu said in surprise. Zhongheng, you did not know. As soon as she asked, she realized I had not grown up in the capital's elite circles, and was unfamiliar with this world. Things that everyone in the same social tier knew, I was not necessarily aware of. She quickly tried to fix it. It is nothing. We just deal with some jewelry and gemstones. Nothing much. Yu laughed. Miao Zhuzhu, now you are just humble bragging. Then he said to me, do not listen to her. The Miao family is one of the largest jewelry enterprises in the north. They are famous nationwide and even globally. But is not there still the Qianbao Pavilion above us? Miao Zhuzhu mumbled. Qianbao Pavilion is backed by the Qianshan Group. They are the industry leaders. How could our family compete? Your family is only a step below Qianbao Pavilion. Hearing this, I finally understood. So, Miao Zhuzhu's Miao was that Miao family. I recalled what Miao Zhuzhu had just mentioned, about her aunt being in the Hackers Union, and I became thoughtful. As expected, those in the jewelry and gemstone business find it hard to operate entirely in the light. Well, being a step below is still below. Miao Zhuzhu waved it off. Anyway, next week I am going with my uncle to look at stone materials. Are you too interested? Come along for fun. We have a private jet. The flight path is already approved, so it is no trouble. Looking at stone materials usually meant raw, unprocessed minerals, like raw jadeite or raw crystal. Miao Zhuzhu's uncle was mainly going for raw jadeite this time. Yu said excitedly, your family is going to inspect stones. Is it convenient to bring us along? Miao Zhuzhu smiled. Of course, there's an auction over there. My uncle was already planning to take me to broaden my horizons. She had just realized I did not grow up in the capital, and was not familiar with the elite social circles, which made her think of this. She figured if I did not know the world, it did not matter. She could be the one to show me. Connections, after all, to put it bluntly, are built up over time. Miao Zhuzhu thought to herself. She could slowly introduce me to this circle. Her status as the eldest miss of the Miao family was still useful. I did not realize her intention at first, and declined. I think I will pass. I want to rest at home. Miao Zhuzhu assumed I meant the Wang family's home. What is so good about staying at home? Jiang Heng, let me take you out to play. I will take you to see the stones. And you also said excitedly, I want to see the stones too. Miao Zhuzhu gave him an odd look. Your family is so rich. You have never played with this. Do not all the young masters play with this nowadays? He looked helpless. My family is very strict. We are not allowed to touch things related to gambling. But I have always wanted to try. Miao Zhuzhu laughed. An occasional bit of fun is fine. Besides, my uncle will be there. With him watching, nothing will go wrong. She leaned casually across my desk. Jiang Heng, come with us. Let the Wang family see that you have your own social circle. I glanced at Miao Zhuzhu and finally understood her intention. I wanted to say it was not necessary, as I did not care what the Wangs thought. But seeing Miao Zhuzhu's eager eyes, and agreed. Miao Zhuzhu said happily. Then it is settled. I flipped through my phone. There was no report from Qianbao Pavilion about this, so I assumed it was not a large-scale auction. I likely would not run into any acquaintances. If there were no acquaintances, I did not mind accompanying Miao Zhuzhu and the others. Saturday arrived in the blink of an eye. After eating breakfast, I sat on the sofa waiting for Xie Huili. Xie Huili was worried I would forget we were going shopping, so she specifically messaged me last night to remind me. For my last birthday, Xie Rian had given me a credit card with no limit. Seeing me prepare to leave, she worried that if Xie Huili and I had a whim to go somewhere small that did not take cards, Xie Rian had someone prepare some cash. Xie 11 nodded seriously. I have got it all recorded. Stay safe. Third miss. I found it amusing. What are you two doing? I am just going for a casual stroll with my aunt. You are acting like we are going out to acquire a company. The corners of Xie Rian's mouth curled up. If you take a liking to a company, just come back and let me know. It is not impossible to manage. Xie Huili pushed the door open and walked in. Neu followed dejectedly behind her. Did Jiang Heng find something he likes? Then thought to myself, they really are cut from the same cloth. Niu said aggrievedly. I said I wanted to go out with friends, but you would not let me. Jiang Heng has not even said what he likes yet, and you are already saying bye. Am I really your biological son? With your IQ, I really do not want to admit you are. Xie Huili rolled her eyes at him. That place at the border, is it a place for children like you? Niu argued. I am an adult. I'm not a child anymore. Besides, Miao Zhuzhu is going, and her uncle too. The Miao family is surely very familiar with that area. The Miao family is going for legitimate business. What are you doing joining the fuss? He was speechless. He looked at me, then had a sudden idea. I'm going to protect Jiang Heng. Caught in the crossfire of the Nie family's battle, I found it funny. The great king, needing protection from Niu. Xie Huili was surprised. Jiang Heng is going too. Xie Rian looked toward me as well. When she heard I was going out of town, Niu, having successfully shifted the focus, sighed in relief. I had no choice but to explain. Miao Zhuzhu said, her uncle is taking her to a jadeite auction. Invited me and Niu to go along just to look around. Xie Huili said hesitantly, I am mainly worried about your safety. The location for this jadeite auction is in Yun province, famous for its raw gemstone production. That place is situated in a remote border region, adjoining 3 different countries. It has always been a place of unrest. Xie Huili instinctively glanced at Xie Rian. Xie Rian pondered for a moment, before finally speaking. It is fine. Let them go. Do not worry, auntie. I will arrange for some people to follow them when the time comes. Xie Huili reluctantly agreed. Well, all right then. Niu's grin stretched nearly from ear to ear. He said excitedly, thanks, cousin. Xie Huili gave him a look of pure disdain. Wipe that drool off your face. Jiang Heng, let us go. Time to go shopping. Since this brat is riding your coattails to go play, let him carry all the bags today. Niu said blissfully, buy whatever you want. I can carry it all, no matter the weight. Xie 11 chose a discreet-looking car from the garage. Following Xie Huili's instructions, they headed straight for the Baojia Mall in the city center. The city center was bustling on a Saturday, but Baojia Mall was noticeably quieter than elsewhere. This was not because of any issue with the mall, but because it specialized in luxury goods, which the average consumer rarely frequented. Xie Huili had said Niu would carry the bags. And she truly made him do exactly that. Tugging on my arm, she blazed a trail from the first floor cosmetics to fourth floor luggage. This was Xiexi's first time accompanying anyone for a shopping spree. Xie Huili's purchasing power left him utterly dumbfounded. He had already returned to the parking lot twice to drop items off in the car, just to lighten the burden for himself and Tiu. But even so, they were nearly at their limit again. Xie 11 looked over at NEU with a hollow gaze. NEU gestured toward his own left arm, which was draped with 7 brand bags, and his right arm, holding 9 boxes. Xie 11 resigned himself to his fate and looked away. NEU tentatively offered a suggestion to Xie Huili. Perhaps we could have the boutiques deliver everything to the house. Would not that be more convenient? Xie Huili's finger moved rapidly as she pointed at the displays. This own, and that own. Except for these 4, I do not want them. Wrap up everything else. She turned to me with a smile. I think you can pull all of these off. Try them on when we get back. If there is anything you do not like, just leave it aside. From my initial polite refusals, to later saying, this is far too wasteful, to my current state of total compliance, it had only taken a few hours. Inside a shopping mall, Xie Huili was the absolute ruler. No one could defy her. The smiles on the sales assistants' faces grew increasingly fervent. Of course, madam. NEU hovered around Xie Huili, asking. Pay some attention to me, please. Xie Huili spared him a brief glance. What do you know? The fun of shopping is in bringing the items home yourself. If I have them delivered to the house, what is the point of coming out at all? NEU grumbled under his breath. But you are not the one carrying anything. Xie Huili snapped back irritably. This is not like when you were a kid, and you claimed you could carry anything I told you to. When your father was young and accompanied me shopping, he never uttered the word, tired, once. Now look at you. It has only been a few hours and you are already about to collapse. Starting tomorrow, you are waking up early to exercise. He was helpless. He could only accept his fate. He wept silent tears in his heart. Not only had he failed to solve the immediate crisis, he had earned a mandatory training plan from his own mother. Xie Huili suddenly remembered something. Yet the moment they saw me, their jaws dropped. I ordered a watch for your father last time. It is just across the street. Since we are here today, come with me to pick it up. She had the clerk hand the packaged clothes to Xie 11 and NIEU. Ignoring their thunderstruck expressions, she turned to me and said, Jiang Heng, go upstairs and have a coffee to rest for a bit. Wait for me to get back, and then we will continue shopping. I let out a subtle sigh of relief. But I will go sit upstairs for a while. Before leaving, NIEU piled everything in her hands onto Xie 11. Xie 11 struggled to poke his head out from the mountain of shopping bags surrounding him. Mr. Jiang, I will head downstairs first too, to put these things in the car. I will be back to find you shortly. I nodded with a hint of pity. Go ahead. The cafe Xie Huili mentioned was on the 5th floor. I took the elevator up. I intended to go straight to the cafe. But out of the corner of my eye, I spotted a high-end luxury boutique near the elevator. Through the arched entrance, I could clearly see the displayed bags, necklaces and accessories. My heart stirred, thinking that I had not decided on a gift for Xie Rian yet. I might as well take a look inside. There were only a few scattered customers in the shop. As soon as I walked in, a clerk with a sweet smile approached me. Is there anything in particular you are looking for? I replied. I want to get a gift for a lady. I have not decided what yet. Just looking around. The clerk stepped closer, and as she saw my face clearly, she was slightly startled. Her attitude instantly became more respectful. Of course, may I suggest some necklaces or rings? I shook my head. I did not quite like those 2 suggestions, because both the use and the meaning were too intimate. This was my first time giving Xie Rian a gift. I wanted something a bit more casual. The clerk read my expression. Seeing I had no interest in necklaces or rings, she shifted her approach. Do you have a price range in mind? I can make recommendations based on your budget. Clerks in luxury stores usually have sharp eyes. They often judge a customer's spending power based on their outfit and accessories. But after observing me for a long time, this clerk could not reach a conclusion. My appearance and aura were extraordinary, yet my clothes bore no visible brands. If they were custom made, it would not be strange for a clerk not to recognize them. She quietly glanced at my clutch bag, and found it had no logo either. At first glance, the leather even looked quite strange, almost like something from a street stall. Baojia Mall was a famously high-end luxury center. While ordinary people could not afford it, those who shopped here knew their own spending level, and would not enter a store lightly. However, looking at me now, The clerk was completely unable to tell if I was deeply wealthy or just putting on an act. I smiled faintly. Do not worry about the price, as long as it is suitable. Hearing this, the clerk was even less sure of my true identity. She tentatively recommended a handbag. Have a look at this. This lady's handbag is a new arrival for the autumn season. It is primarily made of calfskin. You can feel it. The texture of the leather is very delicate. I glanced at the obvious brand logo on the leather tag and shook my head. Seeing this, the clerk reacted immediately. You do not like this own? Then please look at these. My eyes lit up as I pointed to a pair of black onyx studs sitting quietly in the glass display case. The clerk followed my gaze and looked. She paused for a moment, then softened her voice. You have excellent taste. These earrings are a limited edition. We do not have much stock left. In fact, this is the last pair. She carefully removed the box from the counter and placed it gently in front of me. Look at the luster and texture. It is a stark contrast to ordinary earrings. I examined them for a moment, thinking they would indeed suit Ciarán perfectly. Without even asking the price, I said directly, please wrap them up for me. Only then was the clerk certain that this customer was indeed a wealthy young master. She said with a beaming smile, certainly, sir. Please follow me this way to settle the payment. Just as she was about to close the box on the glass counter, a large hand suddenly reached over and picked up the earrings directly, praising them. These actually look quite nice. Honey, come take a look at these. The clerk looked up in surprise, recognizing a familiar, handsome face. She quickly greeted him. Mr. Su Zhengwo did not even spare the clerk a glance, calling out to the woman looking at necklaces nearby. Honey, let me buy you a pair of earrings. I think these look pretty good. The woman walked over at his call, took a look, and smiled. They're nice. Let us buy them then. Wrap them up. Su Zhengwo casually tossed out a card. Pack them. The clerk caught the card, but her face was filled with awkwardness. Mr. These earrings were just purchased. By whom? Only then did Su Zhengwo turn around. He looked at the clerk, then glanced at me standing beside him. I do not care. If it is displayed here, it belongs to the store. And if it is for sale, I can buy it. As Su Zhengwo turned, I, who had been standing behind him, was revealed. Su Zhengwo's wife glanced at me. A flash of pure admiration crossed her face. Su Zhengwo became even more displeased upon seeing that. He gritted his teeth inwardly and snapped at the clerk. What are you waiting for? Wrap them up. The clerk did not move. She said awkwardly, Mr. It is really a matter of first come, first served. Perhaps you could look at other styles, or wait until our next shipment arrives, and I will set a pair aside for you. Su Zhengwo frowned. Do not you know the rules? He stopped acknowledging the clerk and waved over the supervisor. Come over here for a second. Manager Zhang came running over in a hurry, bowing as he asked, Mr. What seems to be the problem? Su Zhengwo said, I want to buy these earrings. Your clerk insists someone else already bought them, but they are still sitting right here, are not they? How can they be sold? Is it because I have not been here in a while that you have stopped respecting me as a VIP? Manager Zhang said apologetically. I'm so sorry. She has not served you before and did not recognize who you are. Please wait a moment. I will handle this for you. The clerk's face went pale. I looked up at Manager Zhang, hearing him say he would handle it for the other party. It was obvious he already had a solution in mind. Su Zhengwo huffed, pulling his wife down onto a nearby sofa, coldly watching the situation unfold. Manager Zhang poured me a glass of water and whispered with a forced smile. It is like this. The gentleman just now is a VIP customer of our store. Could you possibly be a bit flexible here? The store will give you some small gifts as compensation. I gently pushed the glass away and said coldly, I do not need any gifts. Just pack the earrings for me. Manager Zhang looked completely troubled. But you see, over on Mr. Su sighed. He gestured towards Su Zhengwo. Though he knew I had seen the earrings first, Su Zhengwo's status was special, and he could not afford to offend him. Therefore, he had already decided, hoping that I would be the one to back down. Su Zhengwo maintained an aggressive posture. He thought a young man like me would be soft-hearted, afraid of causing trouble for others. Manager Zhang was counting on my potential retreat. As long as I agreed to give them up, the matter would be resolved smoothly. I said nonchalantly, why should I care about him? Does your store sell people? In addition to selling merchandise? Manager Zhang was choked by my words. He had not expected me to be so unyielding. He quickly pulled the clerk over and scolded her. Hurry up and ask this gentleman for his understanding. The clerk glanced at me and said in a low voice, Sir, I'm sorry, could you please In truth, she was not willing either. These earrings were quite valuable. If she sold them to me, she would earn a significant commission. But if they were sold to Mr. the credit would go to the staff who usually served him. She felt she had already tried to fight for me, but now she could only bow her head, hoping I would yield, and said in a measured tone. The faces of both the manager and the clerk changed. The forced smile on Manager Zhang's face vanished. His tone was no longer polite. You are going to make things difficult for us. I let out a soft laugh, and countered, I am the one making things difficult. The logic of this world is truly strange sometimes. When someone else is clearly being unreasonable, the bystanders do not criticize that person. Instead, they tell you to just let it go, to just endure it. And if you refuse to endure, if you refuse to back down, they turn around and criticize you, asking why you are not more generous, more forgiving, more kind, or more considerate. I tapped my finger against the glass counter, with a faint smile. Then fine, consider me the one making things difficult. I am taking these earrings today. Seeing my composed yet firm attitude, Mr. Su sat on the sofa, sizing me up. His gaze lingered on my bag for a moment, before he sneered. Who are you even buying them for? A girlfriend? You do not look like someone who actually has own. You do not even have a decent bag. I am warning you. Do not try to look big when you are clearly not. Buying luxury goods like this as gifts. You would be better off buying something for yourself. At least get yourself a bag that is not an eyesore. I gave her a flat look. I casually slid the bag off my shoulder. So, you think this bag is worthless, Mr. Su tilted his chin up. He said arrogantly, do not tell me you are claiming this is a designer bag. Let me tell you something. I am familiar with every luxury brand in the entire world. This piece of yours is definitely not one of them. I nodded. It is true, it is not a name brand, Mr. Su looked triumphant. Just as he was about to speak, I gently flipped open the inner lining of the bag. I said nonchalantly, it was merely designed and crafted by Chris Vian. I added with a smile, as for the materials used, it would not be appropriate to disclose that to outsiders, Mr. Su's face turned cold instantly. Chris, however, he suddenly bolted upright. He lunged toward me, staring intently at the insignia inside the strap. He gasped in shock. Impossible. Manager Zhang took a look, and cried out in surprise. It actually is. The clerk covered her mouth, looking at me in disbelief. Manager Zhang, the clerk, and Mr. Su were all people who knew luxury brands inside and out. Mr. Su's girlfriend, however, clearly did not understand the gravity of it. She only felt that Chris Vian sounded like a familiar name. She asked in confusion, who is that? Why are you all reacting like this? No one answered her. Feeling baffled, she took out her phone to search. A flood of information immediately popped up. The top 10 most famous designers, Chris Vian, ranked number 1 among the world's top 10 fashion designers. The leading figure of the world's top fashion icons. Head of the 10 greatest fashion designers. Commissioned by royalty across the globe. Hailed as the father of modern fashion. The legendary father of fashion. She continued reading, swiping across the screen, until she saw a striking headline. Limited edition work personally designed by Chris Vian for brand O. Sold for nearly 60 million RMB. Seeing this news, Mr. Su's girlfriend could not help but gasp in shock. Everyone present clearly understood what this implied. Their expressions were varied, and the scene turned awkward instantly. Mr. Su slightly reined in his disdainful look. He scrutinized me more carefully. Though he hated to admit it, this young man was indeed exceptionally handsome, to a degree he had rarely seen in his life. He looked like he had just come of age. Yet every gesture exuded nobility. Su Zhengwo thought to himself, this boy must also come from a wealthy family. But compared to me, Su Zhengwo, he surely still falls short. Su Zhengwo raised an eyebrow. Since you can get a custom piece from Chris Vian, it seems your family is not short on cash. Then I am not afraid to tell you. My surname is Su, and not just any ordinary Su, but the Su family of the 7 great clans of the imperial capital. After he finished speaking, he stared at me intently, waiting for me to show a look of shock or fear. However, my expression did not flicker. My eyelashes lowered slightly, and my tone remained calm. I have never heard of these 7 or 8 great clans. I have only heard of the 7 Calabash brothers. The moment those words came out, Su Zhengwo's gaze changed sharply. The expressions of the others also turned sour. Who in the imperial capital circles did not know? The Onxia, the 2 Wangs, the 4 dynasties and the 7 clans. My words, were essentially a blatant act of trampling the dignity of the 7 clans under my feet. Who do you think you are? What is your last name? Su Jiangwo demanded. I want to see. Whose family is so incredibly arrogant? However, I remained completely unfazed. I said flatly, Are you a public official checking a citizen's ID? You have so many questions. Show me your credentials first. Su Jiangwo's face turned beet red with rage. Seeing this, Manager Zhang screamed inwardly that this was bad. It was just a small matter of buying something. He could not let it escalate further, lest it bring trouble to the store as well. Given the current situation, he knew exactly what choice he had to make. Manager Zhang gave me a hollow smile and said, Our store may be unable to provide you with service. Please move on to other shops. Before I could speak, a cold female voice rang out from behind the crowd. Unable to provide service? Then there is no need for this store to stay open. The group turned around to see a tall, handsome young man holding the door open. He was respectfully ushering in an elegant, dignified lady. Auntie, the entrance here is a bit slippery. The lady ignored him, only sweeping her gaze over the people in the store. So, you can't provide service. Unbelievable. In that case, this store really does not need to stay open. Shut it down. The sudden voice cut through the ongoing dialogue. Manager Zhang saw that these newcomers were of no ordinary status. They were clearly people of high standing, but he was certain that Su Jiangwo was several levels above any typical noblewoman. He was someone who could not be easily offended. Hearing the other party speak so boldly, demanding to close the shop as soon as they opened their mouth, Manager Zhang grew even more irritated. With a dark expression, he said, Madam, this is an internal matter of our store. Please do not interfere. An internal matter. Your store is built on Xie family land. Can I also ask your store to move out? After all, that would be a matter of my own family's land. Your family's land. Manager Zhang froze for a second. Once he realized, his face turned deathly pale. The Xie family. Manager Zhang hurriedly turned to look at Su Jiangwo. Su Jiangwo had also recognized who had arrived. He had seen her several times at banquets before. After hearing her words, his heart could not help but sink. Mrs. What brings you here? The newcomers were indeed Xie Huili and Neu, returning from their errand. At this moment, Xie Huili's posture and expression were a world away from how she usually treated me at the Xie house. She lifted her eyelids slightly, giving Su Jiangwo a glance as fleeting as a dragonfly brushing water. Manager Zhang did not know exactly which Mrs. He this was, but the name Xie family was enough to make his heart tremble. Coupled with Su Jiangwo's submissive attitude, he vaguely understood that Xie Huili was clearly several tiers above Su Jiangwo. Su Jiangwo was arrogant, fond of looking at people with his chin tilted up, with disdain written plainly across his face. But this Mrs. He was calm. Only her gaze held a trace of aloofness. When her eyes landed on someone, they pulled away instantly, as if looking for a second longer would be a waste of time. Manager Zhang suddenly thought of me. The realization hit him like a lightning bolt. The way these two looked at people was identical. Xie Huili, due to her poise and maturity, carried a much heavier presence and a more intense aura, whereas I, because of my naturally laid-back temperament, had not given off a sense of pressure, as obvious as Xie Huili's during the earlier confrontation. Aside from Su Jiangwo being more sensitive to it, Manager Zhang himself had only vaguely sensed it, without realizing the severity of the situation. The reason Su Jiangwo insisted on fighting me for the earrings today was likely because the aura I unintentionally projected had made him feel threatened and dissatisfied. As a young master of the Su family, he was used to being superior. He could not stand anyone looking more noble than himself. After figuring this out, Manager Zhang was consumed by regret. He spent his days being careful, yet today he had managed to brush off a genuine titan. Xie Huili did not recognize Su Jiangwo. After all, she usually interacted with socialites of her own rank. If it were one of Su Jiangwo's elders, she might have been able to name them. As for Su Jiangwo, a young second-generation playboy who had not taken over the family business, she had never bothered to notice him. This gentleman, I do not believe we have met, Xie Huili said flatly. Su Jiangwo explained awkwardly. My grandfather is Su Tang. I have seen you at several banquets before, madam, though the Su family business had mostly been handed to the fathers. When it came to seniority and reputation, he still had to bring up the patriarch's generation. Su Jiangwo knew perfectly well that his own name was likely not enough to mean anything to this lady of the Xie family. Xie Huili gave a knowing smile. Oh, so you are from Uncle Su's family. Yes. Which son is your father? Su Jiangwo's voice grew quieter. My father is the third son. Xie Huili smiled. I see. No wonder I did not recognize you. We are more familiar with your eldest uncle's branch. Su Jiangwo's face turned bright red, leaving him almost nowhere to hide his shame. Xie Huili's words sounded polite, but the weight behind them was immense. The one currently in charge of the Su family industry was Su Jiangwo's uncle. He was the face of the Su family. In their circles, everyone knew the eldest Su brother. Everyone knows who it is. As for Su Jiangwo's father, aside from relying on family dividends, he had achieved almost nothing in his career, and possessed no real presence. Xie Huili saying she had not dealt with them, was effectively saying Su Jiangwo's household was incompetent, and not worthy of being associated with the Xie or Nie families. Su Jiangwo could not swallow this insult, yet he could not find the words to strike back. He could only force a smile, and squeeze out, "That is quite all right." Manager Zhang did not know the specifics of the Su family tree, nor did he catch the subtle subtext, but seeing Su Jiangwo's reaction, he knew Xie Huili's words had struck a nerve. Manager Zhang marveled inwardly. The way these noble women spoke was like needles hidden in silk, perfectly smooth on the surface, but cutting to the bone with every word. Despite the tension in the shop, an ill-timed piece of gossip he would heard recently flashed through his mind. It was about a wealthy family in the capital who found their long-lost biological son and brought him home, yet continued to ignore him, focusing all their care on the child they had raised from birth. Some had remarked that, from a standpoint of interest, this was not necessarily wrong, but from the standpoint of emotion, that family was truly cold-hearted. Manager Zhang had not quite understood it then, but now it suddenly made sense. Without being raised with that family education and influence, how could one understand the unspoken rules of these clans? How could one navigate such complex relationships? When someone hides a thorn in their words, you might foolishly think they just have a beautiful smile. When someone implies a deeper meaning, you might be too oblivious to understand. Manager Zhang was filled with reflection, but he had no idea that one of the subjects of the gossip he just recalled was standing right there in the shop. He looked at the now silent Su Jiangwo, his mind racing with thoughts. Just as he was wondering how to ease the situation, he heard Xie Huili ask, "Jiang Heng, what were you looking at just now?" I pushed the earring box forward. Xie Huili stepped closer to take a look. She said with a smile, "You are planning to give these to Rian, are not you?" I nodded. Xie Huili immediately understood the situation. After all this time, I was buying a gift for a Xie family member on Xie family property, only to be harassed by others. If old Master Xie ever found out about this, he would be absolutely livid. Xie Huili nodded to the clerk standing nearby. "Please wrap these earrings up." The clerk instinctively glanced at Su Jiangwo. Remembering that 10 minutes ago, Su Jiangwo had acted as if he was determined to have them. Su Jiangwo's face stiffened. In an unpleasant tone, he said, "What are you looking at me for? Hurry up and wrap them for Mrs. The clerk dared not hesitate any longer. She quickly and deftly packed the earrings. Though Su Jiangwo could not guess my exact relation to Xie Huili, he realized things had taken a turn for the worse. So, he composed himself, forcing a smile as he said, "Hey, hence, I'm truly sorry. That was all just a misunderstanding. I did not know you knew Nie. It is like the flood hitting the Dragon King's temple. Family not recognizing their own. Tell you what, let these earrings be a token of my regard today. Consider them a gift for our first meeting. Let us be friends." After speaking, Su Jiangwo pulled a card from his bag, intending to hand it to the clerk. Xie Huili raised her hand to block his movement. Her attitude was cold. "There is no need for that, mister. How could we let you pay? The Xie family can still afford this much." She looked back at Nie, signaling him with her eyes to settle the bill. Nie obediently said to the clerk, "I will go with you to pay." The clerk did not dare look at Su Jiangwo again. Holding the earrings, she led Nie to the checkout counter. Xie Huili stood in front of me. Su Jiangwo could only force a smile. It really was a misunderstanding before. I am glad it is cleared up. It had to be said. Su Jiangwo was someone who knew when to bow and when to stand. He started off arrogant and domineering, treating me with utter contempt, with his privileged background written all over his face. But now, seeing Xie Huili, knowing I had someone backing me up, he could immediately swallow his pride, endure the slight, and play the part of the smiling sycophant. I glanced at him, thinking that this guy was not a total fool. After you returned with the bag containing the earrings. Xie took my arm. Let us go. We will continue our shopping. Let us continue. Manager Zhang thought this meant the matter was settled, reducing big problems to small ones and small ones to none. He let out a long sigh of relief, his body finally relaxing. But Su Zhengwo knew how these high society women settled scores later. His expression shifted slightly, and he quickly called out to Xie Mrs. Anai, please wait. His mind raced, and he quickly smiled. I have admired you for a long time, madam, but I never had the chance to meet you privately. Today is truly fate. I wonder if you would do me the honor of letting me host a simple meal for you. Then turned to me and added, and to also apologize to this gentleman for my earlier offense. Xie declined. I have to meet some friends for lunch. It was arranged in advance. I won't trouble you, mister. Su Zhengwo's smile froze slightly. He did not know if she was telling the truth or making an excuse, but he was certain of one thing. If he did not give Xie something today, he would not be able to sleep tonight. He changed his strategy, focusing on the immediate situation. Then what about this handsome fellow? Is there anything else you like? Give me a chance to make amends. Before I could speak, Xie had already said, wait. The two of us spoke almost simultaneously. Auntie, you go first. When Su Zhengwo heard the word auntie, a flash of disbelief crossed his face. The only ones in the Xie family who could call her auntie should be the third Miss Xie and her brothers, right? Where did this boy come from in the main Xie line? Or perhaps he had some other connection to her. In the elite circles of the imperial capital, Su Zhengwo believed he knew most people, but he had never seen my face before. Who exactly was this person? Xie said flatly. We appreciate your kindness, mister. But it is unnecessary. This store will be closing for rectification soon. We will go shop elsewhere. Manager Zhang, who thought he was in the clear, suddenly snapped his head up upon hearing this. He blurted out, closing for rectification. How is that possible? This is a brand store in a high-end luxury mall, not some roadside workshop. How can you just say it is closing? He was panicked, and could not help asking. You are joking, right? Xie smiled faintly. Everyone is quite busy. Who has time for jokes? She pulled me along. Let us go. Someone will come to handle the rest. Manager Zhang's body reacted faster than his brain. Without thinking, he blocked their path. Madam, you can't just leave like this. If her words were a bluff, it was fine. But if they were true, and the store was really forced to close, he would be truly finished, with no way out. He had only been a manager here for less than 6 months. He had not even settled into the role yet. How could he lose it so senselessly? He had to stop Xie. Xie was not angry. She simply asked calmly, are you sure you want me to stay? Manager Zhang was puzzled. He looked around. He saw me with a half smile, Su Zhengwo with a blank expression, and Nau playing on his phone. He steeled himself and said, Mrs. Nai, please have a seat. I will go pour you some tea. Let us talk this through properly. Su Zhengwo closed his eyes, thinking to himself, this manager probably won't be coming back today. Xie nodded good-naturedly. Very well. Since you want me to sit for a while, I shall sit for a while. She asked Nau, have they been notified? Nau sent a message and then said, they will be here any minute. Manager Zhang's polite smile was nearly crumbling. Who were they? Who else was coming? He stole a glance at Xie. To you and me. Confirming these three did not look like thugs. He felt a slight sense of relief. Surely they would not trash the store. He wanted to lead them to the VIP area, to figure out what they were thinking. But Xie pulled me directly onto a nearby sofa. Manager Zhang said awkwardly, Madam, perhaps we should sit inside. It is not very quiet out here. Xie ignored him. She simply handed an unopened water bottle to Nau. Nau unscrewed the cap and handed it to me. Xie said, have some water. This will be resolved shortly. I am in no hurry. Manager Zhang grew increasingly restless. He kept looking at Su Zhengwo, hoping for some hint or help. Su Zhengwo did not look at him once. He was too busy hovering by Xie to talk. He could not care less about the manager's fate, just as Manager Zhang was debating whether to report this to his superiors. He suddenly heard a polite greeting from behind. Director Xie, why are you sitting here? He turned around, and his heart nearly jumped out of his chest. The resident head of Baojia Mall was walking in with an assistant. Manager Zhang rushed forward, wanting to greet him, but the head did not even look at him, passing him by directly. The head stopped by the sofa with a wide smile, saying respectfully, Director Xie, long time no see. You are as beautiful as ever. Xie was gracious. She stood up to shake his hand, exchanging pleasantries. Long time no see. I am sorry to disrupt your work today. The head quickly replied. Not at all. It is our lack of proper oversight. I just heard you had left. I did not expect you to still be in the store. I have not prepared any drinks for you. If you do not mind, would you like to come to my office upstairs? Xie smiled. Wait, stay here. Because the store manager pleaded with us to handle things. Once it is settled, I will take the children and keep shopping. The head finally looked at Yu and me behind her. He shook hands with Nau first, then looked at me with hesitation. And this is, Xie said, this is Jiang Heng. With an outsider present, Xie did not specify my exact identity, but her manner was very intimate. The head was slightly puzzled, but he did not press further. I reached out to shake his hand, simply introducing myself. I'm Jiang Heng. As the head handed over his business card, he repeated the name Jiang Heng in his mind, to appear with Xie and have such a close relationship. Whether he knew me before or not, he had to remember this name from now on. Su Zhengwo, listening from the side, also etched the name into his memory, secretly speculating, which Jiang was this Jiang Heng? Which family in the imperial capital was he connected to? After the head finished greeting Xie he turned to manager Zhang. His gaze swept the area with a complex look, as he said to him, close the doors. Starting today, suspend operations for rectification. Manager Zhang felt his heart sink like a stone. He tried to struggle, director, but the head was beyond negotiation. Taxes, inventory lists, customer feedback, everything needs to be re-audited. This is a notice, not a discussion. Say no more, please leave. Manager Zhang felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, desperately trying to suppress his panic. Director Ho. This is not right. The director cut him off. You need a formal notice from the top, do not you? Then wait just a moment. I will deliver the word myself. The director walked to a corner, made a quick phone call, then returned to stand before manager Zhang. He gave a sharp nod. Now you can report to your superior. Manager Zhang numbly unlocked his phone. But before he could dial, a call from his boss was already coming in. His hands trembled as he answered. A low, teeth-gritting growl erupted from the receiver. What the hell did you do? Headquarters called me directly. Are you trying to sabotage my promotion this year? I am telling you, you are finished. Finish your last shift today. Someone will replace you tomorrow. Whatever was said after that, manager Zhang could no longer hear. He stood there, swaying as if about to collapse. The words "you are finished" echoing relentlessly in his mind. Through a haze, he saw Director Ho and his assistant, speaking with that Mrs. And after settling the store's affairs, they escorted the group out. He also saw the usually insufferable Su Zhengwo chasing after them in a panic. The line went dead when the staff heard the director's announcement regarding the suspension and rectification. Their faces were filled with terror. Manager Zhang looked at the director, who only let out a long sigh. Oh, Manager Zhang, when you took over this year, we had dinner together. I even praised you for being a sharp man. But how could you make such a rookie mistake? Under the feet of the emperor, you can't toss a cigarette without hitting 5 nobles. How did you not realize you were on a seesaw today? You offended someone, and instead of apologizing immediately, you insisted on forcing them to stay. Manager Zhang heard his own voice, sounding low and hollow. I did not expect it. I really did not expect it. The director sighed again. There are plenty of things in this world you won't expect. Besides, if you had conducted yourself with integrity, how could you have ended up in such a mess? He felt it was useless to say more now. He believed that after this lesson, Manager Zhang would finally understand these truths. Manager Zhang was still unwilling to let go. He struggled to ask, Director Ho, I heard you call that lady Director Xie. Who exactly is she? The director paused for a moment, deciding there was no harm in telling him. She married into the Ne family, but her maiden name is Xie. You have heard of the third Miss Xie at headquarters, right? She is the third Mrs. Only paternal aunt. I call her Director Xie because she is also a major shareholder of Baojia. Upon hearing this, Manager Zhang was rendered completely speechless. His face turned a ghostly ash gray. The director patted him on the shoulder. Forget it. Do not go down a rabbit hole. Go home and rest for a while. With that feeling he had been as kind as possible, the director left with his assistant. A clerk stepped forward to check on the situation. Just as she was about to call out to Manager Zhang, she saw his body sway. With a loud thud, he collapsed to the floor. The clerk screamed, Someone help, call an ambulance. Manager Zhang has fainted. The chaos inside the store was unknown to Niu and me. After shaking off the persistent Su Zhengwo, we continued our way to the upper floors. Xie Huili held my arm, detailedly explaining the Su family's situation. When it came to knowing the networks of the elite, no one surpassed a top-tier clan like the Xies. Xie Huili casually untangled those complex, interpersonal relationships with total clarity. NEU followed behind with a complicated expression, listening to Xie Huili instruct me like a mother teaching a son. He thought back to his own childhood, how he could never remember the names of various ants, and often called them the wrong thing, resulting in his ears being pinched red. He could not help but mock himself. Clearly, I must have been picked up from a trash can. Xie Huili gently straightened my collar, speaking softly. Actually, it does not matter if you do not know these things. With our family status, even if you understand nothing, others will still have to flatter you. If you are interested, I will tell you more. If not, you can simply ignore those people when you meet them. I was not quite used to someone being so close to me. My jaw tightened slightly, and I only relaxed once Xie Huili's hand moved away. Hearing her words, I gave a small smile. Do not worry, Auntie. I actually have 10,000 ways to learn about these wealthy families. The intelligence team at W Loves Alone can provide any information I desire, and Song Junliang of Qianshan Group interacts with these families daily. I just felt it was not necessary. My current career requires connections, but not at the level these people can reach. Seeing that I was not affected by Su Zhengwo's harassment, Xie Huili felt relieved. The matter with Su Zhengwo could not be handled openly like the store manager, but the Xie family would never let it slide. After I had been mistreated, Xie Huili did not plan on telling me these things. In her heart, she thought I was still young, and did not need to know the twists and turns of the adult world. I had no idea that, in Xie Huili's mind, I was a kind and innocent young boy. And you asked curiously, by the way, just now, Su Zhengwo offered to give you something. He said no. What were you going to say after that? I thought for a moment. I wanted to say that he looks like he is about to be very unlucky. I did not want to accept a gift from someone with such bad luck. Xie Huili and Xie 11 both looked over at the same time. Then you joked. Unlucky. Is it because he offended you? I shook my head. The first time I saw him, I felt that he was destined for a financial loss, and it would affect his wealth for a long time. I added, however, it is not because of me. His loss has no causal link to my presence. I am a practitioner of the metaphysical. When it involves my own affairs, I often cannot calculate things with perfect clarity. For instance, I can foresee my life is short, but I cannot pin down the exact day. I know my lifespan has been extended, but to which day or which month, cannot see through it. When I first met Xie Rian, I also felt a strange sensation, sensing a karmic thread between us, but the specific path was unclear. It is like the legend of the physician who cannot heal himself. If Su Zhengwo were unlucky specifically because of me, I would not be able to see the omens of his misfortune. And since I can see them, it means whatever is about to happen to him has nothing to do with me. I gave a brief explanation of the principles involved. Xie Huili and Xie 11 both looked like they had realized something. Only Nau remained utterly perplexed. Nau asked out of curiosity. I have never really understood. Why can't a physician heal himself? Can you metaphysical practitioners really not predict events related to yourselves? Xie Huili gave him a sidelong glance. Are you an encyclopedia of questions? Why so many questions all day long? Niu's doubt was a typical outsider's way of thinking, but it was a normal reaction for a layperson hearing such claims for the first time. I patiently explained it to him. A physician cannot heal himself. Firstly, because doctors have specialties. Some excel in ophthalmology. If they fall ill with something else, they might not be able to treat it themselves. Secondly, once you are involved, emotion inevitably clouds judgment. Feelings like loss, anxiety, or fear will weaken a doctor's analytical power. It is like how some people give great advice to others, but when it is their turn, they break down in tears. It is the same logic. It is easier to save others than to save oneself. Those who see through fate cannot clearly see their own. I thought back to my previous life, feeling a slight sense of melancholy. In the world of metaphysics, it is hard to say if one follows or defies heaven. It carries more helplessness than other professions. And you nodded along repeatedly. When my roommate failed a course, I told him it was no big deal. But when I failed a course myself, I worried every day that I would not graduate. The words slipped out before he could stop them. He realized too late he had overshared. Xie heard it loud and clear. She immediately smiled and said, "You failed a course. And you saw there were not many people around. And since it was a public mall, Xie could not exactly twist his ear. So she quietly put her hand on his arm, applying hidden pressure, while saying with a beaming smile, "Do tell. When did this happen?" And you scrambled away. "Let me explain." Xie 11 kindly stepped forward to intervene, but not to stop Xie. He blocked Neu instead. In an instant, Neu was being double-teamed by his mother and Xie 11. I watched with a broad smile, the faint gloom from before vanishing entirely. Finally, Neu honestly confessed his dark history, and eventually received his mother's forgiveness. Xie straightened her cuffs. Resuming her role as a dignified noblewoman, she said to me, "Aheng, where would you like to have lunch?" Her earlier claim to Su Zhengwo about having an appointment was merely a brush-off. Her main schedule today was shopping with me. Yu chimed in first. "Mom, I want Cantonese food," I said casually. "Anything is fine with me. I have no allergies, and I am not a picky eater." Xie recalled my preferences from my last birthday, and made the executive decision. "Then let us have Sichuan food. I know a private kitchen that does it quite well." "Sounds good." Yu protested. "Mom, that is the exact opposite of what I asked for." Xie looked at him. Her left eye said, "Food." And her right eye said, "Course." And Yu shut up instantly. Someone who failed a course has no right to an opinion on lunch. The private Sichuan restaurant Xie mentioned was over half an hour's drive from Baojia Mall. While sitting in the car, I checked the files sent by Q. Earlier, I had asked Q to look into the strange occurrences that had happened in the imperial capital over the past few years, especially any information related to contact with that character Uncle Lu, the strange people and bizarre events appearing in the imperial capital, especially the figure known as that Uncle Lu. Relevant information they had come across. Q had already organized the files and sent them over, while adding a reminder, "There is quite a lot going on in the organization lately. Do you want to come by and take a look?" I frowned slightly, and replied, "It is not very convenient for now. Old man Jiang is almost at the capital. I plan to spend some time with him." She sent back a kneeling emoji, then added, "Contact me anytime if there is a problem." I opened the data packet, which looked quite substantial. Q's intelligence gathering skills were as formidable as ever. From text to images, everything was listed in perfect order. Over the past decade, the number of well-known metaphysical masters in the capital was neither too many nor too few. Most were just getting by, with only a small fraction achieving true fame and fortune. Regarding those who had contact with Uncle Lu, Q had found two. One was named Ding Yilin, who primarily did business in the entertainment industry. His hands were none too clean, and he dared to touch any kind of dirty work. The other was not this Xiang Yuhui Uncle Lu had mentioned, but someone named Xiang Sun. This Xiang Sun's meeting with Uncle Lu was purely accidental. Once, Uncle Lu's car broke down on the road, and his phone was dead. It happened that Xiang Sun was passing by, and Uncle Lu borrowed his phone. The two became acquainted because of this. They met several times after that, though what they discussed specifically is no longer known. But before long, Xiang Sun disappeared. This Xiang Sun was incredibly mysterious. No matter the time or place, he always appeared wearing a hat and a mask. He dressed even more discreetly than a celebrity, as if intentionally hiding his identity. Despite Q's vast resources, she actually could not find a single photo showing his face. The clearest shot was a frame captured from a storefront security camera. In the photo, he was dressed entirely in black, wearing a baseball cap, black-rimmed glasses, and a disposable mask. His height was estimated to be around 1.8 meters, with an average build, and no distinguishing features. He was the type who would easily vanish into a crowd. I stared at the photo for a while, using 2 fingers to zoom in on the mobile screen, my eyes narrowing slightly. Anyone else might have doubted themselves, thinking that initial sense of familiarity was an illusion. After all, with so many people in the world, it is common for strangers to share a resemblance. But my intuition told me this was absolutely no illusion. I tapped my phone a few times, lost in thought. Though I had no clear memory, the feeling of familiarity was undeniable. Does this mean I might not have met this person directly, but saw them through some other channel? Where could it have been? What are you thinking about, Jiang Heng? Are you sleepy? Seeing me holding my phone without moving, Xie Huili asked softly with concern. Do you want to rest for a bit? She helped me turn on the TV in the car. There are still about 10 minutes left. Watch a show to refresh yourself. You can rest after we eat. I did not decline her kindness, and replied with a smile. I used the remote to browse and stopped on a page. It happened to be a popular starlet in a variety interview. My knowledge of the entertainment industry was limited, but even I knew this starlet's name, because she had been incredibly popular this year. Her endorsements and ads were everywhere. Her face was ubiquitous. It would have been difficult not to recognize her. Even NIU, a straight-laced guy who never followed idols, could accurately say her name upon hearing her voice, without even looking up from his phone. Who is watching Lu Shui? A lot of guys in my circle are obsessed with her. On the show, Lu Shui seemed to have just participated in a game. The host penalized her with truth or dare. She chose truth. The host asked, "What is your ideal type of boyfriend?" Lu Shui's expression shifted almost imperceptibly, but she gave a standard celebrity response. Someone with fair skin, cheerful and sunny, someone who understands me. Character is what matters most. I do not care much about looks. This answer from Lu Shui was the standard template for female celebrities. Out of 100 stars, 99 of them, when asked about an ideal boyfriend, what's it? Fair skin, sunny personality, character is key. As for whether they actually follow these criteria, when choosing a boyfriend, no one could say for sure. The host also knew she would not get any real dirt here. She asked the question, simply to create a gimmick for the show. Once the recording was finished, the teaser would be titled, Lu Shui reveals her ideal boyfriend on variety show. It was guaranteed to attract massive traffic. Xie 11 in the front passenger seat also heard the audio. He glanced quietly at the rearview mirror and realized I was the one watching the show. The program moved on to the next segment. After watching Lu Shui for a while, I typed her name into the browser. Countless articles instantly popped up. I clicked through some photos to observe her and watched a few short videos to get a general sense of this top starlet. But before I could see much more, we arrived at the private restaurant. I put away my phone and got out with Xie Huili. Before the meal, Xie Huili was full of energy, saying enthusiastically that she would take me shopping all afternoon. But people tend to get drowsy after a full meal, especially since it was midday. Before she even put down her chopsticks, fatigue had already begun to show on her face. NIU, the dense fellow, did not know when to quit, or how to suggest his mother end the shopping trip. Instead, he teased her. You were just laughing at me. Look at you, you are exhausted too, are not you? Xie Huili's slightly droopy eyelids immediately snapped open. Who says I am tired? I am not tired at all. I could take you shopping for another 8 hours. You froze. I looked away, unable to watch the train wreck, and saw that Xieshi's face had turned grim. I feared you would say something to add fuel to the fire, and feared even more that Xie Huili would lose her temper. I quickly used the serving chopsticks to give Xie Rian some meat. Auntie, try this own too. Calling Xie Rian auntie felt more and more natural, and interacting with the Xie family became effortless. I had to admit, in this relaxed atmosphere of banter, provided by Xie Rian and NIU, it was hard to stay guarded or tense. Xie Huili was secretly delighted, feeling that her long-held dream of having a son, who truly cared for his mother, had finally come true. I was already 80% full, but I waited until Xie Huili set down her chopsticks before I pushed my plate forward slightly. I have not been out in a long time. Shopping all morning was actually a bit tiring. I rubbed my temples, looking a bit worn out. Auntie, how about we stop here for today? We can continue next time. Xie Huili was secretly waiting for a way out, since her biological son was so oblivious. Hearing me take the initiative, she could not hide her relief. Is a hang tired? I happen to be a little tired too. Then let us go back and rest for today, recharge our energy. When some new interesting items arrive in a few days, we will come back again. I agreed with a smile. Xie Huili told NAU to call the family driver. It would take a short wait, and she asked if I wanted to head back first. I felt it would be impolite, so I replied, the driver should be here soon. Let us all leave together. As we were talking, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open. A woman in her 30s with short hair, and a pretty young girl, holding a face mask, walked in. Both of them froze when they saw the people inside. Out of professional habit, the woman with short hair focused her gaze on you and me. Xie 11 stood up. His voice carried an inquiry. Can I help you too with something? Was not this room reserved by MS? Lu Shui. At the mention of the name, my gaze sharpened. The top star was also here today. Xie 11 remained relatively polite. You have entered the wrong room. Please step out and check again. I'm so sorry. The woman apologized immediately. I am sorry for disturbing you. She began to back out, but the look she cast toward me was intensely conflicted. She knew anyone dining here was wealthy, but the boy's appearance was making it hard for her to leave. When the door was halfway closed, she gritted her teeth, and suddenly pushed the door open again. Xie and the others looked up in surprise. Xie stepped forward alertly, blocking her path. What are you doing? He was visibly muscular, with a faint, imposing aura. Clearly not the type of guard an ordinary person could afford. The woman's heart trembled, but she decided she could not leave empty-handed. She offered a business card with both hands, with a forced, apologetic smile. I just wanted to ask this gentleman. She looked at me. Are you interested in the entertainment industry? And he nearly spat out his tea. He turned to size up the short-haired woman. Are you a talent scout? The woman introduced herself. I am a manager at Palm Media. My surname is Guan. I am here today with one of my artists for a meeting. Entering the wrong room earlier truly was an accident. Palm Media was a long-standing entertainment giant, the kind of name even outsiders would recognize. It sounded familiar to Xie. She asked NEU uncertainly. The NIE family's company. NEU thought for a moment. Think so? When manager Guan heard them mention the surname of the company's major shareholder, with such a casual attitude, she was internally stunned, realizing this family likely had an extraordinary background. Holding little hope now, she looked at me again, and added tentatively, many people join the industry just for the experience. If you are interested. I stood up and took the card from her hand. Manager Guan was startled, only to hear me ask, is Lu Shui with your company? She did not know why I was asking. Was I a fan of Lu Shui? Looking at my expression, it did not seem so. Manager Guan weighed her words carefully. Lu Shui is an idol to many of our new talents. I nodded. I will think about it, and contact you if I decide. Seeing me from such a close distance, the woman was certain. The boy's features were entirely natural. His physical appearance was exquisite, with a superior bone structure. He was strikingly handsome, yet possessed a rare, cool elegance. Likely due to growing up in a privileged environment, every movement displayed impeccable poise. She would bet her life on it. If this boy entered the entertainment industry, even if he had no talent at all, he would become a sensation just by standing there. Hearing that I was willing to consider it, she was thrilled, but she knew not to overplay her hand. Pushing further might invite resentment. After apologizing sincerely once more, she backed out of the room. After she left, NAU finally asked me, you actually took her card. Are you really interested in the industry? I put the card into my pocket. We will see. But I think that industry seems quite messy. NAU had heard enough stories to dislike the overall atmosphere of that world. Xie gave him a playful swat. So what? If Aheng wants to go, are you afraid our Xie family can't protect him? I guess that is true. After the commotion, the NIE family's driver arrived. I saw Xie to the car. Before Xie drove me back to Bitao Villa, Xie had increased her physical therapy lately. She was in the living room practicing walking. When she saw me enter, she looked up. Her attention seemed to waver for a second. Her body swayed, looking as if she were about to fall. I immediately tossed my things onto the sofa and rushed forward to catch her. Half of Xie weight leaned into me, perhaps because she lacked the strength to stand. Her head rested on my shoulder. Her soft hair brushed against my cheek. It is okay. I am just not used to it yet. Xie moved slightly, attempting to steady herself but failing, nearly slipping from my arms again. I quickly tightened my hold around her waist, letting her lean against me. I supported her as we walked toward the sofa. I frowned slightly. Why did not you have someone stay by your side? Xie remained silent for a moment. Then she replied, thought I could do it. Somehow catching a hint of bitterness in her tone. A favored daughter of heaven, innocently harmed and left comatose, nearly losing her life. And now, even the basic ability to walk like a normal person had to be practiced again from scratch. It was understandable that the psychological gap was too great. She likely did not want others to see her in such a disheveled state. My voice softened a bit. I had originally intended to help her to the sofa, but now I changed my mind. It is okay. I will support you and we can walk a bit longer. Xie asked hesitantly, would that be too much trouble for you? She was truly too close to me. Her warm breath brushed gently against my ear as she spoke. I instinctively stiffened for a moment, but thinking of her condition, I calmed myself down and relaxed. What trouble could it be? I have got you. Just take it slow. With own hand on her back, and the other supporting her arm, I guided her slowly. If you can't walk anymore, we will take a break. No need to rush. You will recover in time. Ciarian seemed to sense my unease, and proactively moved a little further away, saying in a low voice, "Thank you." In the kitchen, Butler Yang was dumbfounded as he peeked out. He remembered the third Miss walking quite briskly yesterday. Why was she so weak again today? He was not that old yet. Surely his memory could not be failing him this soon. Butler Yang's mouth hung open, looking at Ciarian, who was half leaning, with lowered eyes and a submissive air, looking quite gentle and frail. Then looking at me, supporting her slowly, with such great patience. After a long while, he suddenly had an epiphany. Playing the victim really is an eternal and universal tactic. I supported Ciarian for nearly half an hour, seeing fine beads of sweat on her forehead. I thought she was tired, so I asked, "Do you want to rest?" Ciarian nodded. "I will have Butler Yang take me upstairs for a bath." I helped her back into her wheelchair, and was about to call for someone, when Butler Yang, who was nowhere to be found just now, suddenly emerged from some corner. I greeted him, feeling that his expression was briefly a bit odd. Before I could look closer, Butler Yang returned to normal, and wheeled Ciarian away. I sat on the sofa, continuing the video of Lu Shui I had not finished in the car. After watching for a while, I switched pages, and re-examined Lu Shui's profile. So this is where that sense of déjà vu came from. No wonder I found Lu Shui familiar, but could not find her in my own memories, because I had indeed never met anyone like her in reality, but rather in those ubiquitous advertisements. I had caught a fleeting glimpse. Lu Shui and Xiang Tao. One was at the height of her fame, a rising starlet with a limitless future. The other was mysterious and unpredictable, a practitioner of metaphysics with a secret trail. Body type, and walking posture all had obvious differences. Looking at it every which way, it seemed impossible for these two to be related, but I zoomed in on the digital files to a photo taken of Xiang Tao while she was waiting for someone in a cafe. It is hard for people to control their bodies perfectly in real time. Some actions are unconscious. For instance, some habitually tuck their chins, some have an uneven gait when walking, and some have shoulders that tilt over time. Coincidentally, this Xiang Tao and the Lu Shui on the variety show both like to tilt their heads slightly when sitting, facing inward. This was not a particularly unique habit, but since the two already gave me a similar feeling, this shared habit became a piece of supporting evidence. Rarely struck by a sense of curiosity, I sent another message to Q. "Check on Lu Shui." Q replied instantly, "Oh wait, you have started following celebrities too. I heard that Seeing fans have very low status in the industry." I replied, speechless. I suspect she and Xiang Tao are the same person. Look into it. This time Q did not reply again, presumably heading off to investigate immediately. When Ciarian came downstairs, she heard a woman's crisp and pleasant voice from my phone. Her fingers tightened on the sides of her wheelchair. She asked with a mild expression, "What are you watching?" I said casually, "A variety show called The Great Journey." "Is it good?" "It is alright. I am mainly watching One of the Stars, named Lu Shui. She is quite popular this year." Ciarian asked calmly, "Jiang Heng, do you like this type of actress?" I usually chatted idly with her, so I did not think much of it, and told the truth. She is quite good looking, but I do not really have any feelings toward celebrities. Just then, the camera moved away from Lu Shui. I looked up and said to Ciarian, "There is something a bit odd about her." Ciarian gave a faint smile. "So that is how it is. What is wrong with her? Do you need me to find someone to help investigate?" My suspicion had not been confirmed yet. After a thought, I did not explain too clearly. "No need for now. I suspect she might have another identity, related to metaphysics. I will observe a bit more carefully." Seeing Ciarian's limited mobility, I poured her a glass of warm water, and handed it to her. As Ciarian took it, her fingers briefly brushed against my fingertips. She lowered her eyes, whispered a thank you, and sipped the water slowly. At first glance, I seemed polite and courteous to everyone, but upon closer inspection, One would realize I was equally indifferent to everyone. When Ciarian first met me, she felt that I looked at people as if they were just scenery. No one could leave a trace in my mind. Just as every time Xie privately mentioned the Ne family, she would be indignant on my behalf. But I myself seemed to have no emotion about it. My attitude toward my biological parents was like that toward strangers. Ciarian could even feel that. The reason I disliked them was not because of how they treated me, but simply because they were selfish and stupid. This was not a deliberate coldness, but a genuine indifference radiating from within, an aloof detachment. However, once I included someone within my own circle, I possessed a surprising kind of tenderness. This tenderness was like a vast mass of soft cotton, making Own feel that if they lay upon it, they were infinitely embraced, as if no matter what they did, they could be forgiven. This feeling could make Own sink endlessly into it. The rest of the Xie family did not have such deep insight yet. Someone like Niu, being quite dense, just felt I was becoming easier to talk to. Only Xie Rian, who spent every day with me, had these realizations in her heart. Favoritism and tenderness are the hardest things to resist, especially from someone who appears cool and quiet like me. Xie Rian sometimes wondered, had I ever treated others this way before? Would someone treated this way by me become spoiled and arrogant? Would they lose their way in such indulgence and favoritism? If she sank deep into the special treatment I gave, and longed for more, what would become of her? The sunlight in the living room was warm. On the table not far before me, sat a bouquet of fresh rosemary placed by the maid. Clusters of pale purple flowers bloomed tightly together, emitting a faint fragrance that was refreshing and clear. Neither Xie Rian nor I felt like going to the study upstairs. We sat quietly in the living room handling our own matters. The butler, gauging the time, softly stepped in to refresh our warm tea, and brought out some sliced fruit. My train of thought was interrupted by his movement. I looked up from my computer. Xie Rian, my grandfather arrives 3 days from now in the morning. Let us have a meal together then. Just now, Song Junliang sent me the itinerary for the next few days, confirming the arrival time in the capital. Xie Rian set down her laptop. Her complexion looked slightly better. I will have someone book a restaurant. Does the old gentleman have any dietary restrictions? No need to prepare anything, I replied. My grandfather is fond of a head chef at Qianshan restaurant. I have already reached out to him. Arrangements are made. I just wanted to ask if you would prefer to go to Qianshan, or have the chef come here, living under the same roof. Regarding the Xie family's affairs, I had overheard quite a bit, knowing their conflicts had reached a boiling point. The day before yesterday, before dinner, I even heard old Mr. Xie call Xie Rian. I could hear his shouting clearly even from a distance. He was talking about the meeting held earlier that day, regarding Xie Rian's cousin, Xie Deong, demanding that the old master relinquish his power. The old master was not just angry about the power grab, but because in his pursuit of control, Xie Deong had openly revealed some of his private overseas transactions. In order to secure a batch of materials, Xie Deong had collaborated with the foreign mafia, and was even smug about it, believing he had discovered a new channel. He claimed the main Xie branch only had the old master left, struggling alone to maintain the legacy. With Xie Rian's parents gone, and her elder brother in the military, barely home a few times a year, Leng Qingqiu asked me. The old master was both shocked and enraged. Xie Deong thought he had struck a bargain, when in reality he had been sold out while counting the money for others. How could the Xie family have such a fool? Even if the Xie family were to fall into ruin, he would never let it drop into the hands of this idiot. In the early years, forced by circumstances, none of the great families were entirely clean. The Xie family also had some shady businesses. But as times changed, the domestic situation evolved rapidly, with members of the Xie family entering the military and politics. Those dark dealings had long been buried underground. The Xie family was now completely clean, while those who stayed dirty had long since collapsed. Xie Deong had not lived through those times. He did not understand the complexity, nor the current political climate, but the old master could never tolerate him dragging the entire family down with him. After listening to what the old master said, Xie Rian went silent for a few seconds and then spoke. Let him be. I will handle the aftermath. I glanced at her then, actually wanting to ask for specifics, to see if I could be of any help. But considering my own complicated situation overseas, I kept my mouth shut. I feared the Xie family might be implicated by me later, which would only make things worse. Xie Rian did not ask how I secured a spot at Qianshan, nor how I could invite such a famous chef to the house. Are you afraid my going out will leak information? Do not worry about that. We are already prepared to go public with the news. Thinking of this, Xie Rian had another doubt. Logically, since you broke that curse, the caster would have contacted Xie Deong eventually. I thought he would have known I was awake by now. I pondered for a moment. He probably thinks I could only break his curse, but lacked the power to actually wake you up. Most powerful practitioners of metaphysics are like this, because they are constantly flattered by others. They feel uniquely superior and incredibly remarkable. Just like the last time I handled the Lung family's matter. Lung Qingqiu asked me, since everyone talks about karma, why do people still dare to do bad things for others? I asked in return, since everyone knows crime leads to prison, why do people still commit crimes? Lung Qingqiu thought it was a silly question. Well, naturally because of innate human optimism and luck. Maybe I am the exception. That is a spell that requires no incantation, sufficient to make countless people risk their lives. But you have not fully recovered yet. I asked hesitantly, will it affect anything if you appear in public now? It does not matter. It won't affect anything, Syrian said. I went silent for a moment. Close your eyes. Syrian was confused, but she followed my instructions and gently closed her eyelids. I pricked my fingertip, placing a drop of bright red on her brow. Then, using Syrian's own aura, I let it flow downward. In the past, I used spiritual energy. The results were extraordinary. Syrian's legs felt as if soaked in a hot spring, filled with a deep warmth, but she also smelled the scent of blood. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she instinctively opened her eyes. Jiang Heng, you are injured. I grabbed a tissue, wrapped it around twice, and applied slight pressure with my finger. Syrian did not say a word. She wheeled herself over to find the medical kit, silently taking my hand to disinfect it, and applied a band-aid. I glanced at her. Are you upset? I should not be upset. Syrian still held my hand, looking up at me. You did it for my own good. If I were upset, would not I be ungrateful and unable to distinguish kindness? But Syrian's eyes were pitch black. Her features were a bit deeper than most. Her focused gaze felt like it held a sharp edge. I hope you do not get hurt over such insignificant small matters. Not even a tiny bit. She seemed to realize she had been holding my hand too long. Her fingers twitched. She let go and packed up the medical kit, before adding, you must take better care of yourself. I burst out laughing. Are you joking? It is just a tiny prick on the finger. If the band-aid had been a second later, it would have healed on its own. It has nothing to do with the size of the wound. Syrian glanced at me. No own is worth it. Do not start this habit. I straightened my expression. Suddenly, images of lightning and thunder from my past life, and the forest shaking tremors flashed through my mind. If I were not so certain that Syrian could not be from my era, I would have suspected she knew something. I cleared my throat and brought the subject back. Then the welcome feast for old man Jiang will be at Qianshan. Syrian had no objections. Having spent this time together, I had a general understanding of the Xie family's tastes. Without needing to ask her, I sent the dietary requirements and habits to a contact labeled Master Xia. Many outsiders believed the Qianshan group started in jewelry and jade, but its first business was actually catering. It was just the later rapid rise that relied on jade. Back then, I was with Jiang Hongren visiting friends in another province. Jiang Hongren was having tea with an old friend, and I was wandering around alone. I walked along the small path by the riverbank, looking up to see a man on the bridge shrouded in dark energy. The now world-renowned head chef of Qianshan restaurant was then just an unlucky soul whose brother had stolen his assets, driven to bankruptcy, and ready to jump into the river. To be honest, I had not planned to intervene. Rain will fall. Widows will remarry. This man had no desire to live written in every strand of hair. As a stranger unaware of the cause, what right did I have to interfere in another's fate? But, unexpectedly, the man was about to end it. Yet he still shouted to me, little kid, where are your parents? It just rained. The road is slippery. Get up here and walk. I looked up at the sound. The man on the bridge finally saw my face. The little boy was not tall. His face was youthful, but his eyes were excessively bright, like cold, distant moonlight on a mountain cliff. He met my gaze, and suddenly jolted, waking up significantly. I stopped by the river and did not move. He hesitated for a moment, then ran down from the bridge, afraid I would be scared. He stopped a few steps away and asked, little kid, where is your family? Why are they letting you run around alone? I fell silent for a moment. Were not you going to jump? Master Xia was startled, blurting out, how did you know? I did not answer, but asked him instead, you were about to die, and yet you still cared about a passing stranger. Though I was young, my expression was calm and steady, even with a hint of a childish voice. It did not feel immature at all. Master Xia instinctively followed my question and replied, because you are small. I was worried a child might have an accident. I said flatly, the child in your family is also very small. Master Xia dithered. I do not have a child in my family. His wife was in poor health. They had been unable to conceive for many years. After hospital checkups, The doctor said if they wanted to conceive naturally, they could only slowly nurture her health. Perhaps it was his fate to have no offspring. There had been no news for all these years. He and his wife went from anxious expectation to slowly accepting reality. When he decided to jump, he even thought, "It is lucky there are no children. Otherwise, how would my wife care for the family alone?" His brother wanted to drive him to death, making things difficult for him at every turn, already causing his wife to suffer a lot alongside him. It could not go on like this. Once he was gone, his brother would surely stop. His wife would finally be free of a failure like him. I said calmly, "In your wife's womb." Master Xia did not react in time, staring at me blankly. Afterward, whenever he recalled this with Song Junliang and the others, he would defend his reaction as being normal. Anyone who meets a stranger on the street and is told their wife is pregnant would be completely stunned. I continued, "It is likely a daughter." Master Xia and his wife had dreamt of having a sweet and lovely daughter after a chaotic whirl of thoughts. He gradually grasped what I had said. His eyes slowly widened. He began to tremble. I did not say anything more. Master Xia sprinted all the way home. My words looped repeatedly in his mind. "The child in your family is also very small. In your wife's womb, it is likely a daughter." He thought, he must be going mad to let the casual words of a chance-encountered child make him indulge in such a wild dream. He charged up the 3 flights of stairs like a tornado, and with a loud bang burst through the door. His wife was sitting on a chair, holding a pregnancy test in own hand, with a face full of disbelief. Seeing him burst and soaked in sweat, she asked in surprise, "What happened to you?" Master Xia's gaze fell upon the pregnancy test, specifically those 2 distinct red lines. His chest heaved violently. His wife held back her joy. "I was just about to call you. It might not be completely accurate. We still need to go to the hospital for a checkup." Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly gasped and covered her mouth in shock. Master Xia's knees buckled. He knelt on the floor, clutching her legs and wailing loudly. "I am so sorry, I have failed you." Master Xia's wife later said at the dinner table that she was terrified at that moment, thinking old Xia had done something terrible behind her back to betray her. Luckily, Master Xia explained everything in time, saving himself from being smacked with a washboard. However, the next day he waited by the riverbank all day long, until he found me again. He was overflowing with gratitude, nearly bowing to the ground before me, insisting on treating me to a meal no matter what. Jiang Hongren, who was walking with me, felt he was honest, but plagued by a run of bad luck. With the intention of guiding him, he accepted the invitation on my behalf. As it turned out, throughout the entire meal, Jiang Hongren did not have a spare moment to talk. Master Xia's cooking was simply too divine. Whether it was tofu, tomatoes, or cabbage, simple, everyday vegetarian dishes, or seafood, fish and shrimp, or mutton, rich and hearty meat dishes, he transformed them all into ultimate delicacies. Never mind Jiang Hongren, even I ate an extra bowl of rice. After finishing dinner, Jiang Hongren looked at the table of spotless plates. Feeling a bit embarrassed in hindsight, the few of them sat in the small living room to talk. Jiang Hongren spoke after some deliberation. "I see your fortune has not been great these past 2 years. Master Xia gave a bitter smile and sighed. "It is not just bad fortune. It is family misfortune." As it turned out, his family was a locally famous Huaiyang cuisine dynasty, dating back to the last feudal dynasty. With a deep family heritage, they operated several successful restaurants. Master Xia was an only son, learning culinary arts from his father since childhood. He was the undisputed heir to the family business. But when he was in his teens, his biological mother passed away. His father's second wife brought a stepbrother along. The stepbrother was overly ambitious and viewed him as a thorn in his side, an obstacle to be removed. While the father was alive, he restrained himself. But after the father passed away, the stepmother and stepbrother joined forces to oust him. Not only did they deny him any inheritance, they even harassed the restaurant he opened with loans, spreading rumors everywhere that his cooking was faulty, claiming he had once poisoned a customer. Small towns are most susceptible to gossip, even though there was not a shadow of truth to it. Once enough people repeated the lie, everyone started to believe it. Master Xia's restaurant could not survive. After bankruptcy, he sold his belongings to pay debts. He tried to find work but was rejected everywhere. His stepbrother put out the word that he would make trouble for anyone who dared hire him, making everyone avoid him like the plague. His wife was also dragged down by the situation. Master Xia was truly at the end of his rope, thinking it would be better to just end it all. since he had no parents left, and no children to leave behind. His death would at least set his wife free, so she would not have to suffer with him anymore. If he had not met me, he might have truly jumped that day. That river was 5 meters deep, and since he could not swim, there would have been no hope of survival. Later, when he went home and looked at his wife, he trembled with fear at the thought that he had almost made his child an orphan. He did not dare imagine, if he were gone, how his pregnant wife would have survived. He gave himself a few harsh slaps and pulled himself together completely. If own road was blocked, he would simply take another. If he could not survive in this city, he would move to another. People are adaptable. Situations are manageable. He had his own 2 hands. He was physically whole. His wife was virtuous. And now they had an unborn child. How could he let himself be driven to death? He finally woke up and thanked me once again. Jiang Hongren did not expect that before he could speak, the man had already figured it out for himself. He would enjoyed a free meal, but had not fulfilled his role as a spiritual guide. Feeling a bit awkward, he could not help but look toward me. I thought for a moment, then said to Master Xia, starting a life in another city requires capital. You do not have any money right now, do you? Master Xia had used up nearly all his savings to settle his debts. He was indeed in a tight spot. I proposed, how about this? I provide the capital. You provide the skill as your share. We will open a restaurant as partners. Master Xia nearly jumped out of his skin, waving his hands frantically, refusing without a second thought. How can this be? Absolutely not. He and I were complete strangers. I had already done his family a massive favor. How could he possibly take my money? Jiang Hongren was also stunned. He had instinctively looked at me earlier, because he knew I was not like an ordinary child. I was exceptionally bright, often coming up with unexpected ideas. At home, he treated me as an equal, like an adult. Now that we were out, he could not break the habit of consulting me, but he did not expect me to suggest a business partnership. I did not mind. It is no big deal. It absolutely is. I am not running a charity. I am not giving the money to you. I am acting as the owner. Master Xia said bitterly. In my current situation, investing in me is no different from charity. I have made up my mind. I will just move to another city and find an honest job to support my family. The closure and bankruptcy of his last restaurant had indeed left him traumatized. I looked at him, just as I was about to ask if he had no confidence in his own skills. I heard a faint tapping sound. I looked toward the sound and saw a calligraphy scroll hanging by the TV, swaying slightly in the breeze. The brushwork was bold and fluid, reading, borrowing light from the autumn moon. Heart like a pure lotus in the world. Those were Li Bai's verses, but the handwriting did not look like a famous master's. Asked, did you write this yourself? Master Xia followed my gaze and said nonchalantly, just something I scribbled casually. My wife hung it up. Please do not laugh at my poor attempt. I saw the wooden roller tapping against the wall, making a rhythmic, subtle noise. My fingers moved slightly as I cast a divination based on the immediate sign. I asked Master Xia, do you believe what I say? Master Xia, having been saved by me before, guessed that I had a mysterious background. After meeting Jiang Hongren, who looked like a wise, sage-like figure, he was even more filled with awe and respect. Seeing me make a strange hand gesture. I believe you completely. I pointed directly at the calligraphy scroll. The great rock rises with the wind on day, soaring 90,000 miles straight up. I just cast a divination. The riverside restaurant is like a phoenix spreading wings. It will rise with the wind. In other words, it will bring great profit and success. I handed Master Xia a card. Ticket. Master Xia was dazed. Great profit. He could not believe he could achieve anything grand, but he trusted my words implicitly. Jiang Hongren laughed. Do not think he is just comforting you. He really did calculate it just now. It is called the Meihua outer response. He went on and on to Master Xia, explaining the principles of the divination and how sharp I was in this field. Master Xia only half understood the technicalities, but he fully understood how impressive I was, which meant, if I said it would make money, it definitely would. Master Xia felt like a man on death row, suddenly receiving a full pardon. The embers of hope in his heart began to glow. He tentatively took the card, looking at Jiang Hongren and me, then at his nervous wife. I will give it a try. That own try became the founding industry of the Qianshan Group. Regarding the name Qianshan, there were many theories in the outside world. Some said it reflected the founder's ambition, meaning he had seen 1,000 mountains and rivers. Others said it was a lucky name chosen by a specialist for wealth. Master Xia found these rumors hilarious. as if he were reading his daughter's school exams. The wind howls tonight, the moon is dim. What does this reflect about the author's feelings? The truth was not as complicated as people imagined. Master Xia was somewhat well-read. He enjoyed reading books, listening to talk shows, and even wrote love poems for his wife on holidays. When it came to naming the business, he struggled for a long time without finding a fit. Finally, he thought of a famous 5-character poem, Lu Zongyuan's River Snow. The more he thought of the last line, the more he liked it. Fishing alone in the cold river snow. He thought the last 2 words, Jiang Shui, were nice, but when he checked, he found the name had long been registered. With no other choice, he took the first 2 words of the first line, which mirrored the end of the poem, and named it Qianshan. With this subtle connection, the mighty Qianshan group was thus named. For Master Xia and his family, I was essentially their savior. If they had not met me, forget the later wealth and status, Master Xia would have died in that river, leaving his wife and daughter in misery. Master Xia even had a longevity tablet made, placing it in his home, praying for my health and long life. Jiang Hongren and I stayed in that city briefly, returning to the southwest a few days later. On the way, Jiang Hongren asked me, "Your intervention this time was a bit unusual. Is there a specific reason for it? Though I often help others, I would not usually be this generous. The restaurant I co-founded with Boss Xia is a long-term partnership, so we have become more or less entangled. Jiang Hongren understands me. He knows I have no patience for messy complications with people." I said indifferently, "Perhaps it is because we share a similar fate." Jiang Hongren was puzzled. What similar fate could I possibly share with Boss Xia? Could it be that neither of us has parents? He did not know that I once asked Boss Xia a question by the bridge waters. When death is at the door, should one still care for strangers? How Boss Xia answered does not actually matter. What matters is that in that moment, amidst the reflection of sky and clouds, I caught a fleeting glimpse of my past self. After finalizing the time and place for the welcome banquet with Xie Rian, she went to inform Elder Xie, while I notified Niu and Xie Huili. Xie Rian's brother, Xie Qingshuan, is stationed in the military year-round. He rarely makes it home even a few times a year. He certainly would not be able to come. As for Niu's father, he is always busy with work. I have barely seen him a handful of times. So I asked Xie Huili to inquire on his behalf. Niu was incredibly curious about this master I spoke of. In his eyes, I was already formidable enough. So how legendary must my master be? He muttered nervously, "Should I get a new haircut?" "Ahern, can your master accept guys with bangs? Does he only like buzz cuts? Or would your master prefer someone wearing Taoist robes? Should I go Bayonne? If I do not make a good impression, the old gentleman won't have a bad opinion of our family, will he?" I told Niu not to set his expectations too high, and gave him an analogy. Sun Wukong is the great sage equal to heaven, but Tang Sanzang was just a mortal on a pilgrimage to the west. Niu's focus shifted entirely to the wrong point. "You actually read Journey to the West?" His expression was exactly the same as when he first saw me drinking milk tea. "I also watch Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. Why did Niu refuse to see me as an ordinary person?" Xie Huili slapped Niu's head through the video call. "Move aside." From Lu Shui's grandmother, "Does Mr. Jiang have any specific preferences? For instance, does he like antiques or fine tea? What would be appropriate for a first meeting?" I knew this was basic etiquette for the Xie family, so I did not decline their courtesy, and mentioned a few of Jiang Hongren's hobbies. Xie Rian listened intently by my side. When the topic of gifts came up, I remembered I had bought something for Xie Rian as well. After ending the video call, I pulled out a gift box and placed it in her lap. "I picked this up for you while I was out today. See if you like it." Xie Rian had not expected that while I was shopping with Xie Huili, I would remember to buy something for her. I looked at her with a beaming smile, staring until she felt a bit dazed. Subconsciously, she unwrapped the box. When she opened it, inside was a pair of exquisite stud earrings. I suggested with a smile, "Try them on, let us see how they look." Xie Rian reached for the earrings, but with the laptop still in her lap. Her movements were awkward. She struggled for a while but could not get them in. The way she fumbled helplessly with her head bowed made her look a bit pitifully adorable, like a large animal that could not quite get a task right. Finding it somewhat amusing, I knelt down in front of her wheelchair, took the earring from her fingertips and said, "Forget it, let me do it." As I drew closer, a masculine scent instantly enveloped her. Xie Rian's gaze fell upon my face, her earlobes seemingly heating up under my focused attention. Her breathing skipped a beat. Once the earring was secured, I looked at her and smiled. Do not they look beautiful? The moment I saw them, I knew they would suit you. The sun was setting, twilight deepening. The room filled with dappled light and shadows. Specks of light floated in my smiling eyes, my thick lashes fluttering like tiny fans. Ciarin's eyes shifted uncontrollably. Just as I finished putting on the earring, her heart and her ears tightened simultaneously. An indescribable emotion swept over her, and that patch of skin burned with a low feverish heat. When Ciarin finally looked away, she caught a hurried glimpse of her reflection in the laptop screen, and murmured vaguely, "They are beautiful. I like them very much." I did not notice anything amiss. After helping her with the other own, I admired the result for a moment, and said with satisfaction, "It is my first time buying something like this. I did not expect it to look so good." Ciarin looked at me. "Your first time?" I stood up and sat back down on the sofa. "The first time I have ever given a gift to a girl." The corners of Ciarin's mouth corked up, a smile coloring her deep, soulful eyes. "Then I'm very honored." After that, I noticed Ciarin seemed to be in an exceptionally good mood tonight. Throughout dinner and the leisure time that followed, she was visibly relaxed and cheerful. Even the gardener in the backyard noticed, whispering to the butler, "Did something happy happen to the third miss today?" The butler stole a glance at the two people, strolling through the courtyard. I was crouching before a flower bed, pointing at a cluster of blossoms and telling Ciarin something, while she watched me with a focused, tender expression. The butler could swear he had never privately seen Ciarin look at anyone with such an expression. He whispered, "Perhaps it is not about a specific event, but simply because of the person she is with." The gardener was confused. "What do you mean?" The butler shook his head mysteriously. "You would not understand. After our walk, I went to my room to cultivate and bathe, bidding Ciarin good night." Ciarin declined the butler's help, and returned to her bedroom alone. Carefully, she removed the earrings and placed them in the safe. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, the bright moon hung high. She sat there alone in silence for a long time. 3 days later, Song Junliang reported his itinerary throughout his trip to the capital. After estimating the time, I first went to the main branch of Qianshan restaurant. I greeted Master Xia, checked the seating arrangement in the private room, and then returned to the first floor entrance to wait for Ciarin. Ciarin said she would arrive in about 3 minutes. As I was replying to messages on my phone, I heard someone call my name, Jiang Heng. I turned my head, and saw a pair of flirtatious peach blossom eyes. "Xie Yanran, it is you. I thought I would mistaken you for someone else." She made no effort to hide her look of admiration, reaching out her hand. "It has only been a few days, but you seem even more handsome." I glanced at her hand hovering in mid-air, having absolutely no intention of shaking it. "Thanks for the compliment." Xie Yanran was not embarrassed. She said frankly, "After the last banquet, I got your number from Auntie Wang, and sent you a friend request. Did you see it?" I replied coldly, "I never check requests from strangers." Xie Yanran laughed. "We are strangers before adding each other, but won't we be acquainted after?" I ignored her. Xie Yanran asked again, "Are you waiting for someone? Who are you having dinner with?" "None of your business," I said curtly. Xie Yanran, however, grew more interested. What was the fun in a man who was easily won over? She wanted a challenge like this. Imagine, the day this inaccessible flower finally surrendered to her. The day this ascetic god overflowed with love for her. What a sense of achievement that would be. Xie Yanran leaned in closer. "This restaurant is very famous. Without connections, it is hard to get a good table. How about I help you switch to a private box?" I refused directly. "Oh thanks." Xie Yanran circled to face me, putting on a considerate front. "Eating in the main hall is so noisy. Besides, I could not bear to let you sit at an ordinary table. Eating in the hall. Can you even call that dining?" I let out a short laugh. Xie Yanran's eyes lit up, thinking she had finally swayed me. Yet I said, "Well, the police still issue you an ID card, do not they?" Xie Yanran froze for a few seconds. Before it clicked, I was implying that even with an ID, she barely counted as a person. Despite the blatant insult, she did not get angry. Instead, she smirked. "Interesting. I just love handsome men with a sharp tongue." Annoyed by her persistence, I raised my hand to push her away. However, my gaze bypassed her shoulder, and saw the person behind her slow down. At the same time, Xie Yanran heard a crisp, familiar voice rise from behind her, accompanied by the slight whirring of wheels. "So that's what else do you like?" Upon hearing the voice, Xie Yanran's reaction was violent. She spun around, the hair on her neck standing on end. In disbelief, she stammered, "Ciarin, you are not dead yet." Xie Rian sat in her wheelchair. Even though she was positioned lower, both her sharp features and her piercing gaze carried an unmistakable air of superiority. She looked at Xie Yanran as if looking at a weed by the road, devoid of any emotion. Xie Rian said indifferently, "It is quite a surprise, is not it? You seem very surprised to see your cousin." Xie Yanran was in a panic, her words tripping over each other. "Should not you?" The master her father had recruited was incredibly skilled, supposedly a grandmaster-level figure. Others who saw Xie Rian claimed her fate was too unique to be tempered with. Only that master said he could find a way, and he had truly brought Xie Rian down. Not long ago, Xie Yanran overheard her father speaking with that master. The master himself had said he did not know who had broken the curse, and told her father to search the capital, specifically targeting anyone who had a grudge against her. Her father had anxiously asked the master if Xie Rian would wake up. The master had sneered and said it was impossible. "My curse has lasted a long time. The one who broke it may be a master of this age. But as for bringing her back to life, pure wishful thinking. Unless they are a child of destiny." Only then did her father feel at ease. So what was happening now? Why was Xie Rian here? Was not she on the brink of death? Xie Rian said coolly, "What should I be?" Xie Yanran snapped her mouth shut. She muttered under her breath, "Nothing. It is just that my cousin has woken up. Why was not everyone notified? We were all so worried." Her voice grew smaller and smaller, until finally, she could not even finish her own sentence. This was because Xie Rian was staring at her in silence. Xie Yanran had been terrified of this cousin since childhood, much like a mouse encountering a cat. Back when Xie Deong still kept to his place, Xie Rian's attitude toward her own family was actually much better than toward outsiders. She was strikingly beautiful, and rarely lost her temper. Most of the time, she kept her emotions hidden. But Xie Yanran could sense that deep in her bones. She was absolute, powerful and cold. Xie Yanran did not think this was her own problem. As far as she knew, few people in the entire Xie group did not fear Xie Rian. She had personally witnessed a hot-tempered, short-fused veteran of the Xie group become polite and respectful the moment he faced Xie Rian, as if all his arrogance vanished in her presence. With Xie Rian in the family, she was the brilliant jade at the forefront, while everyone else was relegated to the status of broken tiles and debris. Whenever anyone mentioned the Xie family, they only thought of Xie Rian, praising the third miss for her God-given talent, her masterful tactics, and her profound vision. Xie Yanran was a gifted young woman in her own right, but living long-term in Xie Rian's shadow left her stifled and full of resentment. Xie Yanran both feared her and hated her. She had thought that once Xie Rian fell, she would finally be free of this long-standing grievance. She never expected Xie Rian would wake up, thinking of the things her family had done, even though Xie Yanran believed in her heart that it was already too late for Xie Rian, and that the Xie family would eventually be taken over by her father. She still could not help but feel a primal urge to retreat. "Cousin, I will head inside for dinner now." Xie Rian spoke with a half-smile. "I just heard you say you like something." Xie Yanran knew she was standing up for me. She had no idea how I had hooked up with Xie Rian, but having her facade stripped away in front of a man was humiliating. Her face flushed red, then turned pale, then turned a bruised shade of blue-green, until finally she said, "I was abrupt with Mr. Zhang." Xie Rian gave a cold snort. "If you know you were abrupt, then apologize." The corner of Xie Yanran's eye twitched. "Cousin, is this really necessary? It was just a joke." Xie Rian replied, "If the person involved does not find it funny, then it is not a joke, though you likely do not understand that logic." She calmly repeated, "Apologize." Xie Yanran looked at her face, and ultimately did not dare to defy her. She hesitantly gave me a stiff nod of apology, said coldly, "I hear your apology, but I do not accept it." Xie Yanran's eyes flared with anger, wanting to call me ungrateful. She was determined to have me sooner or later, but with Xie Rian present, she did not dare say a word. She only asked uneasily, "Cousin, may I leave now?" Xie Rian did not say anything. Taking her silence as tacit permission, Xie Yanran hurried away with large strides. Only after walking over 100 meters, ensuring those behind her could not see, did she let out a long, heavy breath. Xie Yanran reached back to touch her spine, and found her clothes soaked with sweat and clinging to her skin. She did not care about anything else, and immediately dialed her father's number. After Xie Yanran fled in disarray, I naturally moved behind Xie Rian, and took over the handles of her wheelchair. these past few days. Aside from looking through Lu Shui's files, I had been accompanying Xie Rian in her physical therapy. Perhaps because she had help, the progress was faster. Xie Rian's health was visibly improving. The amount of time she could spend walking grew longer. However, the doctor still advised moderate activity, rather than rushing the process, and recommended using the wheelchair when going out. Xie Yanran seems quite afraid of you. Last time I saw her at Wang Ting's engagement banquet, she was not even this trembling around her own father. Xie Yanran is likely afraid of my retaliation. She tilted her face slightly, and lowered her voice. Has she been bothering you? Today is only our second time meeting. I recounted the events of the engagement banquet to Xie Rian. She likely got my number through some Wang family channel. She called me once, and I blocked her. Then she tried to add me as a friend, and I blocked her there too. Xie Rian's expression went cold. What an audacious creature. Xie 11, who was listening in, was also frowning. We had already entered the private room, and since it was just the three of us, we were not worried about being overheard. Xie 11 shared some of the information he had previously gathered on Xie Yanran. Xie Yanran had owned particularly massive flaw. She loved handsome men, and led a rather scandalous private life. When she was younger, her father, Xie Daong, wanted her to pursue a career in the military or politics, but he discovered she had already had several accidental pregnancies. The restrictions in those fields were too tight. Given Xie Yanran's reckless nature, forcing her onto that path would only lead to her ruin. Xie Daong had no choice but to give up. Mi Ping had already mentioned the Zonglingchun Club to me, but Xie 11 knew even more detailed information. When the talk turned to a certain party that severely violated human ethics and moral boundaries, Xie Rian raised her hand, signaling him to stop. Do not soil my ears with this. Xie 11 paused, suddenly remembering that I was just a student, who might find such things nauseating. He was used to mixing with men, and had not considered that for a moment. However, Xie 11 stole a glance at Xie Rian and me. Even someone as blunt as him felt a seed of doubt. Was the third Mrs. Intense care for Mr. Zhang really just sisterly affection? I did not notice her expression, as I was busy flipping through the menu. Deep in thought, I kept feeling as though I had forgotten something. It was all because Xie Yanran's interruption had broken my previous train of thought. What was I supposed to do? I went through the list of everyone attending today in my head, but could not pinpoint what was wrong. The Xie family members arrived earlier than the scheduled time. As I chatted with them, the thought drifted to the back of my mind. I could not recall it. Surely it was not anything important. Yu leaned over to me, showing me the stock market knowledge he would been studying. These books are all about the appraisal and judgment of raw stocks. I can't master it all in one go, but skimming through to get the gist is no problem. I looked closely at the book titles. They were actually quite well written. He did not sound like a layman talking about things he did not understand, but rather like an expert reviewing the insights of industry professionals. And Yu, completely oblivious, said, I think they are pretty good too, even if there are parts one do not understand, and things I can't learn even when I do understand. They are definitely impressive. I laughed and said, you are also quite impressive, Yu said with unbridled confidence. I have basically mastered the basics now. Once we go to Yunnan and Switzerland, I will carry you. I will make us a fortune. I replied slowly. For that statement alone, I am willing to keep an eye on you then, so you do not lose enough to cry yourself unconscious. Yu scratched his head sheepishly. Just then, there was a knock on the private room door. Xie Huili smoothed her clothes and called out, come in. The waiter pushed open the door and bowed as he invited them in. Waiting at the door were Song Junliang and Jiang Hongren. The two entered almost simultaneously. They stood up and called out, Grandpa. Xie Huili asked in confusion, President Song. The two voices overlapped perfectly. In that instant, my lost memory finally came rushing back. It hit me like a bolt of lightning. I remembered that I had forgotten to tell the Xie family about the Chenshan group before Jiang Hongren and the others arrived. Hearing my form of address, Xie Huili looked at the kind-faced old man beside Song Junliang in surprise. Is this Mr. Zhang? She then looked at Song Junliang puzzled. Why is President Song here? Song Junliang was equally confused. I am accompanying Elder Jiang. Why is President Xie here? As the head of Qianshan Group in the capital, Song Junliang frequently dealt with the city's powerful families. With so many social functions in the business world, he and Xie Huili naturally knew each other, but neither could understand why the other was appearing in this specific place. After locking eyes, Both were utterly dumbfounded. Then, the entire room turned their gaze toward me. Under the weight of everyone's stares, I said with difficulty, "I can explain this." 10 minutes later, Yu's jaw was hanging open. "So, you are the legendary big boss behind the Qianshan group." I smiled but remained silent. Xie Huili was stunned. President Jiang. Song Junoyang's expression shifted. Regarding the Xie family's childhood betrothal, Jiang Hongren's expression also turned serious. He had never heard his grandson mention this. Xie Ruyan, realizing both men were talking about something that concerned her, quickly straightened her back. "I beat her to it. Actually, that part is fake. It is just a public claim that we are fiancés. In private, Ruyan and I treat each other as siblings. We will clarify our true relationship in the future." Elder Xie also nodded in confirmation. "It is merely an arrangement of convenience for now." Xie Ruyan. Perhaps it was still not too late for her to regret her choice. But clearly, upon hearing this, both Jiang Hongren and Song Junliang were relieved, their cloudy expressions turning to sunshine. Song Junliang laughed. "I knew it. Jiang Heng is still so young. Why would he be engaged?" Jiang Hongren nodded in full agreement. Xie Ruyan pursed her lips. Only Yu remained submerged in immense shock. Holding his chin, he muttered dazedly, "My deskmate is actually the owner of the Qianshan group. In that case, could my future wife be Satomi Ishihara?" Everyone was silent. Xie Huili smiled, as she placed her hand on his arm, and gave it a sharp squeeze. "Wake up." Yu clutched his arm, looking wronged. "My deskmate is already this powerful. Can't I at least dream?" However, Xie Huili herself was quite moved. How old was a Heng back then? In his teens? To be able to build such a massive empire. If this were ever made public, it would be enough to shock the world. Song Junliang laughed. "Exactly. A few years ago, we discussed whether to reveal Jiang Heng's identity. But considering he was still in school, being a minor might have brought too much trouble. So we let it go. Of course, there were things he could not say. He had a vague inkling that I held several high-risk identities on the international stage, and thus felt it was safer to keep me out of the public eye. So, I had always been kept under wraps. Once I finally reached adulthood, I found the social obligations of the business world tedious." Song Junliang put on a show of helpless resignation. "The boss I chose for myself. I suppose I just have to look after him." Everyone in the room burst into laughter. Though the two groups were meeting for the first time, Song Junoyang's wit and humor carried the atmosphere perfectly throughout. Jiang Hongren was kind and approachable, without a hint of the aloofness one might expect from a master. Xie Huili was even more graceful, like a gentle spring rain, ensuring everyone felt included. As the bridge between the two parties, I did not say much, but whenever I spoke, I found common ground that interested both sides. As the meal drew to a close, both guests and hosts were thoroughly satisfied. Jiang Hongren and Elder Xie were calling each other brothers, while Song Junliang and Xie Huili were already discussing collaborations. As the banquet was ending, everyone brought out their prepared gifts to exchange. At the stage, Yu felt a surge of confidence, believing his preparation was the most thorough and appropriate. However, just as he was about to present his luxury men's watch, Xie Huili handed over ivory tourmaline and sandalwood prayer beads. Yu froze. His movements came to a dead stop. He turned to look at Elder Xie, only to find him presenting a Song Ping Hao vintage tea cake. A few years ago, a similar tea cake at an auction had fetched a staggering price of 78 million. Yu cast his last shred of hope toward Xie Ruyan. Xie Ruyan opened a rectangular gift box and said softly, "I heard Elder Jiang is fond of calligraphy and painting. This is an authentic work by Wang Shiji." Jiang Hongren stepped forward in pleasant surprise to inspect it. An authentic masterpiece of that caliber was truly priceless. Yu felt his vision go dark. Song Junliang then produced several gift boxes, handing them to the Xie family members own by own, saying modestly, "They are not worth much. Just some peace amulets from my hometown to keep with you, for a bit of good luck." Yu slowly opened his box to look. Inside lay a piece of teardrop-shaped Hetian mutton fat jade. His fingers trembled slightly. This was top-grade mutton fat jade, blessed with a metaphysical master's amulet. He could not even begin to calculate its value. Everyone in the room was still exchanging humble pleasantries. "It is nothing really. I am glad you like it. I will keep an eye out for more next time. It is hardly worth mentioning. Please do not mind the simplicity. Just a little trinket, something to fiddle with." Yu clutched his watchbox, wearing an expression of existential crisis. Is this what they call humble bragging? Fortunately, That overwhelming atmosphere did not last too long. Everyone was soon whisked away by the vehicles I had arranged, heading back to their respective homes. Siehueli and Eniyu were on their way back to the NIE residence. Eniyu was listlessly scrolling through his social media when he suddenly heard Siehueli let out a strange chuckle. He nearly dropped his phone in shock. It was hair-raising. "What are you doing?" Siehueli gave him a fleeting glance. "Nothing. Just thinking about something." "Then why are you laughing so creepily?" Eniyu rubbed the goosebumps on his arms. "You sounded like something else. Scared the life out of me." Hearing this, Siehueli surprisingly did not scold him. Instead, she gave a huff of laughter. "I am laughing at the Wang family having eyes but failing to see gold, mistaking a pearl for common wood. It is truly pathetic." The Wang family looked down on their biological son for his humble upbringing, assuming he would not understand the customs of the capital. Without years of elite conditioning, yet they had no idea that Jiang Heng not only surpassed that so-called Wang family young master in looks, manners, and poise by 1,000-fold, but his professional achievements and social network far exceeded the standards of any typical wealthy family. That day, NIU saw a topic on an online forum where people were discussing, if you found out your child was swapped at birth, would you switch them back? The vast majority of people answered no. Honestly, I can't quite understand it, especially since the Wangs are so wealthy. Why could not they just be kind to a Heng? Xiaohui said. Have not you heard the saying, parents do not love a useless child? What does that mean? NIU asked curiously. It means parents do not love children who serve no purpose. NIU suddenly turned serious. What about you? He wanted to ask, as he did not seem particularly useful either. What were Siehueli's true feelings for him? But since he was already a college student, he felt too embarrassed to ask about love and such. Siehueli saw right through his little thoughts, and said with a beaming smile, do not worry, you are still somewhat useful. Better than a steamed bun, at least. You are good for a laugh when I am bored. EU sighed helplessly. After seeing everyone off, I finally took Jiang Hongren and Xie Rian back to Bitao Villa. As expected, Jiang Hongren was very pleased with the house and the surrounding environment. The three of us chatted in the living room for a bit, before Jiang Hongren and I went to the study alone. The study held a set of tea tools I used often. I brewed the tea unhurriedly, the scalding water hitting the tea leaves, and sending up plumes of white steam. Once we were alone, Jiang Hongren's constant, kindly smile faded into a more somber look. He let out a heavy sigh. All right, out with it. What is really going on? He had lived with me for years and knew me well enough. Child. Cold exterior but a warm heart. You knew long ago that your birth parents were someone else, but you never went looking for them. Was not it because of your own lifespan? Were you afraid of breaking their hearts in the future? Judging by your attitude today, did the Wang family do something to you? I pushed a teacup toward him and said indifferently, it is nothing much. I briefly summarized my biological parents' mindset. It was nothing more than putting profit above all else. In their eyes, they only chose the optimal option. I never overestimate blood ties. I chose not to see them before, because I feared my existence and my short lifespan would only bring them pain. But after meeting them, and seeing the hearts of that couple, my original, vague worries completely vanished. Since there is no affection between us, it is better for everyone to stay out of each other's way. As Jiang Hongren listened, anger surged within him. He set his teacup down with a heavy thud. They have gone too far. I helplessly tried to soothe him. This tea set is an antique. Go easy on it. Jiang Hongren subconsciously looked down to inspect it. An antique? Let me see. It is indeed a fine piece. He got halfway through his inspection before realizing I was changing the subject. He looked up and glared at me. They treated you like that, and you won't even let me curse them. It is not for their sake. I knew exactly how to coax him. I just do not want you getting worked up. It is not worth it over people like that. Jiang Hongren's expression softened slightly. And what is the story with the Xie family? You said at the table you were helping Xie Rian, which is why you are living together. That might fool others. But do not try that nonsense with me. I replied. It was not an intentional lie. The main issue is my lifespan. I can't exactly tell everyone about it. When I called you before, did not I say I found a way to change my fate? At this, Jiang Hongren's expression grew serious. It is related to the Xie family. Related to Rian. I confess, I am converting her, purple chi. I am helping her change her fate, but I am also helping myself. Jiang Hongren understood. You are using the title of fiancés to strengthen the karmic bond. The bond of a betrothal is much stronger than general karma. Jiang Hongren nodded. He inferred the situation based on our conversation at dinner, and later, the Xie family treated you with sincerity, which moved you to compassion, leading to this sibling bond. Mainly, we just find each other agreeable. Affection between people. It is not something that can be forced just by being good, or being bad to someone. Often, there is a destiny at work behind the scenes. Jiang Hongren sipped his tea thoughtfully. I observed them today. This family is decent, a household of virtue and kindness, except for Xie Rian. He hesitated slightly, carefully choosing his words. Why do I sense an aura of slaughter about her? But that should not be. I had sensed it as well, but after careful observation, I had not found anything amiss. So I said, the business world is like a battlefield. Perhaps there are other factors at play. Unable to find a more logical guess, Jiang Hongren accepted my explanation. Perhaps that is it. After finishing our serious discussion, he chatted about mundane home matters. This was the longest I had ever been away from home. Jiang Hongren had missed me constantly. Seeing that I had grown taller and more mature, he finally felt at ease. We stayed in the study all afternoon, until the butler knocked at dinner time, bringing our reminiscence to an end. Jiang Hongren was used to early nights and early mornings, coupled with the day's travels. He retired to his room shortly after dinner. I remained in the living room to check the files on Lu Shui sent over by Q-Star. This time, the information was exhaustive. Reviewed Lu Shui's dossier sent over by Q-Star, and elders to her cousins, distant relatives, and various kin, then to her childhood neighbors, primary school classmates, middle and high school teachers, and the university clubs she joined. Everything was presented clearly with both text and photos. Even if you asked Lu Shui herself, she likely would not remember this much. I read through it from the beginning. Lu Shui's parents were both teachers. She came from a well-off family. Because of her good looks since childhood, she studied film and television in university. During her junior year, she acted in a youth idol drama, gaining a bit of fame as the campus beauty. After graduation, she played a beautiful, strong, and tragic villain in a major IP movie, which drew in a significant fan base. Though she was making steady progress, through hard work, as a newcomer, without connections, capital, or media hype, it should have taken her several years to truly blow up. Lu Shui had become an absolute sensation last year. She was everywhere, an overnight phenomenon. First, she stole the show as the second female lead in a blockbuster historical drama, earning praise from all the lead actors. Then she starred as the lead in a low-budget comedy that raked in billions at the box office, sweeping several awards within the year. At the beginning of this year, the variety show she recorded was aired. The show's content was fresh and engaging, and her performance in it was exceptional, propelling her popularity to even greater heights. She had the acting skills, she had the portfolio, and she had the massive following. Even more impressively, both her industry reputation and public image were stellar. Lu Shui was, without a doubt, a top-tier superstar. The public claimed her meteoric rise was due to heavy backing from her agency. Many even nicknamed her the little princess of the industry. However, those within the inner circles held a rather different view. The opinions within the elite circles were quite different. Everyone in the industry felt she was incredibly lucky. As the old saying goes, small success depends on effort. But Lu Shui was riding a wave of sheer fortune that simply could not be stopped. Take that viral historical legal drama, for instance. The original second female lead was not Lu Shui. Before filming began, the intended actress was detained for driving under the influence. The scandal was so massive that the director was forced to find a replacement. It just so happened that the day before, the director had met Lu Shui, and she had left a lasting impression on him. That is how Lu Shui got her big break. As for that low-budget comedy, the story is even more bizarre. The movie was scheduled for a 7-day holiday release. Competition was originally cutthroat, with several blockbusters ready to dominate. But right before the holiday arrived, the lead actress of own movie was exposed in a scandal. The director of another was arrested for drug use. And a third highly anticipated film was pulled overnight due to investors' involvement in overseas incidents. Amidst such a disastrous period for the industry, the screening rate for Lu Shui's small comedy soared. She became the rising star of a crumbling cinematic landscape. The entertainment circle has always been a bit superstitious. After these two incidents, everyone said Lu Shui was blessed by a lucky star. Her fortune was like a rainbow. In the world of stardom, success breeds more success. while failure makes it harder to rise. Once you are famous, top-tier resources come pouring in, piled up for you to take your pick. Lu Shui had impeccable taste. Not a single script or endorsement she chose failed. It was like adding flowers to brocade, or adding oil to a roaring fire. Her fan count and fame reached the stratospheric heights. My eyes landed on a specific page of the file. I did not know whether to laugh or cry. The director of that viral drama was named Do. The way he met Lu Shui was quite interesting. While Director Do was out, her car broke down, and her phone was dead. Lu Shui recognized her, and helped her solve the problem. Does not this routine feel familiar? Could such a coincidence truly exist in this world? If this was not orchestrated, it could only mean she has that rare magnet constitution, admired by flowers, so charming that even car tires blow out at the sight of her. But what is she really after? I rested my chin on my hand, rhythmically tapping the screen with my finger. I pressed the phone down. She set up Director Do to get close to famous directors and star in exceptional works. That is somewhat understandable, but she has no reason to seek out a business